of the Senate Community Affairs Legislation Committee. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects on behalf of the committee to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday 29 November 2022 and it is fixed Friday 16 December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee would appreciate if senators could provide any written questions on notice to the Secretariat by Friday 18 November 2022. The committee's proceedings today will begin with whole of portfolio and corporate matters of the Social Services portfolio, along with the Australian Institute of Family Studies. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I would now like to welcome Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Assistant Minister for Trade and Assistant Minister for Manufacturing, representing the Minister for Social Services, the Honourable Amanda Rishworth MP. Minister, do you have an opening statement you wish to make?
A short one, Chair. The government was elected on our deep commitment to ensuring everyone in Australia is given the best chance to meet their potential. There's no more important way for us to reflect our commitment than by working to support our most vulnerable and disadvantaged community members. When we formed government after the last Liberal National Party budget in March of this year, we pulled back the old government drapes to reveal close to a decade of neglect, stagnation and irresponsible spending that we knew we had a responsibility to begin to unpack. We know that social services touches many Australians every day. It's our priority to make changes where we'll have the most impact in improving the lives of people who call Australia home. Given the state of the budget we inherited, we need to spend wisely and where we'll have the most impact. This is what the Social Services 22-23 budget measures strive to achieve. From overseeing the biggest indexation increase to government payments in this country in more than 30 years for Australian government allowances and 12 years for pensions, to delivering the biggest expansion of paid parental leave since Labor introduced it in 2011, the Albanese government has hit the ground running by delivering meaningful budget measures that place families and communities at the heart of government decision-making. The government's been busy in its first 5 months, Chair, and we know that the cost of living pressures for Australians and Australian families are very real. We take this very seriously, and on top of broad increases to payments, as soon as we formed government, we made a submission to the Fair Work Commission to boost the national minimum wage. I look forward to talking to Senate estimates about how we've worked with families and communities to develop or deliver key national strategies that will shape our country to be safer, through the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, the appointment of Australia's first Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Commissioner, more inclusive through the National Disability Strategy and National Autism Strategy, and less stigmatising of those who need government support, like taking immediate steps to abolish the cashless debit card and restoring some dignity to many Australians who should not have been forced onto income management. These are a few but pertinent examples of how the Albanese government is focused on improving lives and restoring a sense of opportunity for people in Australia. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of Social Services, Mr Ray Griggs, and officers from the department. Secretary, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Chair, just on behalf of witnesses to acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri country, pay my respects to the elders and also extend that respect to any First Nations senators and colleagues here today.
Thank you. And Dr Stone, on behalf of the Australian Institute of Family Studies, I understand you have an opening statement. Are you seeking to table that?
Yes, I am, and I'm happy to speak very briefly to it as well if you wish, Madam.
Sure. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Dr Sharman Stone. I'm the Director of the Australian Institute of Family Studies, and I have with me two of my research directors and my Chief of Operations, also from AFS, should you wish to ask the questions that engage them. So the Australian Institute of Family Studies was established under the Family Law Act 1975. It actually came into existence really in 1980. Its purpose is to research the factors that affect Australian families' well-being and to disseminate those findings to both inform policy, federal government policy in particular, and to improve the practice in the delivery of Australian government-funded family services. This includes their evaluation. Then in 2012, the Gambling Measures Act 2012 added the Australian Gambling Research Centre to ACE responsibilities, and it really commenced its work in 2013. Our staffing, it's fairly small. We have 81 with some 67 being researchers, 75% are women, 25% are men. We are based in Melbourne at South Bank. In our finances, in the 21-22 financial year, we received an appropriation of about 4.5 million, and then we raised another 10.9 million through contracted research for a range of federal government departments, mostly federal, a small portion for the state, in particular the Department of Social Services, Department of Health, Attorney Generals, Department of Veterans Affairs and Department of Defence. The appropriations of some 4.5 hasn't increased in more than 20 years, so it's necessary for us to pursue the other relevant government research contracts. And that's in order that we fulfil our legislated mandate and so we can keep the multi-skilled and expert research task force. Now our work, we are one of the 7 accredited data linkage integrating authorities. In particular, our Research Director Chris Schilling is a data specialist besides being a health economist. Now, that means that we can link individual data in a survey, like one of our longitudinal surveys, to, say, the Medicare data or the PBS information. That really enriches our data, lets us ground proof. It really helps us show causalities and trends and so on. Very important that we are one of those integrating authorities. We're also very well known for our 3 longitudinal studies, and we're proud to say that our longitudinal study on Australians' children is over 10,000 young people and their families. That's 20 years old next year, and you can imagine that we've been able to mine that data and really show how over the life of a child we have the impacts of poverty, of perhaps some physical abilities, differences, localities, and we have been able to inform policy as a result of that research in relation to paid parental leave, that scheme's first introduction, and the universal access to early childhood education. Lots of other policy advice, information, new evidence has come through that study. We've also got a 10-year Building a New Life in Australia longitudinal, which takes our humanitarian migrants' lives, some 2,400 in that sample. And for the last 10 years, we've been able to track how have those humanitarian new settlers managed their new life in Australia in terms of their health, housing, employment, sense of well-being, mental health in particular. And for example, we found after 5 years, some 70% of working age and, in their own estimation, well and English-speaking humanitarian settlers, some 70% were not employed, for example. Very important data for us to help inform policy on employment, training, upskilling, recognising prior skills and so on. We also have a 10-year longitudinal study of male health. Now, this is one of the biggest in the world in terms of sample. It dived somewhat during COVID in terms of the numbers we could get to, but it's back up to 6,000 in the sample. And you can imagine being able to take boys from 10 through to manhood with their issues relating to socioeconomic status, locality, obviously their health. We can look at educational outcomes, causalities, linkages through all of that. And it's been incredibly powerful, particularly linked to that administrative data. And then Ray Kaspiev is in particular a specialist in socio-legal research, being a qualified lawyer as well. So we have a very strong family law, gender-based and family violence and elder abuse research program. A lot of Ray's area of work has been able to inform changes, improvements to the family law system, family law courts. Particularly, we focus on the family law court experience of women who've experienced abuse, children in disadvantaged and abusive family relationships, and where women have very small asset pools. And a lot of our work has been able to inform how better to manage families in those circumstances, including some very good pilots, which we hope will be seen as, in fact, the way forward in next year. Now, obviously, right now, Australia is perhaps a lot of us reeling with the information that we are the world's biggest per capita gambler, and our Australian Gambling Research Centre there is therefore extraordinarily busy using longitudinal data sets, looking at other specific research, particularly on online gambling, youth's exposure to online gaming games, online gambling games, how they can lead to, in adulthood, problem gambling. We are very sad to have found that 4 in 10 men in our study did in fact engage in gambling. That was nearly half. Of these, 1 in 4 of those gamblers were at risk or had already developed gambling problems. That's 750,000 Australians and men who have gambling at risk or problems now, and we know that's escalating. Our work, we've got a research piece underway right now, soon to be completed, looking at the influence of advertising, promoting, pushing gambling through all the different media options. Then we have a big area of defence and veterans family research, and we, of course, were very engaged with the Royal Commission into Veteran Suicides. We're undertaking some of the early and only work so far, looking at the Defence Force families' impact on whether the Defence member stays or leaves the Defence Force. That's very important work. And finally, in relation to what I mentioned right at the front, besides all of our research, we turn that into communication packages and pieces in the form of webinars, short articles, use of the media, a whole range of social media to make sure that federally funded child and family support services have best practice. They're using our findings, and that our performance measures have shown that that's been very highly valued. So I have, as one of the handouts, a 2-pager which just gives you some of the webinar titles for the last 12 months or so to give you a taste of the sort of thing that we do to make sure our data that we are gathering, our analyses that we undertake, then transforms into real evidence that family service providers can use.
Great, thank you.
So thank you for that, and we're very open to any questions you wish to ask about it.
Thank you, Dr. Stone. Colleagues, as agreed, we will go to whole of portfolio first. I'm doing 10-minute blocks. I understand from the opposition, Senator Ruston is taking the call first.
So you're saying you want to go to whole of portfolio, or am I allowed to go to Dr. Stone?
The Australian Institute of Family Studies is able to come back at a later date, but we need to do whole of portfolio now.
Yep, sure.
So if we can focus on that and try and knock it off.
Okay, can I just check with you, Mr Griggs, in relation to the 1 million additional homes, which area of your portfolio should I be asking questions in relation to that?
Outcome 4.
Outcome 4, okay, thank you. Okay, so to cross portfolio, can I just ask, the government's spending audit that was undertaken by the Department of Finance, did the department make a submission to that spending audit?
Yes, Senator. I'll just get Mr Hetherington up.
I've only got a little bit for Institute.
Is there any country of interest here?
Patrick Hetherington, Chief Operating Officer, Department of Social Services. Thank you, Senator. Yes, we did make a submission into the audit of wasteful spending. In the social services portfolio, we identified one program to reduce, and one program was retired, and that delivered savings in the order of $14.9 million over 4 years.
Can you give us the names of the program that were retired or changed?
Yes, Senator, the two programs that I've referred to are Strong and Resilient Communities in
Yep.
the amount of $10 million, and the second is Community Business Partnerships in the amount of $4.9 million over the forwards.
Remembering the SARC is a reduction, not
Indeed.
a cancellation.
Yeah, so one was a reduction and one was a retirement. Okay, thank you. So in the process of doing that, was there any consultation undertaken with stakeholders?
Senator, I might ask colleagues from communities to take that question.
Liz Heffernan, Deputy Secretary, Families and Communities. Hi, Senator. No, there was no external consultation to the department.
Okay, thank you. In this budget, did the department request any movements of funds for administered funding? So, in relation to movements in the PBS?
Yes, Senator, we did. I might ask Mr Andrew Harvey to respond to that.
So Andrew Harvey, Chief Finance Officer, so yes, we did have some movement of funds this year.
Are you able to provide a list of all of the administered funding that was moved, that was over $20 million?
I can, and it's actually in our portfolio budget statement. Could I just go and grab that?
Yeah, sure. You've got one here.
This is for months.
So, so it's in outcome 2
You got a page number?
at page 52. We've moved $84 million worth of funds from 21-22 into this year and the forward years.
Okay, so do we have a breakdown?
Yeah, yes,
Of
I
those?
can provide some more information. That the primary ones are in family safety, so that's component 2.1.2, where we've moved $35 million from 21-22 into the forward years.
Okay.
And we also did that in program 2.1.5, financial wellbeing and capability, where we moved $25 million. And the third major movement was volunteering and community connectedness for $15 million.
Okay, so would you prefer me to prosecute those with the actual agencies when they come in under the outcomes? Would that be...
Yes, so do you want to, I can
Oh, well,
maybe
only-
provide a little bit more, so.
Well, in as much as I'd just be keen to understand, you know, what were the underlying reasons for the movement of those funds? You know, were there, you know, external factors that necessitated them moving? I mean, was it a ministerial direction
broadly
to move
speaking, it's projects that are underway, and so the work hadn't been finished at the end of 30 June, and so the work is expected to be completed over the coming years. So by way of example, in the family safety one, a lot of that relates to 1800 Respect, and so that remains a fully funded program, but the funding isn't required till the later years.
Senator, I can also add that the movement of funds in financial wellbeing and capability largely related to surplus funds from the original COVID allocation of funds. You will recall the 200 million that was allocated for emergency relief and food relief. So we requested those funds be moved so they could still be provided if needed for floods or other
Sure.
emergencies.
No, that's fine. In relation to estimates variations, were there any estimates variations in excess of $20 million contained in this budget?
So any estimate variations of?
In excess of $20 million?
Yes, there was.
And were they related to administered funding or departmental funding?
So they were all related to. So there were two lots. There's social security payments in outcome one, and there's the National Disability Insurance Scheme as well.
Okay. Do you have details in terms of the actual amounts?
So why don't I just start with what's on what's in budget paper one. So budget paper one at page 93. That's where we talk about the age pension or support for seniors and jobs seeker income support, and they've been increased. And so the primary reason for all our outcome one social payment increases was related to the higher inflation at the moment, so it's to do with indexation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So in relation to any changes to responsibilities for the department or agency, are there any areas that were the responsibility of the department in May 2022 that are no longer the responsibility of the department? Nothing been mogged in, nothing been mogged out?
So no.
No MOG, Senator.
And were there any budget decisions that were related to the department that went through the minors process?
There's always, I mean, there will always be, so it'll depend on the scale. So I think the answer to that would be yes, but I haven't brought.
Are they able to be, any information be able to provide those decisions that didn't go through the full EAC process?
wouldn't keep records like that, or
no, I'm not.
don't even know if that's...
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that we can provide that information, Senator. I mean, everything that you see in budget papers number 2, budget paper number 4, and our PBS are those measures that were agreed for the Department of Social Services and its agencies through the budget process. So we don't distinguish between. And in fact, I don't recall there being a separate process for any of our things. I think they were all processed in the usual way through ERC, is my understanding.
Okay, so you're not actually sure, but you think
no,
that that's the case.
But I can say that any measure that we received additional appropriation for is outlined in our budget papers.
Yeah, well, I understand that. I was just wondering whether there was any differentiation between the full ERC process and through the minors. What's the current advertising budget of the department?
So we don't. We don't record a total advertising budget. We've got them allocated by the different campaigns.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you don't have to provide it to me now. I'd just be interested if you could unpack the current government advertising campaigns that are underway with the department at the moment.
Senator, I probably can provide you with some details in relation to those campaigns at the moment. So probably the biggest one is Stop It at the Start. Mm-hmm. We've spent sort of to date about $70-odd million on that. It will exceed $100 million by the time we finish the final phases of that. The Disability Gateway, the budget for that is around $11.69 million, and we've expended to the end of September about $9.4 million on that. The care and support workforce, the budget over the period 2021 to 22-23 is $22.8 million. We've expended about $10 million of that, and the most recent one is the Disability Carers Gateway campaign, which has a total budget, I think, of $15 million, and we've really just launched that
We've spent some early monies on content development and the initial launch of that campaign.
So have there been any campaigns that have ceased since May 2022?
I might ask Ms Marty Stewart if she can. I think the disability, the care and support workforce may have ceased, or maybe it was the disability. Sorry, I think maybe the disability gateway piece has ceased. But let's just confirm that.
Yeah.
Are you happy for me to?
Yeah, you move on. If they just ask the
Finish
question,
this
then
one?
you... Yep.
Things disability gateway has ceased. Is that right, Richard?
Yes, Richard Baumgart, Acting Group Manager Corporate. The Disability Gateway campaign was due to finish and did finish in June. Care and support workforce is paused at this point.
Okay, so are there any new campaigns?
Only the
Care.
Care and support.
Care gateway.
Yeah.
Care Gateway.
Care Gateway was existing.
We hadn't yet launched that program. I think we launched it on the 16th of October, so only a few weeks ago. So it was paused, the development of that was paused throughout Caretaker, and it's just been launched in the last few weeks.
All right, Senator Rice, you have the call.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being with us here today. Minister, we welcome the commitment that was in the National Plan to end violence against women and children, to review the adequacy of the job seeker payment at each budget. Senator Ayres. So can I clarify, was there a review ahead of the budget that was released a few weeks ago?
Well, all I can say is that, as I think the Prime Minister indicated several times during the course of the last 12 months, including before he was the Prime Minister, the government will review that in the context of each budget circumstances. I don't say that to make it trite. It's a serious commitment, and that work's done by government in the lead up to every budget. A consideration of whether there's an opportunity to lift the level of New Start payments.
So was that undertaken prior to the
Well, I think
recent
your
budget?
question goes to a different.
No, I mean, basically the National Plan was released,
Yes.
and we've just had a budget. So what I just wanted to know was this commitment implemented in the previous budget, or is it the intention for future budgets?
Well, I can take that on notice, but just indicate that is that the government will always consider whether there's an opportunity to make increases to that payment and those kinds of payments.
But my question at the
your
moment,
question
Senator Ayres,
to me
is about the previous budget.
Yes,
the budget has just gone.
I've said I'll take that on notice,
Yeah.
but it seems to me there's a distinction between considering all of those issues, carefully considering all of those issues, and I think your question sounded to me like it was a question about some formal review process with sort of machinery engaged in that.
There is a commitment in the National Plan that says that the government will review the adequacy of the job seeker payment at each budget. So I just want some clarity. First of all, whether this was done in any way, shape or form, whether it was a formal or informal or what sort of review, was that done before the budget that we've just had? And maybe Mr Griggs, I mean, if there was such a review done, presumably the department would have had a role in reviewing it. Do you know whether such a review occurred?
Senator, there were discussions between Minister Rishworth and us. So it was more along the lines of an informal review, but it was certainly discussed. Yes.
Okay, so what was included in those discussions? What constituted it, even if it was an informal review? What was considered?
Well, the things that you would normally consider, I clearly don't want to go into detail, given they were sort of pre-cabinet discussions, Senator.
So in terms of undertaking that review, it was an informal discussion between departmental officials, including yourself and Minister Rishworth?
Correct.
And what information did the Minister seek as to whether income support payments should be increased?
Well, the Minister, we had a series of discussions around the current rate, the cost of any adjustment, and that was all input for the Minister for her considerations in Cabinet.
So, and your series of discussions, so they went to the impact and the adequacy of the current rate in terms of people living in poverty?
All the Minister is well aware of those issues, Senator.
Were there any experts that were consulted as part of this informal review?
No, Senator.
And what benchmarks, were you using any benchmarks to determine whether the job seeker rate should be increased in this budget?
Senator, as I said, there were a series of discussions around whether it could be raised or not raised.
And the final decision was then made by government, obviously, to not raise it. I mean, what in terms of those discussions, what were the criteria? The value, the benefits of doing that, the costs of doing that. Can you?
Well, I think I've basically covered it. It's those issues that you mentioned, Senator.
Okay. So, Senator, in terms of future reviews, or Mr Griggs, in terms of future reviews, is there an intention to do something that is more formal than this informal discussion with Minister Rishworth that occurred before this last budget?
So, Senator Rice, I think at the heart of your question is whether or not the term review is a noun or a verb. What the government will do in the context of the fiscal pressures, in the context of the demonstrated need that is out there in the community, is carefully weigh those factors up in the context of every single budget that a Labor government delivers. And what you appear to be asking is whether a formal review with terms of reference and staffed presumably by people will happen in the context of every budget that would then, you would then be able to ask questions about the conduct of the review. It's a doing word, this review, as I understand the commitment. That is to carefully consider in the context of all of the pressures that are on the budget, but also consider carefully the need, the real need that is there in the community from New Start recipients. We acknowledge that need is there, to consider those issues carefully and to reach a conclusion in every budget cycle.
But there's no commitment for that to be a formal review, as you say, with terms of reference, with experts being consulted, calling for submissions, the sort of things that if there was going to be a comprehensive review, which I think people may have thought that was the case in the commitment in the national plan, where you've got a statement that we are going to review the adequacy of job seeker. People might have been expecting something a bit more than a chat between the department and the minister before a budget.
Well, I don't think that what I've set out to you, or that what's contained at page 61 of the document that you're referring to, could be called just a chat.
Well, that's what I want to know. What is it then, please? What's it going to be? It appears that in the last budget we didn't really have anything that was beyond, as Mr Griggs has just said, a very informal weighing up of essentially what the benefits would be versus the cost to government.
Senator,
no input from experts, no input from the people who are being forced to live on inadequate payments.
Senator, can I just clarify? My participation was in providing input into Mr Rishworth for her deliberations with the Cabinet and the ERC. So I think to just take that as that's the whole thing, I think that's not fair. All I can tell you about is the bit that I was involved in, which was providing, in the discussion, providing input to the Minister.
And Mr Griggs is...
So what I want to go to, okay, we've had a process before this last budget. What I want to know is what is the intent in terms of that commitment to review the adequacy of job seeker before each budget? What is that going to look like?
Well, what the commitment says is the Australian government has committed to review the adequacy of the job seeker payment at each budget.
Yes.
It does not say the Australian government will conduct a capital R review with terms of reference. We will, as always, consult with experts, consult with community representatives, And as I said earlier, consider, in the light of all of the factors that you would expect, that the government would consider that issue in.
But you've got no more solidity about that than what in fact happened before the previous budget.
What I just said, yep.
Yeah, so there's no commitment to a formal review. There's no commitment to consult with experts. That's what you're telling me.
There is a commitment to
So
review
it's really
the adequacy of the
and so it's really not going to
job
be
seeker payment at each budget.
It's really not going to focus on the adequacy of job seeker and what it means for people living in poverty. It's whether the government has got the courage to increase revenue, such as by getting rid of the stage 3 tax cuts, so that they can afford to pay for the costs of it.
I understand why you would characterise it that way. That's not the way that the commitments made, or the spirit in which it's given, and it's not the way that commitment was carried out in this budget. That is a serious commitment to review the adequacy of those payments in the light of each budget circumstances. And that's
Senator
what-
Rice, could we come to the
That's
last
what
question?
Australians
I
would
don't
expect
hear a
us to
serious
do.
commitment. I think people struggling to live on job seeker don't hear a serious commitment either.
I'm going to hand the call back to the opposition. Is it Senator Ruston? Are you still?
Can I just ask around, has there been any instance of fraud or misuse of public funds since the election?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
One would hope that you were aware of it.
Yes, I would hope I was too.
Has any APS employee or locally engaged staff member or contractor been fired or had their contract terminated since the election?
I'll just get the... I think I mentioned about that. For any reason?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Apart from natural attrition?
With my name tag. Thank you. Senator, I'm not aware of any contracts having been terminated since the election, but I could take that on notice.
Well, we'll get back to you before the end of either today or tomorrow's hearings.
Sure, that's great. Have there been any reports, formal or otherwise, of bullying or harassment of staff in the portfolio agency since the election?
In terms of the timing, I couldn't give you the exact since the election, but I can say that we routinely receive reports of bullying and harassment, and I could say that over the last couple of years we've investigated about 20 instances of bullying and harassment. Those numbers have been pretty static across those years, so when we get reports of those, obviously we take them seriously and we investigate them.
Sure. Just obviously completely de-identified, the number of instances that have occurred, a description, within reason of what they were, and be keen to understand what steps were taken to address any of those.
Sure.
Yep. Have there been any complaints, either verbal or written, against any ministerial staff members since the last election?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. Have there been any security incidents been reported since the election?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay. So do I take not that I'm aware of to mean that there haven't been any because it would be reasonable for you to be aware of them? Or?
I would ordinarily be aware of those, Senator, and I don't believe there have been any, but I'm happy to try and confirm that before the end of play tomorrow.
Okay. So now I'm not sure, this may be something that, Minister, you might need to take on notice. I'd just be keen to understand if the Minister or the Minister's officers had any contact with trade union representatives since the election.
Whether the Minister's office has had any contact with trade union
or the Minister,
representatives,
yep.
I'm sure the answer is yes, but we'll take that on notice.
Sure. If you're able to just, it'd be interested to know which unions and the nature of the contact and the basis of the discussions. That will be great. So same thing to the department. Has the department had any contact with trade union officials since the election?
Well, we routinely have contact with the CPSU as we have prior to the election.
Yep.
But apart from that, there have been a number of roundtables in the lead up to the Jobs and Skills Summit, and there was union representation at those roundtables. So yes, there would be interaction, but in terms of the formal interaction, it would largely centre on the CPSU as is the norm.
Yep. So, would it be possible to have information around those representatives with the exclusion of the CPSU for obvious reasons that the department's had interaction with? Also be interested to know the stakeholders that the minister has engaged with Minister since the election in relation to major policy decisions that have been made since the election. If you could take that on notice, assuming, of course, that you probably don't have that information at your fingertips.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, that's me done on cross-portfolio.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Russ, did you have any more for cross-portfolio?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you. We've got the Minister, we've got the Senator. Are you actually, do I refer to you as acting Minister or?
You can refer to me any way you like, Senator Rice. Not very precious.
I want to go to the reporting in the 9 newspapers that is claiming there's going to be a $33 billion increase in spending on pension costs on income support, and basically want to know about what that figure is based on.
Yeah, I think that's requires some assistance from officials here.
So Senator Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary, Social Security. So I think Mr Harvey kind of went to that before in referencing the relevant parts of Budget Paper 1 that talked about the indexation of the major social security payments, and that being the main driver of that $33 billion figure that you quoted.
Right. And so what I want to know, and that's certainly what the media reporting says it's the main driver, is it basically the driver rather than the main driver? There's nothing else in terms of expected increases, is there?
It's indexation, so it would be primarily CPI flowing through payments. There may be very, very small changes to recipient numbers, but that's just a normal way in which the,
Could I go to that? So there's no expected increase in, or no substantial expected increase or change in recipient numbers? It's basically...
Not a substantial one, no, with the exception of, on page 93 of Budget Paper 1, the payments for job seeker income support increasing, which is consistent with the change in the unemployment rate that was forecast in the budget.
Okay. And what are the inflation figures that are being presumed in each year for that $33 billion increase?
So they'll be consistent with the inflation outlook that's contained in the economic outlook of Statement 2. So if you go to page 6 on table 1.1, you've got CPI outlined there for both the outcome and the forecasts across the forward estimates period.
Okay. And so essentially there's that increase, that $33 billion increase, there's as you're saying, it's indexation. There's no policy driver behind it. It's essentially the same as under the previous government.
No, that's right. It's the indexation of those payments.
Yep. And going more broadly...
I could just add, so back to page 93 of Budget Paper 1, there's a table there that sets it out. You can't quite see the $33 billion because that's relating just to our department, but it shows the breakdown across the whole of government budget, and it is mostly the wage cost inflation, as we've just talked about.
Okay.
Sorry, inflation, CPI.
Yep. Going to more broadly to any changes in recipients, I mean, presumably you've got an estimate then of what the expected number of recipients of the various income support payments and people that are going to be relying on JobSeeker in coming years. You just said there's an expectation that there'll be a reduction. Was it? Did you, Mr. Verb?
No. If you look at the unemployment rate relative to March, it's the forecasts have gone up slightly, and so therefore, as you'd expect, overall payments on JobSeeker reflect the fact that there's increasing number of recipients.
Okay. Could you provide a breakdown then of the department's projections of the number of recipients of the various income support payments and the rate of payments for the payment groups?
We'll need to take that on notice, yeah.
Take that on notice. Thank you. I now want to go, changing topic, to issues related to Robodebt and the Robodebt Royal Commission, and how the previous government, the information that's coming out of the Royal Commission at the moment. I've had a very nice quote from the Saturday paper article that was summing up the first week of the Royal Commission. Indeed, what has emerged in an explosive first week of full hearings is information that's been actively hidden from the public for almost 6 years. This includes multiple rounds of advice seen by the most senior people in both departments over many years before officials finally scurried to ask the Solicitor General for advice in 2019. So I want to go to the intersection with what's being found out there and the information that the Senate were requesting through orders for productions of documents over 5 orders of production of documents in February 2020, October 2020, August 2021, November 2021, asking for information that is now, being requested by the Royal Commission that looks like is going to be made public. And I really did want to acknowledge the work of my colleague, former Senator Siewert and Senator O'Neill from the Labor Party for their work in pursuing this information. So, the department's aware that these OPDs were all declined with public interest immunity claims submitted. Was the decision to reject those OPDs a decision by ministers, or was that made by the department?
Yeah, sorry, they were decisions of ministers.
The ministers,
Yeah.
okay. And did the department provide advice on those decisions to reject those OPDs?
I'm not sure we would have provided advice about the decision to claim public interest immunity. It would have just been the relevant information that was the subject of the claim.
And so presumably it would have been similar advice as what now coming out in the Royal Commission, of where departmental officials basically knew that Robodebt was illegal, but that wasn't. It was, in some instances, that was being transmitted to the government, to the minister, but in other instances it wasn't. So, essentially, from now that we know that the department knew that Robodebt was illegal, as has been suspected, we now know that officials from your department would have sat during estimates knowing that Liberal ministers were withholding crucial information from the Senate. And clearly, this issue, you can see the dilemma that some of your department officials were facing in terms of knowing that it was illegal and knowing that this information wasn't getting out to the public. So I want to go to how you, as a department, can be living with that, and your officials can be living with the fact that they are sitting there knowing that what is happening with Robodebt is illegal, and yet you have a minister that is refusing for that information to be public. What whistleblower protections do you have in place at the moment? What would be the expectations, of the department, knowing that you're sitting there, knowing that things are illegal?
Senator, I can't talk about the department prior to July of last year when I became the secretary. What I can talk to is the culture that I have tried to instill in the department, which is a culture of contestability, where the contest of ideas and views are very important and valued, and cross rank and classification levels, and that's the direction that I'm trying to take the department, because I think, as I have in my previous roles, that culture of contestability is extremely important, and it, to a certain extent, inoculates against those sorts of issues.
If there was similar circumstances for you, Mr. Grigg, as Secretary of the Department, and that you how would you expect your department to respond to knowing, that circumstance of sitting on information, knowing that there's draft legal advice that says this is illegal, not pursuing that draft legal advice because they know that they then get formal legal advice saying absolutely this is illegal, and yet not being able to say anything? Would you want your departmental officials to actually to blow the whistle on it?
Well, in fact, what I would prefer is that there was no need to blow the whistle, Senator. That process and that culture of contestability that I talked about would enable and not act as a barrier to information getting to the appropriate level of decision makers. And I think that's hugely important. I can assure you that in the Department of Social Services, since I have been Secretary, there is no practice of sitting on draft legal advice and trying to get the right answer, which is the allegations that have been made in the Royal Commission.
So what would your practices be now if they had sought draft legal advice? Would that be not permitted for them to sit on that draft legal advice? They'd be asked to finalise that advice?
Draft legal advice, there's nothing pernicious about getting draft legal advice, particularly if you're paying for it and taxpayers' money is being spent on getting that advice from an external source. It is quite proper and normal to review that advice to ensure that the questions that you've asked, you've got the answers to the question that you've asked. What is not proper is sitting and trying to manipulate or ignoring that advice, and that does not happen in this department.
Senator Rice, can I just check in on your questioning? We've got a few questions for the AIFS and
Okay. Look, I suppose in terms of then that does not happen in this department, but that has changed.
As I said, I'm not going to get into commentary about pre-July 2021, but what I can tell you is what the department that I lead and the way it operates.
Just might say, Senator Rice, I've listened carefully to your questions thus far, and it was this government that established the Royal Commission. All of us, during the course of the last few years, in no small part, due to the campaigning that occurred around this issue, have been very concerned about all of the matters that surround this. I'm anxious to avoid a position where we're traversing issues that cut across the Royal Commission's hearing of evidence and reaching conclusions. I haven't heard a question thus far that I think cuts across that. But I just ask that people be cautious about that, and I'm anxious to make sure that I'm discharging my responsibility here properly in relation to that.
Thank you for that, Senator Ayres, and I wasn't intending. I've just got one last question to Mr Griggs, and just in terms of you saying that the culture has changed since you have been here. So, I mean, what?
Senator, let me be clear. I'm not saying the culture's changed. I'm saying the practice of the department since July 2021 is what I know of, because it's the things that I've put in place and the things I'm leading. So I'm not making commentary, because again, I think that goes to the point that Mr Ayres has made.
But, okay, in July 2021, we had 2 refusals of order for production of documents on public interest immunity grounds, again, sitting on illegal knowledge of illegal activity in August 2021 and November 2021. Look, my final question, though, is, I mean, what protections are you now putting in place to ensure that if officials are concerned that activity is legal, that they are supported and protected to raise those issues?
As I said, the first thing is to foster the right culture of the organisation. I think that's one of the most important duties of any secretary of a department. The second is there are the formal mechanisms through the PID Act that provide that protection.
Senator Rice, are you happy to leave it there, and we'll leave whole of portfolio there? I understand it's only
Sorry, just before you do move on, Senator Reynolds just has one follow-up question of whole of portfolio, and I just do flag that we haven't had very long with whole of portfolio. We've still got a lot of questions. I'll have to go through and see what we can put on notice, but I do reserve the right to potentially call a spillover in this area.
Right, so apologies. I understood from Senator Ruston that you were finished with whole of portfolio.
Sorry.
Say others have.
Like, I won't do it unnecessarily, but I just... Senator Reynolds has a follow-up question, and I have to go through this material to understand
Yep, Senator
what can be
Reynolds, you
put
can
on
proceed
notice.
with your follow-up question. That's not a
Thank
problem.
you very much, Chair. And Secretary, good afternoon. A couple of quick questions about the APS Code of Conduct and the Ministerial Code of Conduct. Does the... shall I wait?
I'll just get Mr Hetherington up as well.
Thank you.
Given his previous job in the Commission, I think I'll leverage off his expertise.
Thank you. So the first question is, does the department have some standard procedures or guidelines for staff who are APS staff, either in the department itself or in one of the portfolio agencies, for when they are seconded or transferred in effect to a ministerial office? Are there any briefings or procedures for staff?
In respect of expected workplace behaviours and those sorts of things, Senator?
Yes, basically everything. So
Sure.
I'm a staff member who's been offered a job in a ministerial office. I go through the process of transferring, going into a MAPS contract, signing the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
Yep.
So you're talking about permanent transfer
APS staff
under
transferring
MOPS?
over, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so certainly for APS staff in the department and across the agencies, there's a very clear set of guidelines and expectations around the Code of Conduct. That's reinforced with a series of mandatory training that all of our staff are required to undertake, and I'm pretty confident that the completion rate of that is in the very high 90s in terms of workplace behaviour. In terms of when staff transfer into MOPS, it's probably a question that's best at this point directed to the Department of Finance, but the same applies. And you know, the mechanisms that have been put in place here are put in place to kind of ensure that those standards of behaviours are met.
So yes, this is a question in part for finance, but it's also one for the department and also your agencies, because you do second staff regularly for many years. Well, it's not actually seconded, they're actually transferred into MAPS. So is it your understanding then, once an APS staff member transfers from APS and responsibilities under the APS Code of Conduct, that they are then subject only to the Ministerial Code of Conduct, that you can't be held to two separate codes of conduct simultaneously?
I would prefer to just clarify that and come back to you if I can.
I did ask the question, absolutely, of the Commissioner Walcott yesterday, and he said that you can only be subject to one or the other, which is why I'm now asking in terms of this department and the agencies within this portfolio, what is the common understanding and common practice?
I think the common understanding would be the MOPS Act.
I think that's right.
Applies to staff who have not just doing short-term secondments, but have actually become permanent staff members, if you like.
So if someone has done, so for example, if somebody who's come from the APS is now a MOPS staffer, subject to the Ministerial Code of Conduct, does something at the direction of a Minister of the day, which is entirely appropriate with that Code of Conduct, but maybe not in accordance with the APS Code of Conduct, they couldn't be held accountable under both at the same time. It would have to be the MOPS Act.
Senator, that's my understanding. That operating under the MOPS Act, you would be held to the requirements under the MOPS Act.
We will.
But
We'll get back to you on it as well.
Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. I understand we only have one senator with questions for the Australian Institute of Family Studies in Senator Ruston. Can I just clarify no one else is seeking to ask them a question?
No.
So we might just try and deal with that, and then they don't have to come back tomorrow, if that's okay with the committee?
Families, yes.
Senator Price also has just a couple of questions, but...
Okay, how long do you think they will be? Because we can have them come back tomorrow.
2 questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are you happy to do that, or would you like to proceed with your whole portfolio now?
No, if Senator Ruston is comfortable and...
Dr Stein doesn't fall in tomorrow, and so
Yep.
we're able to...
You know, if we can release them, that's good. Off you go, Senator Ruston.
Look, I've only really got one set of questions for Dr Stein. And firstly, can I acknowledge the fantastic work that your organisation does, and keep up the good work, because without the data we can't have good policy development. So in the lead up to the budget, the Treasurer made comments around this was going to be a wellbeing budget, and that there were things like protected mental health outcomes, social inclusion outcomes, and a new discussion around measures that matter. I was just wondering, did the government seek the advice of the Australian Institute of Family Studies to provide advice around what wellbeing measures might be included in the budget, how they might be measured, because we, and I quote the Treasurer, a new discussion about measuring what matters. Just wonder whether you had any involvement in that process.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Sharman Stone, Director of AFES. We, as you're aware, have a number of projects which some are longitudinal, some come and go. The average length of them is about 2 years of duration, many of them about 6 months. And whenever we finish a piece of research, ministerial submission is made to the Minister detailing exactly what that contained, the findings, the linkages, more research that might be needed in a certain area. And that goes to the DSS, Minister Rishworth, of course, but also goes to the commissioning department's minister. So say if it's health, it would go to the health minister. So they're forever being very carefully kept informed of what our research is finding, our new evidence, and we are very regularly in touch with the Minister's office. I work with the appropriate advisors to make sure that if the Minister wishes to tap into any of our pieces of work, they obviously can do so, and we'll respond to that request. Likewise with the government departments that we are doing work for, whether it's Defence, Veterans Affairs, Health, the AGs, particularly Health. We work very closely with those government officials who are in charge of the various issue areas, like you've mentioned, mental health, social inclusion, measuring, having proper evidence to evaluate programs through appropriate measures. So all of those government departments, we are regularly coming to Canberra, engaging firsthand with senior departmental officials, and always accessible to ministers' offices, ministers themselves if they wish, of course, but they're key advisors. So you have with you some examples of what our webinars look like. We have a big subscriber list to our what we call AFES News. They go to our ministers, our ministerial advisors, all our senior departmental officials. So every month they get told this is what we've just come up with, or this is a new stage we're at. There are various pieces of work that would inform policy in those areas. So
I think I was really more specifically asking you whether during this particular budget process, given your strongly embedded focus in intergenerational wellbeing of Australians, whether you were specifically asked by any agency or the Treasury to provide them with advice in relation to wellbeing in this budget. As a specific request, I get you generally provide lots of advice to government, I clearly know that, but I just wondered whether you were specifically asked in relation to the wellbeing budget that this budget was purported to be.
No, we don't. I'm right in saying we didn't have a specific request to comment on a particular budget expenditure item or whatever. I presume for those channels I've just identified, they could reach out, and we were always on the other end of the email or phone. Yeah,
I know. I certainly know that. So, in terms of when the budget was brought down, did you or your agency, see anything in the budget that would have suggested that the government had actually taken some of this information that is constantly, pipelined into government through your work. Did you see any of those measures outlined in the budget that were different from previous budgets in relation to so-called wellbeing measures?
It's hard to be precise because, as you know, policy is very iterative. So with our previous work we've done, for example, evaluating childcare packages, and there was a change in the ways that childcare is now in the future, and the policy in relation to subsidies. There's some changes there. We did an evaluation of the of childcare support in the last 2 years, so that we hope that was part of the evolution of that policy.
So can I take you to that point? So I accept the fact that there was a change in the measure. It was an expansion from 20 weeks to 26 weeks. But that wasn't a change in the measure. That was the change in the scope of the measure. I'm trying to understand where in this wellbeing budget there was anything that was in the budget that was about wellbeing, that wasn't just business as usual for a budget, given this was supposed to be a wellbeing budget. And I'm not hearing anything from you to that effect. I mean, but
I was referring before to the childcare package. I think you're referring to the paid parental leave. Just then. Yes.
But I mean, paid parental leave, but childcare, but we're not actually changing the measure of what we're doing. We're changing the scope of the program. So I was just interested if there was anything in the budget that you saw that actually changed the way that these measures were being delivered to deliver the so-called wellbeing budget.
Not in terms of revenue measures precisely where we at AFES could say that's what our research recommended and here is where the budget has gone. But if you look at things like taking up the national framework to try and deal with gambling harms, AFES has been very keen that our work that we've done in the past on gambling incidents, and I referred to that in my opening remarks, and now on work we're just completing on the influence of advertising. And the Minister, as you know, has just recently picked that up in looking at the taglines. We'd like to think our research influenced very much her move on ensuring another one of those framework recommendations were put in place. Likewise, with the National Plan on Violence Against Women and Children, we were very instrumental, as you would recall, in helping to develop in the early days the measures of the first framework. And we believe that those measures have carried through, and there are significant additional budget measures in relation to violence against women and children. We'd like to think that additional funding was prompted by our work, which shows that in Australia we have a very serious problem with gendered violence, particularly as it relates to asymmetric power relationships, and with, for example, our work with elder abuse. We've found that violence is gendered. It's mostly women experiencing that abuse, and we can track it right back to those same women having had a violent family relationship too often based on their socioeconomic status and their gender, their relationships, which still is playing out when they're elderly. So we certainly can trace elements of our research outcomes and new evidence in the government's agenda. But for me to be able to actually put my finger on that initiative, budget initiative, relating to this particular piece of research, no, I can't really do that.
Senator Ruston, this could be your last question.
No, I'm going to let Senator
Pocock
Price.
is seeking the call. Just go to the crossbench and then I'll come back to you if that's okay. And if we could just...
Thanks for your time. Thanks for the work you did. Just to follow up on one of the gambling questions, your 2021 report, Gambling in Australia, was horrifying. Australians estimated to lose $25 billion a year. On any given month, 35% Australian adults gambled. I note that was based on 2018 data. Are there plans to update that? When can we expect more? Given, we're global leaders in gambling losses here in Australia.
Indeed, and my director looking after that area, Research Director Ray Kapspiev, who's responsible with this area, will give you that information. In fact, we did a lot of work during COVID in looking at the online gambling experience, particularly of young people, which showed, again, it was very gendered. Young men in particular, youths, adolescents were particularly, unfortunately, engaged in online simulated gambling games when they were not old enough to gamble legally. But if Dr. Kapspiev could follow on.
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Senator, and your interest in our gambling research. In relation to our current work program, I might just draw your attention to some recently completed pieces of work as well as some pieces of work that are currently underway. We did do some work in relation to gambling during COVID-19, which showed that gambling engagement went up, particularly among young men, particularly for online mechanisms for gambling, and that the average spend also increased. In relation to, there are two very significant recent pieces of work that have been released based on representative samples. One of them is based on the longitudinal study of Australian children. Those young people, one cohort is 16 to 17 now, the other cohort is 18 to 19 now. When we last spoke to those young people, we asked them about their gambling habits. For the younger cohort, the 16 to 17-year-old cohort, and we would note that gambling's not legal at that age, 16% reported gambling with money. 2% of that sample was considered at risk or actually experiencing problem gambling. When we looked at the age cohort of 18 to 19 years old, we found that nearly half, 46% of that cohort engaged in money-based gambling. They were spending money on gambling. And we found the pattern there was particularly gendered. It was more likely to be young men than young women. And we found that 9% of that cohort was at risk of problem gambling or experiencing problem gambling. I'd also mention our recent publication based on the 10 to Men longitudinal study of male health. We know from that study, as Sharman mentioned earlier, that 44% of men, so almost half, gamble. And 1 in 4 of that group who gambles is at risk of problem gambling. So I think these pieces of work do highlight that gambling is prevalent. It's concerning that it is so prevalent in the younger age groups. And if you compare the level of prevalence from the 16 to the 17 to the 18 to the 19, you might wonder what those 18 and 19-year-olds will be up to next time we speak to them, which is going to be early next year, and how that develops over time. That's why it's very important to have these longitudinal insights to understand how these issues develop and grow and what the influences on them are. I'd also refer to 3 current pieces of work that are going to be very important in this space that we have underway at the moment, with various stages of data collection and analysis nearing completion. We have the National Gambling Reporting System study going on at the moment. We piloted it in 2021. We're now doing we've just completed data collection for the main, for a main national approach to this piece of work. We're looking at emerging trends in relation to gambling participation and related harms. It's a multidisciplinary method. We're surveying people who gamble fortnightly or more, and we're also doing interviews with key stakeholders, including regulators. So the team's been working on that and collecting data and is currently analysing it, and those findings will be available later this year or earlier next year. We also have a study underway, community attitudes to sports, racing and advertising and wagering. And we are focusing on Australian adults and understanding what they know and think and how much exposure they've had to sports advertising. And we have a sample of 1,800 that we have surveyed, and again, that is currently being analysed with findings later this year. The third study is related to bets and booze, which is looking at the links between alcohol consumption, social activity and gambling, and whether or not those activities together lead to increases in gambling behaviour and gambling spend. And again, we've done a literature review where we've done an online survey with 1,110 people who gamble and are aged 16 to 35, because we are particularly keen to understand what's happening with the younger age groups. And again, that material is being analysed now with findings due for release either later this year or earlier next year.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
Thank
Chair.
you, Senator Pocock. Just before I come to you, Senator Nampijinpa-Price, we have media in the room. They've requested to film and take photographs. The committee are comfortable with this happening. I just remind the media that this permission can be revoked at any time. You're required to follow the direction of Secretariat staff, and if a witness objects to filming, the committee will consider this request. I also remind you that you're not to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience, and media activity cannot occur during suspensions or after the adjournment of proceedings. I apologise, we're not singling you out. There are multiple members of the media here. But Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you very much. I just have a question. Did the government seek advice from the Australian Institute for Family Studies with regard to the repeal of the cashless debit card?
Not specifically or categorically, but we did some work very early, years ago, didn't we? Dr. Caspiev, do you want... Right, you were in fact still there at the time.
I was there. I wasn't directly involved in that research, so I would need to take that question on notice about the extent. I know that we were involved in an evaluation of that scheme when it was first introduced, but I can't speak in detail to that evaluation.
So we can't
the current
tell
government
you,
hasn't.
yes, we can't tell you if that piece of evidence was used in the current analysis or decision making. We're not aware, but it was done some years ago, but recently we weren't consulted directly again about the decisions taken.
Okay. I just have a question around the work of ANROS. I just wanting to understand what resources are committed to understanding the cultural factors that contribute to the excessive rates of DV within remote Aboriginal communities?
Senator, we'll take ANRO's questions in our come to if that works. It's not an AFES question.
Yes, we do work for ANROS, commissioned research, but as the Secretary says, they can be taken up directly with the appropriate ANROS.
Or the policy area.
Policy area.
When can that be taken up?
When we get to our come to.
Clarification. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Then some questions around elder abuse. Is that's appropriate?
Yes. Yes.
Just wanting to know what the funding profiles are on the forward estimates for tackling elder abuse in the Northern Territory, and is there a specific amount allocated for Aboriginal elder abuse circumstances?
Yes, we have done very significant work, particularly through the national evaluation of elder abuse prevalence, and again Dr. Caspiev has been in charge of that area for a long time. Our prevalence work was the Australian first in that issue area, and it did include samples from Northern Territory, so I'll pass to Dr. Caspiev.
It did. Look, in the National Elder Abuse Prevalence Study, we looked at, we were tasked by the Attorney-General's Department with looking at prevalence in the Australian community. As we developed the methodology for that project, we identified several options for assessing prevalence. Ultimately, the study was funded to do an assessment of prevalence at the community level, and even though we had previously provided advice on looking at elder abuse prevalence among particular cohorts, including Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and also LGBTIQ plus communities, ultimately it was the community-based prevalence study that was funded. So we very much acknowledge that there's a very significant need for understanding both the way that elder abuse manifests in Aboriginal communities as well as the prevalence of elder abuse in Aboriginal communities, but we have not been tasked with doing that work.
Okay, is there a specific funding amount going forward through this current budget?
We can't speak to that point. Yeah, we don't have funding for elder abuse research looking at those kinds of studies. What I can say is that we have been we've been funded by the Attorney-General's Department to do an evaluation of the National Plan to respond to the abuse of older Australians. We're assessing what has happened under that National Plan and how effective the National Plan has been in relation to elder abuse. Intersectionality will be a focus of that evaluation. So when we are engaging with stakeholders, we will certainly be asking questions around measures to address elder abuse among Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities as well as others. And so we'll be looking at that issue in that piece of work. We're also working with the National Ageing Research Institute for that piece of work, so that will be something that we're paying attention to.
Thank you. And you may be interested, Senator, we've done quite a significant piece of work looking at carers, both foster carers and kinship carers, which of course are the vast majority are Indigenous older women, and looking at their special needs, the services that are available to support them, their socioeconomic status as kin carers, and that is very valuable work for you if you're wanting to look at that Indigenous area.
Be interested in
yes,
that.
we'll make a note to send you those links to that research.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all from me.
Thank you. So we're finished with whole of portfolio. We're also finished with the Australian Institute of Family Studies, so you need not join us again on another day. Thank you for your evidence to the committee.
You don't need us tomorrow, Madam Chair?
No, we have exhausted questions for you. So
you may get some on those.
Okay. Stay tuned. Colleagues, with your agreement, Hearing Australia, who's scheduled to join us at 3:45, do have a plane to catch, and we're hoping to make it. So if it's okay with you, can I bring them forward on the schedule? We'll deal with them, and then we'll move back to outcome one. Is that okay? All right, I think it's Senator Reynolds has questions for Hearing Australia. Okay. So we can bring them to the table. Call. You've got the call.
Thank you. Sorry, you caught me unawares there.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Lovely to see you again. Thank you. Could we start, could you go through your appropriations in the latest budget, please?
Kim Terrell, Managing Director, Hearing Australia. Senator, we don't have any budget appropriations.
Okay.
We're completely off budget.
So can you then advise us how you are funded?
Yes, I can. We're funded by two streams of revenue. One is through government, where we have grants with the Department of Health and Aged Care to deliver a couple of different programs. Those programs cover our what's called the Community Services Obligation Program, a second program which is called the HAPPY Program, the Hearing Assessment Program for Early Years, and a third program which is called Listen to Learn. Then that accounts for roughly about a third of our revenue, and the remaining 2/3 of our revenue we generate through commercial activity.
And could you explain to the committee the impact that COVID had on Hearing Australia in terms of your staff and your operations, and how you've now sort of come through that?
Senator, I can. Like everyone else, it's had a big impact on the organisation. For the last couple of years, we've worked really, really hard. Our people have been absolutely amazing in being able to keep our hearing centres open. So we've got about 180 hearing centres across the country. We've stayed open throughout the entire pandemic. On average, we've seen around 2,000 to 2,500 people every day. But this year in particular has been particularly tough on us. This year we've had something like 44% increase in sick leave for the first 9 months of this year compared to last year. So, as I said, as with many organisations, it's been very difficult. What I can say is we've managed to see a lot of people through that period of time, including not only with COVID but with natural disasters. So those clients that we've seen, we've been able to meet all of our commitments to government through those programs I mentioned a moment ago, and we've also been able to stay open for our commercial clients, pensioners, etc. Pleasingly, we've had satisfaction rates of over 85% throughout that entire period.
Thank you. You've just been going through some of my questions here, all in the one answer, so thank you, Mr Terrell. Can you unpack a bit further for me? So with the staffing, how many staff you have, sort of FTE equivalents, and what the impact of COVID was, and the leave that you just said, up to 40% people on sick leave. How's that trending now?
Sure. So in terms of our staffing levels, they've been relatively stable for the last couple of years. Mm-hmm. We're currently sitting at just under 1,400 people in terms of total headcount. A couple of years ago, we're probably sitting at around 1,370. Yep. So it's been pretty flat in terms of our overall headcount. But as I said before, like all organisations, we've had to obviously introduce all sorts of measures to help people, help their families, help our clients through the pandemic. That's involved doing all of the usual workplace health and safety requirements, making sure that we have COVID-safe plans in place, training our people, giving them time off when they get sick or their households have been impacted by the pandemic. So it's been a big task, and particularly through the lockdowns when we actually at various stages either closed down some hearing centres and had people coming out into the community to see them. That was also a very difficult time for our people and our clients. So we were very conscious that during any major event, any major natural disaster, anything like a pandemic, that is when people with hearing loss need to be able to get the help they need. So we were very conscious of providing that support to those people, whether it's from a baby right through to a pensioner. And as I said, I think we've done pretty well, but it's taken a toll, and I think our people are probably, like everyone else, looking forward to
Christmas.
a nice Christmas and hopefully a better run in 2023.
So how many by month and over the last 12 months then? Obviously it was initially COVID impacted, but how are you ramping up now sort of per month through the door, and what's it going to look like for this year?
So this year we have set ourselves some clear targets around our government work. So at the end of the first quarter, we were meeting all of our KPIs for the Department of Health and Aged Care in terms of that government work. So all of our community services, program obligations, we're on track. Just for context, we see around about 73,000 clients through that program every year.
So that's through the community
Services obligations program. So on average, we would see somewhere around 20 to 25,000 clients per quarter, and all of those KPIs that we have with the department, we are completely on track for. The other programs I mentioned, we're also on track for in terms of Happy and Listen to Learn. And we've also set ourselves some pretty ambitious targets in terms of ramping up our services in our community, in our commercial space. And we're not far off them. We're not quite where we'd like to be on that front, but we're very close to that.
Thank you. Can you give the committee an overview of the Happy program and also the funding history of that and where it is today?
Sure. So the Happy program was a measure announced, or came from a measure announced in the 2018 budget for a big investment. I think it was $400 million into Indigenous health. The program is delivered under a grant agreement with the Department of Health and Aged Care. That grant agreement this year amounts to an amount of, I'm going to say, just over $9 million. And the program is specifically designed to improve the hearing health of First Nations children aged 0 to 6, so before they get to school. There's three elements of it. One is we're performing clinical hearing assessments of Indigenous children in community across Australia, so it's a national program. We're also working with a huge number of partners. I think we've got over 200 different partners in this space to build their capacity and capability to understand what to look for in terms of hearing issues in young children. But we're also trying to raise awareness with the support of those communities on the ground about the importance of hearing health. This year we're on track to hit our target of about 14,000 children being assessed through the program, and these assessments are done by highly trained audiologists, and about 40% of them will be for very young children aged 0 to 3, with the remaining, as I said before, up to 6 years. We think this is incredibly important because we know from the work we've done in the program over the last couple of years, and we've now seen roughly 27,000 children through the program, which is about 1 in 6 of the number of children in this age cohort in Australia. We know that the rates of undiagnosed ear disease and hearing loss within this cohort is extraordinarily high, and that's why we're actually really focused with working with the department, with NACCHO, with a whole lot of other organisations to really keep this a priority, and for us to get in, identify kids who need help, get them the help they deserve, but also make sure that the capability on the ground is being built up so that at some point we'll be able to step back and the community services will be able to deliver those services instead of us having to do that.
Can I just congratulate you on the Happy program? As you know, I think it's an extraordinary program. Could I perhaps ask on notice, so for those 27,000 in total, or the 14,000 that you've done recently, are there any trends coming out of that? So, for example, with otitis media and other health conditions. So if you'd be able to take that on notice and just give us a further breakdown, perhaps by state and findings, that'd be terrific. And also, if you could, either now or on notice, about some of the issues that you find in terms of going out and doing what you're doing. There's no shortage of other organisations doing similar things in what appears to possibly be quite an uncoordinated and unproductive way. Is that I'm not mentioning any names, but is that an accurate sort of an assessment, or am I being a bit harsh?
I think we would like to have it better coordinated, but I think there's a lot of positive thing that's happening across the country in various communities. And I've got to be honest, and we'll take the question on notice and give you the data, but the data we're seeing now gives us more confidence today than we would have had, say, 12 months or 2 years ago, that this problem can be addressed and we will address it. And it's only through better coordination of service delivery on the ground and making sure that, in this instance, for this cohort, the kids that need to be looked at are being seen.
And that's particularly in relation to ARCHOs?
We work with ARCHOs. We work with, I think, currently 108 different ARCHOs across the country. But we also work with early childcare providers who are looking after Indigenous children. We also work with a number of schools and we try to reach into the communities and find the solutions that best meet their needs on the ground in the community.
Okay,
Senator
so-
Reynolds, can I just check in? Can this be the...
What time are we? I've got probably another 5 or so minutes. Someone else got questions and come
no,
back?
it's just you, but we're
Okay, thank you.
already behind. So 5 would be good.
We've haven't been that long with hearing.
No, 5 is good. But
Thank you.
Just wanted to check in.
5 or so. It was very good, Mr Tyrrell, to go up to Broome recently and at the Lions Eye Institute opening and see one of the things we discussed be realised and meet your amazing team up there. I've never met such an enthusiastic team. That was really great. So how's that going, actually having a team embedded up there?
It's early days, but it's really going. So the service launched effectively in early October. Since then, we've seen 40 clients through the audiologist and the support officer that's located permanently in Broome. We're also
mainly adults or both?
Both children and adults. And having a presence on the ground is really helpful to address that coordination issue that you mentioned before. And we're seeing that start to play through in terms of the visits that HAPPY and the CSO program are delivering to that part of Australia. So early days, but really positive start.
Can you also give us an update on the hearing assessment program? That's HAPPY.
That is HAPPY.
So community service we've talked about. How are the hearing bus services going?
Hearing bus services are embedded in the way we operate now. So we've got a dozen buses which we have in different locations across the country. We will use them in a variety of community settings. They're largely designed to raise awareness about the importance of hearing health. We'll also offer some screening services in those buses. They're now fully operational post the pandemic, and I think they're one of the ways that we can reach into communities to make sure that people are thinking about hearing loss, thinking about signs of hearing loss, thinking about getting their hearing checked if they need it checked.
Fantastic. And I know the Chair is very anxious for me to wrap up. I cannot not ask about the National Acoustic Laboratories. How have they fared sort of during and post-COVID, and any updates from their perspective?
Now the National Acoustics Laboratory is the research arm of Hearing Australia. It is going from strength to strength, Senator. Last year, the last financial year, it had 38 domestic and international collaborations. It's continuing to work with partners such as Apple, Google, looking at ways to come forward with innovative approaches based on very, very solid science to improve hearing health outcomes for people with hearing loss. But we're also using them in our work to see if we can actually prevent people getting hearing loss in the first place. So they're fully operational. The director has just come back from about his 3rd trip overseas, so I think he's been caged in Australia for a little long. Did I say caged? I mean locked in Australia for a little too long. So it's going well. Thank you, Senator.
And can you just confirm how what their budget is and how they're funded from your budget?
So they've got a couple of different funding streams. So we invest in their research. Hearing Australia invests in their research. They also get funding through the Department of Health, through the government. And then they also generate their own revenue streams by doing commercial research for a wide range of different partners.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's lovely to see you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Reynolds. I'm Hearing Australia. That's all from us, so you're welcome to depart and good luck catching your flight. Colleagues, we will now, in an attempt to return to the program, move back to outcome 1. We'll spend 30 minutes until the break, and then we'll be seeking to call a private meeting in the break just to discuss the remainder of the program, if that's okay. So moving on to outcome 1, we have a number of senators seeking the call. Happy to go to the opposition first. So,
Senator Ruston, did you want the call on outcome 1 first?
if it's
all day and all night.
and senators, if it's okay with you, if we could do a couple of shorter blocks. There's just a number of senators here seeking to ask questions. So obviously, I won't interrupt you, Anne, but well, I probably
I've got
will
a day
interrupt
tomorrow
you.
as well.
Exactly. So if we could just try and get a few through now.
I could just noticed in earlier in September there was a significant increase in the automatic indexation for payments. I was just wondering, Mr Griggs or Mr Flavel, if the government sought for there to be any other actions apart from the sort of the automated indexation that occurs as a result of either, you know, Publiki Matawi or CPI as it applies to payments at that time.
Senator, sorry, your question is, was there any request for advice about...
Well, was the indexation that occurred in September an automatic indexation as would normally occur?
Yes.
As part of the process of indexation that's built into the system, or was there something extraordinary about this indexation that was enacted or activated by a request by the government?
It's the indexation that takes place for most payments on the 20th of September and 20th of March each year.
Yep. So, Minister, could you maybe explain to me, Senator Watt tweeted this, cost of living increases hit our poorest hardest. So we are providing the biggest cost of living increase in 30 years to pensioners, carers, job seekers, single parent students and more. Labor cares. Do you consider that that was rather a disingenuous claim on behalf of one of the ministers of your government, that somehow it had been an action of your government, or is your government claiming that the cost of living increases as a result of the policies that you've put in place?
Well, we are the government. And I saw Senator Watt's tweet, and it is entirely accurate. And it's entirely accurate what Mr Flavel just said. It is the increase to payments was as a result of the indexation. There's no knowing what an alternative government might have done. We know what you guys are like, but Minister Watt's tweet was entirely accurate. Mr Flavel's account, entirely accurate.
I'm not disputing Mr Flavel's
There's
account.
no disparity between the two.
Well, I would suggest that that there clearly is, and there was a lot of commentary around at the time from both the Treasurer and others that there was that this increase in payments was somehow the action of the government, which I would contest is just trying to claim credit for something that was automatically going to happen regardless. But nonetheless, I think you've answered that question. Can I take you to page 23 of the PBS? So just, could I just get some explanation around in table 1.2, there is a, in both 22-23 and 23-24, there's a savings in that. Could you explain to me what that is?
Sorry, Senator, did you mean in relation to the first entry there for boosting parental
Yeah, boosting
leave?
parental leave to enhance economic security.
So my understanding is it largely relates to the fact that the paid parental leave measure that was announced but not legislated in March this year was due to commence March next year, 2023. The enhanced parental leave scheme that was announced by the government recently in October will commence from 1 July next year, and so essentially just reflects that timing difference.
So it's the not going ahead with that measure,
yes,
and replacing it with the new measure that's contained elsewhere.
Correct, yeah. It's a timing
okay.
difference. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for that. So just wondering, in relation to the supporting seniors with the work bonus and the two proposals that were put forward, one that was announced by the Coalition in relation to increasing the bonus, the pensioner work bonus to $600 per fortnight, and the corresponding announcement by the new government around the $4,000 lump sum payment between now and the 30th of June 2023. I'm just wondering if there was any modelling or advice provided by the department to the government as to the likelihood of increased uptake of Australians of pension age to undertake work as a result of the measure that they were proposing, and whether there was any difference in the uptake between the two measures that were proposed.
So they are different in concept, obviously, and we've given, or in fact, I've given evidence to the relevant Senate committee that was looking into this matter. I think what we've said is that by increasing the the income bank, so by $4,000, would tend to have a more immediate effect in terms of take-up. Because it applies straight away, so that somebody who might, for instance, have just taken up the age pension the previous week would get the benefit of an automatic $4,000 income bank, which means that they could start working and have that first $4,000 not taken into account for the purposes of their pension calculation. Given that what has been announced by the government is a relatively short-term measure, that we would expect that would have more take-up relative than just a straight increase in the fortnightly work bonus accrual amount.
So, given that this measure was announced some months ago now, the legislation is yet to go through the Parliament. Does the department have a view, given that it's very unlikely that this measure is going to be in place before the end of the year, what kind of uptake you're likely to see in the 6 months between, assuming that it goes through and it starts on the 1st of January or the like, what sort of uptake is likely to be seen in the 6 months of next year, which will be the period for which it will be in force?
Senator Ruston, you may not be aware, and somebody will correct me, but today the bill was amended in the House to actually extend to the 31st of December next year. And so it would apply from 1 December this year through to 31 December. So it will actually apply for a 13-month period if the bill is passed by the Senate in its amended form.
So have you done any modelling to understand what the uptake would be for that period of time?
Not modelling, but I would just reflect on what I said before, which is that consistent with what we've seen in other parts, particularly in the tax system, when you offer a short-term incentive, it tends to have much higher take-up because obviously it's there and it's available and people need to decide to take it or not, whereas if it's an ongoing or a permanent increase, it's unlikely to drive people to take up work straight away. That is coming at a time at which most of the pressures are on the labour market in terms of finding staff, so that seems to be an appropriate way of dealing with that particular policy issue.
So, in terms of where the importance or the priority that's been put on this measure, has this been something that the government has been, sought to place some priority on? Because it does seem like it's another one of the measures that was put forward as a solution to the workforce challenges that I think every Australian understands the country is facing at the moment. But we're sitting here at halfway through November, and the measure hasn't gone anywhere. I mean, have you provided any advice in relation to the urgency of trying to put some of these measures in place in relation to workforce?
Well, I can only just point to what I've just said about the fact that there is a bill before that's now passed the House that would take effect from 1 December. So, assuming that there is the opportunity to pass it, that will be taking effect quite soon.
Okay. On another... Yep.
I'd like to hand the call over to the Greens now. Yep. Okay. Senator Waters.
Thanks for joining us today. I've got some questions about paid parental leave. Hopefully we've got the right folk in the room for that. Yes?
Yes, and yes, to
Great.
join me as required.
Thank you. Can I take you to budget paper 2 at page 177? I just have some questions on why. Can you explain for me, please, why the first 2 years of the budget show less money being spent on paid parental leave than under previous budget projections?
That was just the response I gave to Senator Ruston.
Oh, you have to forgive me.
Sorry.
I was momentarily concentrating on something else.
It's to do with the fact that the measure that was announced by the former government to take back in March budget this year was due to take effect from 1 March next year.
Mm-hmm.
The government's enhanced paid parental leave measure just announced will take effect from 1 July next year. So it's really just a timing, essentially a backing out and a putting in of a new measure. So it's really just a timing impact.
Okay. All right, thank you. I might come back to you with some further questions on that. Can I ask now about the Women's Economic Equality Task Force, which I'm told in other committees will be briefing the government on what proportion of the shared paid parental leave should be subject to a use it or lose it provision. Can you let me know, please, what assumptions underlie your forward projections in terms of who is taking paid parental leave?
Senator Joanne Evans, Group Manager, Participation and Family Payments, Department of Social Services. So your question is regarding the assumptions the department made regarding take-up?
Correct. As in who's taking it up? In the context of the fact that shared care provisions are going to be looked at and may well change in the future, but what are the current assumptions about who will take the leave?
So there are a range of assumptions that we put in place, particularly for the costings. We didn't have particular assumptions around shared care though, but the WEET, as you mentioned, will be advising the government on the use it or lose it provisions that were announced as part of the budget.
Yes. So what are the assumptions that underpin the current budget figures about who will take the leave?
So, Senator, I think the main driver will be the fact that it will be assumed that mainly fathers or second...
partners, I think we say.
Partners, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, but would be the primary people taking up relative to the existing. So the existing arrangements, there's dad and partner pay.
Mm-hmm.
That's its name, dad and partner pay in the legislation. That can only be taken if that person is on not on any other leave, so in other words on unpaid leave.
Mm-hmm.
That restriction will be removed, and unsurprisingly we assume that if it can be taken in conjunction with other leave, with other paid leave, that we'll see a stronger take up by partners of the overall paid parental leave measure.
Yes, thank you. I understand that, but I'm just interested in, given that the changes don't kick in for several years, what are the assumptions you're making about proportion of what's called primary carer versus partner pay in the interim?
So the changes will...
And can I just get you to either speak up or can I ask for Hansard to turn the volume up? Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank
Senator. So the changes, assuming they're legislated, are planned to commence 1 July 2023.
Yes.
So that will allow per birth up to 20 weeks paid parental leave with 2 weeks per partner on a use it or lose it basis. So that's from 1 July next year.
Okay, thank you. So if the task force recommends and the government adopts a 6-week use it or lose it for obviously for partners, how will that? Do you have a sense of how that will affect the forward estimates?
So the 6 weeks use it or lose it you refer to is still subject to advice from the Women's Economic Equality Task Force. So we haven't done assumptions around that at this point.
Do you do some forward planning around that or will you wait?
So I assume we'll engage with the WEET through the coming months. Yep.
All right, I'll share. That's all I had.
Thank you. I just had a few questions now. The government had an election commitment to increase the income thresholds for the Commonwealth Seniors Health Card. Can we just confirm that has taken effect and what date it took effect?
It has taken effect, and I think it was from the 5th of November. Yep.
Okay. And was that the date it was originally intended to take effect?
Sorry, it was the 4th of November.
4th of November. And was that the date it was originally intended to take effect?
Well, the legislation that was introduced, I think, said that upon royal assent that it would take effect.
Okay. And that legislation was subject to amendment in the Senate, that's correct? It was...
That was the piece of legislation at which, yes, there was amendment in relation to the work bonus issue that Senator Ruston raised.
All right. And what was the impact of that amendment being moved and the delay to the legislation on the implementation of this measure? Did it delay the implementation of this measure?
It did, in the sense that the original intent, I think, was for it to take effect on the 20th of September. And so the fact that the bill was unable to be passed meant that the bill needed to be revised to then take effect once royal assent was given.
All right, so your maths may be better than mine. So how many days was that then delayed from the 20th September to the 4th of November?
My maths is not much better with that. I would have to defer to somebody.
We're saying about 14 days, are we, I think? So if anyone's going to challenge my mathematics on that. How many older Australians would have expected to benefit or are expected to benefit from this measure?
I think that it's in the range of about 44,000 and then rising over the forward estimates.
40,000. So 44,000 would have had about a 14-day delay on the implementation of that measure because of the amendment. Is that correct?
If they need to apply for a concession card, because it's not a payment, it's the access to the concession card.
Access to the card. All right, and do you have a sense of what a 2-week delay in the implementation of that measure would be worth in a dollar sense, a value sense of concessional benefits which wouldn't have been paid?
I don't, sorry. I mean, what I would say, Chair, is that you'd have to make assumptions about the usage rates of Medicare and PBS in that period. I suspect that for most of the people who benefit, it's actually the incentives offered by state governments in relation to things like energy, cost reductions, transport concessions, concessions on registration. That probably would represent in the short term the more significant impost on those who weren't able to access it.
All right. And are you aware of any complaints or concerns raised with Services Australia from seniors who may have sought to benefit from the measure at the delay?
It's probably a question best directed at Services Australia, but I am aware that there were media reports and some members of the seniors community who were expecting the increase, who were vocal about the fact that it hadn't passed.
Okay. Thank you. Senator Ruston, we're going to go to a break at 4:15.
Just following on from that, I mean, obviously the will of the Senate on this particular piece of legislation was that they sought for the work bonus to be added to it. So, I mean, clearly, just for the record, had the government managed its legislative agenda to the effect that it reflected the will of the Senate, there would have been no delay. So to somehow come in here and assume that that it was some action of others, it was actually the action of the government that caused the delay to this particular piece of legislation being enacted. So it's need to be careful we don't mislead people. Just wondering in terms of relation to child support.
Except for you, but if you feel the urgency to vote for it, I think that's an appropriate thing.
Well, I certainly feel the urgency to make sure that the will of the Senate is reflected in the decisions
Senator
of the
Ruston, did you have a question for the Minister?
I do, Chair.
Great.
In relation to child support, I'm just wondering currently what is the outstanding amount of unpaid child support?
As in the child support debt, you mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'll see if I've got that on me.
1.69 million.
Sorry, Mr. Griggs?
1.69 million.
1.69 million. And so how many...
That's a June 22.
June number. Is that up or down on previous years?
As far as my brief goes, I'll have to defer to Mr. Fleming on that.
I might come back to you, Senator Ruston, after the break, if that's all right, just so I can get the appropriate... you're interested in just the comparison with the previous financial year?
Yeah, and comparison in terms of amount and also the number of parents who have failed to pay child support. And just be interested also to know there are a number of new measures that were put in place in January that just wondering if you could provide any advice or any update in terms of the actions that are, or the outcomes that have resulted from the actions of the implementation of those new measures.
Happy to take that part on notice. We won't have that here. We'd have to go and request some specific information from Service Australia, I think, on that point.
Yep, okay. Because it'd also be interesting to know of the unpaid child support. What has been the impact on the people who have not received the support, and maybe some sort of breakdown as to who they are. Are they people that are on benefit, or are they people that are not? What's agency collect? As I'm assuming you don't have. We do have the private collect as well. So it's just some information around how that's tracking.
Sorry, Senator, I found in amongst the many bits of data I have in this folder here. So the child, as Mr. Grigg said, I think that at June 2022, the total debt was 1.6 billion.
1.6.
And there were 243,031 customers that made up that debt.
Mm-hmm.
And at the prior June, it was 1.69 billion and was 243,382. So effectively the number of parents and the debt was the same. Yeah, sorry, that's a typo. An important. Yeah. No, those numbers I've given you.
Okay, so there's about a $90 million decrease from 2021 to 2022. Is that what you just said?
No, I just said, sorry, that it was 1.6 billion in both of those financial years.
I thought you said 1.69.
1.69, yeah, in both of those years.
On both those years?
In both of those years, sorry,
So,
yes, so
okay.
the same number.
Okay, no problem. So it would be interested just to see what, if there's been any change in what the compliance has been around actually pursuing Australians who aren't paying their childcare, and whether the department has implemented those measures and what the effect of those measures has been, and what your intention is going forward in relation to making sure that Australians who are owed child support debts are actually getting the money. I'm happy to leave outcome 1 there. Most of mine are in outcome 2.
Okay, thank you, Senator Ruston. Can I just confirm the question I asked? Did you say it was meant to come in on the 20th of September, but it came in on the 4th of November? So, okay.
I might just check on the actual sequence. So I think that technically speaking, it was due to take effect. So the commitment that the government made in the election was for it to take effect from 1 July. There wasn't an opportunity because of the sitting schedule for it to take effect, and so a new date had to be found. Yeah. And I recall there was also a small issue to do with a change in the sitting pattern related to the death of the Queen that also had an impact.
Yeah. And, okay, but if the original legislation had gone through, it would have been in September, instead it was November. So the mathematics on that aren't 2 weeks, they're closer to 6, I think. So
yes.
Just to be clear, we're not the Finance Committee, we're Community Affairs.
I think you also probably need to take into account the fact that Mr Flaherty just said that it was a change in the sitting calendar that was resulted
It's just trying to clarify the difference between September and November is closer to 6 weeks as opposed to 2. But that's okay. We will keep on moving on. We've got about 10 minutes if another senator would like to seek the call. We have another 10 minutes on 1 or anything in outcome 1. Senator Waters. Does anyone else have anything for outcome 1 in any of the...
I think we can carry all ours over tomorrow. I think we'd be keen to move to outcome 2.
Okay.
Senator Austin?
In that case, we will do a 10-minute block of outcome 2, and then we'll stick to the break at 4:15 where we're having a private meeting. Okay, Senator Ruston.
I'll hand it hand to someone else.
Okay, Senator Waters.
Thank you. Great. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Ruston. Thanks to the departmental experts. I've got a number of different topics. I want to start off with data collection pertaining to unmet need for family and domestic violence frontline services. Can I ask, please, what data does the department use to determine and understand the need for those frontline family, domestic and sexual violence services? And do you collect your own data to determine need and unmet need, or do you leave that to states and territories to determine?
Thanks, Senator. So I think there's a range of aspects of unmet need. We have been working with states and territories on data collection in terms of frontline, as in shelters, etc., DV counselling services, etc., particularly through the National Partnership Agreement that we've had underway now for 2 years. I think at this stage, the data we're getting is pretty preliminary. I might ask Ms Doherty to elaborate on that. Obviously, there's also the collection through the AHW of the homelessness data, which indicates kind of usage and turnaways from domestic violence services. The legal service sector collects a significant amount of data, which they report through to AGD. So essentially, I would say that we're in the process of trying to build an overall global picture of unmet need, but we're not at the stage where we can kind of quantify that very easily, and it is quite a complex process. I don't know if Ms Doherty wants to say any more about the data from states and territories.
Thank you, Senator Greta Doherty, Acting Group Manager, Women's Safety Group. As Ms Heffron-Webb outlined, our key focus in terms of data collection with states and territories is through the context of the National Partnership, and we're currently finalising data development plans with relevant jurisdictions as part of their payment milestones.
Could I just again ask Hansard to please turn up the volume? I can't hear anybody very well. Thank you.
I will try and
It's
I
not
will
your
speak
fault. Thank you.
closer. Sorry. Where was I going?
Sorry.
No, you're right.
You are currently finalising plans for data.
Data development plans as part of the National Partnership. Another piece of work that we're progressing with the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare is actually a prototype data development asset specific to frontline services. So this is a new piece of work. AIHW is working with DSS, with ABS, and with each of the states and territories to scope what a frontline data collection module might look like. So that's in the scoping phase at the moment, but that's an ongoing piece of work that we have that should help us at least establish a baseline for that demand for frontline service delivery.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Can I ask just a follow-up questions around both of those programs that you mentioned? So the data development plans, what's the time frame for when that will be completed, and when then will you be able to use them to in fact collect the data? And same questions for the scoping for the prototype with AIHW.
The data development plans relevant to the National Partnership are currently under development. They are to help with reporting for states and territories to report back to the Commonwealth on how National Partnership expenditure has been allocated and the outcome of that. So that piece of work is really specific to work funded jointly by the Commonwealth through that national partnership. So that's sort of an internal process that will help reporting on the national partnership.
Can you just give me the full name of the national partnership, please? There's
Yes.
so many national partnerships.
Sorry, it's the National Partnership on Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Responses.
Okay. Thank you. Please carry on.
In terms of...
So that one's about tracking how the states and territories spend the money. Are you anticipating that you would get figures on unmet need through that, or will that mostly belong with the prototype through AIHW?
I think the most sort of consistent national picture will come through the AIHW prototype piece on unmet demand.
Yep. And so what's the time frame for that one? When will it be out of scoping phase and operational, and when will you be able to have a national picture of unmet need?
Yeah. One moment, sorry. It is a long-term piece of work, so it's over a number of financial years.
I haven't got the final date here. AHW, the contract was executed with them in February this year. They've now completed consultation with all states and territories and key stakeholders. But we'll try and get an answer for you before the end of tomorrow about when the final phase.
Thank you. So do you have a current figure for how many people who are seeking help from frontline family, domestic and sexual violence services are not able to be helped by those organisations? Do you have a current figure for unmet need?
No, we do not.
No. Does anybody have a current figure? Would the states and territories have that for their own jurisdictions?
I think it might depend on potentially some jurisdictions will, and it may be for it may be different depending on the type of service. As Ms. Heffron Webb noted, there's sort of homelessness service statistics that are available, but I think across the board I couldn't say that a state and territory would be able to provide that.
And I know this isn't your fault, but that just seems totally outrageous that we don't know how many women, children and people who are seeking help from frontline DV and sexual violence services are being turned away, because obviously a lot of funding decisions are predicated on that information. And I understand it's a shared responsibility with states and territories, but I'm just incredulous that we've had a national plan for 12 years and we still don't have the answers to that. I'm gratified that you've got some programs that sound like they will help us to answer that question in future, but you've referred to it as a long-term project. When can you give me a year or a date when we might be able to answer the question of what is the unmet need for frontline DV and sexual violence services?
Senator, I understand your frustration. It's something that's been raised with us also in our consultations on the national plan. And I guess I can only say that it is a complex array of services that make up the full picture. I mean, we fund some services directly. We fund Keeping Women Safe at Home. We fund 1800 Respect. All these different service sectors have their own data collections at the moment. And so we are very conscious of the need to build that picture. That's why we've commissioned the AHW to do this piece of work. I don't want to overpromise about when it's going to deliver, though. It is a very complex piece of work. We'll get you a date for the expected delivery. Understand what you're saying.
Got one more question before we do, or?
I think probably the answer is not knowable as yet.
Okay.
I'll wait for the response on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the committee will now suspend. We'll have a quick private meeting behind the desk and we will resume at 4:30. At home, we will be continuing with outcome 2 up until 5:15 when we'll be moving to outcome 4. Minister?
Chair, I should just indicate that earlier some questions were directed to officials that went to the paid parental leave scheme and consideration of some aspect of the paid parental leave scheme by the Women's Economic Task Force, and I should just indicate that my wife is a member of that task force, just for disclosure's sake.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock?
Sorry, Chair.
Oh, yes, sorry, Mr Griggs.
So no outcome 3 this afternoon, is that?
Correct. We will not be returning
can
to
I-
outcome 3
can I
this
release
afternoon. You can release
staff?
your officials. I think they should have been notified by the Secretariat.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
you
you.
can release them. We'll be continuing with outcome 2 until we move to housing and homelessness at outcome 4.
Thanks, Chair.
Sorry, Senator Brockman, were you seeking the call?
No, I just wanted to make sure that was clear to the officials, but it is.
Okay. Senator Pocock, you have the call,
Thank you,
and we
Chair.
are in outcome 2.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. I just wanted to ask a few questions about the changes to gambling slogans. I understand that there's a requirement for the new slogans to be read slowly and clearly. I'm guessing this likely amounts to about a second in a 30-second ad. Minister, do you believe this achieves the right balance?
So your account of that is the first that I've been engaged with the issue, and I don't want to treat it glibly, but I mean, I'm sure that material can be provided to you on
No problem
notice.
then.
I understand the point that gamble responsibly is said very quickly in those ads, so I understand the point that you're making, and if there's more information that officials can provide, then we'll try and make the discussion as useful as we can now.
Okay. Well, maybe to the department, is it expected these new slogans will protect children from gambling and the impacts of gambling advertising?
So I'll get, do you want to lead or do you want Patrick?
Yeah, sure. So, Senator, obviously children are not supposed to be participating in gambling, and I think...
We know they are, though.
We know
so,
they are, and I think you heard some evidence from AVES. These taglines haven't been tested on children specifically, but they were tested on a wide variety of adults and were found to be impactful in terms of pausing gambling behaviour and encouraging people to reflect on their behaviour.
Okay.
So
So
I
there was
think you
no-
were asking about the pace of which...
Well, we can... I was just interested in the minister's view, but
Oh, okay.
that's fine.
Yeah.
So there was no testing on whether or not this will have an effect on children.
That was not the purpose of the change to taglines. The purpose was to update the Gamble Responsibly tagline in recognition that it had been around a long time. People didn't have much reaction to it anymore. It kind of passed its use by date. And we wanted taglines that had an impact that could intercept behaviour and encourage behaviour change, as well as direct people to help seeking. The specific issue of children is not something we looked at.
Okay. Yesterday, ACMA, who regulate, when it's ads are during live sport, said that they had no consultation on this. Is there a reason why they weren't consulted with?
I might ask Mr Burford to...
Good afternoon, Senator. Patrick Burford, Group Managers of Communities. Thanks for the question. So ACMA have been an invited member to our regular intergovernmental committee. I chair that committee, which involves state and territory regulators and policy officials, and we discuss the range of measures under the National Consumer Protection Framework. ACMA do attend, usually with a specific focus on the measures they have direct responsibility for, but are there for the full meetings, and we're aware of the development of the taglines.
So aware but not consulted.
There
That's
wasn't
fine.
a
That's fine.
specific consultation,
Okay.
but they
Yeah,
were
that's
aware.
No problem. Were consumer groups consulted?
Not at the point of the development of the tag. So 8,300 people were involved in the actual development of the taglines. Those people range from a range of people, from people who do gamble, people identified as problem gamblers, non-gamblers, and not non-gamblers because they've made a personal decision not to be, they just haven't necessarily been involved in gambling. And so the purpose of those groups were to understand how the taglines will have an impact on some of the behaviours. And so some of the behaviours that were developed under that, or identified through that first phase of the research under Hall and Partners, started to understand what was the types of drivers for people's decision to gamble. For example, people believe there's a strategy group. People believe they've got a method by which they could beat the system and beat the house. Other groups would say, how am I gambling's part of my regular budgeting, and therefore it's just an expense for my entertainment, and therefore not necessarily something that was looking at the a different alternative to spend money on. So by understanding that, then we went through a phase of consulting with a range of groups, including the providers and the advocacy groups as well.
Okay. So gambling companies were consulted through this process?
The gambling companies were advised of the decision when ministers have made the decision.
So there was no consultation by the minister, the department, or Hall and Partners with any gambling companies while this process was underway?
No consultation.
Which was deliberate.
Yeah, they're aware of the process because it was one of the 10 items in the Consumer Protection Framework, so they knew this work was happening, but they weren't specifically consulted on the taglines, no.
Okay. And do you have an idea of how this program will be evaluated?
So there's an evaluation of the whole 10 items of the framework. Which
Specifically the slogans, sorry.
So it'll be evaluated as part of a bigger evaluation of the whole.
And is there a timeline for that?
I'll just ask.
Yeah, that will commence within 6 months of the final measures, and these are part of the final measures. The consistent messaging, the staff training and the exclusion register will be the final parts. So expected that from 3 months after that 1st of April point will be the evaluation work will be underway.
Thank you. How much did the government pay Hall and Partners for this?
So they were paid a total of $522,254.21.
Would it be possible for the department to table a copy of the contract?
I just have to check
Sure, yeah, you can check.
whether there's any commercial confidence, but yes, in principle, sure.
Did Hall and Partners declare any conflicts of interest?
I'd have to check that.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware.
If you're happy to check, that would be great. And as far as the department is aware, is there more gambling reform planned?
So I mentioned the 10 matters in the Consumer Protection Framework. 7 of those had already been implemented. This gambling messages is the 8th one. There is an upgrade to staff training, which is also being implemented. And finally, Bet Stop, which I think ACMA may have talked about, which is in a self-exclusion register. You can exclude yourself from all forms of online gambling. So those are the 10 reforms. There's a House of Reps inquiry at the moment considering the issue, so I'm sure there'll be other matters raised through that process.
Okay. And just trying to understand this better, why is this being done by the Department of Social Services and not Department of Health or the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Comms?
For historic reasons, the department has responsibility for gambling harm prevention.
Okay. So all gambling
Harm
regulation?
prevention, not all gambling regulation.
Okay.
So gambling harm prevention.
Okay. Minister, are you aware of plans to address, clearly we're the biggest losers in the world when it comes to gambling. We're hearing earlier about 17-year-olds gambling, having problems with gambling. Is your government committed to really addressing this, or is it sort of a tick the box of having new slogans and move on? I'm interested in what's in the pipeline.
No, I think I'll answer in 2 parts. One is I wouldn't diminish the new slogans entirely.
Yeah.
That is the old tagline, as I indicated in my first answer to you, very easy to move past. So I wouldn't diminish that entirely, but the government's committed to continuing to work on this issue with the states and territories, and I've heard the same material that you have.
Okay. And just finally, as part of this process, was it's simply a brief and a contract given to Hall and Partners, or did the department speak to academics, researchers, university departments about what might have an impact in changing slogans?
Yes, I believe we did draw on academic research, Mr. Burford.
Yes, there was a first piece of research done by Central Queensland University as well that looked at the behavioural insights to start to explore what are some of the drivers for decisions to gamble. And again, with that footnote that this is a legal activity, but what are some of the drivers for that are driving the behaviours? And the Hall and Partner continue that work in two phases. The first part was to further understand and develop taglines that go to some of those behaviours that were observed. And that tested around, and that came up with around 35 possible taglines, which were further tested in a second phase of work by Hall and Partners to test whether they cut through. Also to ensure that they weren't stigmatising the act of gambling. So some were dismissed because they were considered that might be stigmatising. So the 7 that resulted weren't jarring with people and seemed to address the certain behaviours that were being observed.
And so just finally, based on the work that was done by Hall and Partners, what impact can we expect from this? Have you done some modelling as to what impact it'll have on problem gambling behaviour? What can we expect to see?
I'd expect that would be part of the scope for the evaluation, Senator, so we haven't specifically modelled about the expected impact of these taglines on behaviours.
So they said, we think these 7 will work.
Yep.
Not, our research shows if you use these 7, you're likely to see X reduction.
Senator, we could arrange a full briefing on the process if that would help you. I'm sure Minister Ishworth would be happy for us to do that. We've got a good presentation which goes into a lot of these issues in some detail.
Cheers.
Yeah, and
Thanks,
it also goes, Senator, to where there's heat map work to know where the eyes are drawn on a page, so the positioning. So there is some science behind when it appears on a page, where the eye is drawn to. Is it the middle? Is it the bottom? Is it the top? So that has gone into it as well. So
okay. I'd be really interested in that. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Sure.
Do companies have to rotate between all the various slogans, or can they pick one and stick with that? Like, what's the...
So the expectation is that they rotate, so they can't pick one and stick with it. So there's 7 slogans. Not all of them are suitable for all 7 for every platform. So, for example, TV, advertising, there's 6 slogans. So as a rough guide, that'd be every 2 months you'd see a rotation in that. Part of the issue with the research around the Gamble Responsibly was that it was getting very stale, and it was people were not paying much attention to it. So not only are there new messages, but the importance of rotating was a key part.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Not a problem. The opposition now has a call. Is it Senator Nampijinpa Price?
Thank you. This is some questioning with regard to Domestic and Family and Sexual Violence Commission.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Just wanting to understand, is the funding model based on population or is it based on need?
The Commission? The funding for the Commission was developed based on, I guess, comparison with similar other bodies, such as the Mental Health Commission. So the Commission has a key role in amplifying the voices of victim survivors and monitoring the implementation of the National Plan. But the work they do is supplemented, of course, by all the work in the department as well. So we really modelled it off similar bodies.
Okay. Can you tell me which legal assistance providers will receive funding under the Temporary Visa Holders Experiencing Violence Pilot extension?
I'll ask Ms Doherty to speak to that.
Yes. Sorry, Senator May. I'm just going to revert to my paper version. There are 9 women's community legal centres in receipt of funding under the temporary visa pilot program. I'll just grab their names. No. Senator, I'll be able to get the names of those 9 very quickly. I just don't have them with me, but I'll have those shortly.
Thank you. And on what basis was it determined that the ongoing cost of the pilot would be $12.6 million over 2 years?
Senator, the costs for the extension of the pilot is based on the costs that were agreed for the first year of the pilot, so really just an extension of funding for the financial assistance, which goes through the Australian Red Cross, and then that legal assistance, which goes through the 9 women's legal centres. So really just a rollout of the existing model.
Okay. And how have the costs of the pilot in the Northern Territory taken into account that until October 2022, there was a pre-existing and fully operational specialist women's legal service already providing migration advice and integrated legal and social services?
So the feedback we had when this issue was raised many times about the situation of non-residents experiencing violence was that legal support was an important part of assisting them. So when the pilot was announced in, I think, 2021, it was designed to not only provide women who are non-permanent residents with funding, but also additional legal support than that already provided by legal centres.
Okay, and of the $12.6 million, how much will be allocated to the Central Australian Women's Legal Service?
I'll be able to provide that for you, Senator, shortly. I'll just have that information coming through.
Specifically, will any part of this funding measure be available to prevent the Specialist Women's Legal Migration Hub in Central Australia from closing?
So I wasn't aware, Senator, apologies, that was at risk of happening. So they would receive funding from a range of sources, I'd imagine, including potentially through the National Legal Services Partnership. We can follow up with our colleagues in AGD about that, but apologies, I didn't have visibility of that.
That would be helpful, thank you. Can I direct questions with regard to ANROS at this stage now? Yep, great. So my interest is in what resources are committed to understanding the cultural factors that contribute to the excessive rates of DV within remote Aboriginal communities.
Senator, there's a few pieces of work currently underway through existing investment in ANROS and a number of pieces of research that have already been completed. One example, for example, is being led out of Macquarie University, which is an exploration of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander healing programs that respond to domestic and family violence and assault. So looking at mapping and analysing healing programs with the aim to to look at the impact of what an actual sort of trauma-aware, culturally appropriate healing program would look like. That project is due for completion in May next year. There's also a piece of work underway using action research to identify the needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people who are exposed to domestic and family violence, recruiting and supporting local Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander researchers, and looking at what elements of culturally appropriate support programs have positive outcomes for young people experiencing violence in particular. That project is hopefully going to finalise towards the end of this year.
So can I just, is that specific to cultural factors? I guess I'm interested in the Northern Territory, there are a number of communities that still live very close to a traditional way of life, and traditional culture does impact, obviously. And that comes from personal experiencing, understanding that. So I guess I'm trying to understand what specifically will, what sort of resources relate specifically to understanding those particular factors. I know there's a huge emphasis on the idea that of colonisation having impacts in terms of DV, but more to the point, I guess I'm just wanting to understand specifically how the resources that might be being put toward understanding those specific cultural factors, especially those communities living under those circumstances.
So the project that Ms Doherty talked about does look at kind of critical elements of success, challenges and barriers. As to whether it kind of specifically focuses on culture in terms of, are you talking about culture as a barrier as well as a form of...
Absolutely.
Kind of, yeah, so we can come back to you and advise whether this particular project looks at that or whether there's other projects on hand that do.
Very helpful,
yeah.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of questions with regard to the cashless debit card.
We've got sort of one more minute in your block. So with your agreement, I might just pass to Senator Waters, but there'll be time to come back to you for one more block before we get to 5:15, if that's okay.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Price. Can we come back to the issue of data collection in relation to family, sexual and domestic violence? And I'd like to ask now, please, about men's behaviour change programs, which was a welcome focus in the national plan, but we clearly still need more information about how to target those programs. So what data does the department currently have about the demand for men's behaviour change services and, importantly, the wait times to access programs?
I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you again, Senator, because it is a complex picture. So the department does directly fund some men's behaviour change programs through specialist family violence services. We do collect data on waiting times, I believe, for men who are seeking to access that service, but I don't believe we have an unmet demand figure. I can certainly aim to get you a figure on waiting times or average waiting times.
Programs that you directly fund, you've got the stats on the wait list. Thank you, that will be helpful.
The states and territories, as you know, fund a range of services as well.
And is there any mechanism where states and territories advise your department of wait times?
No, again, that's a work in progress.
Okay, is that part of the AIHW program that we talked about earlier?
Yeah, Senator, that could be. It's in scoping phase, but I imagine that perpetrator programs will be in scope for that piece of work.
Okay. So if I wanted to know how long, for example, a man in Rockhampton would need to wait to get into a men's behaviour change program, voluntarily or otherwise, who would I ask, and would anyone be able to answer me?
So obviously we could provide advice about programs we fund. State government could provide advice about programs they fund. I will say we also fund some national phone supports, including Men's Line and Changing for Good. And so, while I know some people definitely want to see a face-to-face counsellor, that service is available for people who can't get in to see a face-to-face counsellor straight away.
And Senator, we also No to Violence, which is a national organisation focused on perpetration. We fund No to Violence to deliver the brief intervention service, which is essentially as Ms Heffernan-Webb outlined, an online or phone-based service for people who are on waiting lists for other services.
I see. Do they do other work as well as the brief intervention service?
Yes, so DSS funds No to Violence to also deliver the men's referral service, which is more of a behaviour change focused service, and also workforce training for the for frontline workers who work with perpetrators.
Okay, thank you. Could you perhaps take on notice for me, please, the list of specific, you mentioned that you fund some specific family domestic violence programs that have a men's behaviour change component. Could you please advise me on notice the full list of the current directly funded men's behaviour change programs federally? Thank you. Do you have any data on what proportion of men attend those behaviour change programs voluntarily as opposed to either a court referral or a workplace requirement?
I don't know offhand if we have that data. I've not seen it if we do, but we will ask the question.
Thank you. And is there any work being done to evaluate the success of those programs and any sort of factors that are relevant to the success?
Senator, there's evaluation underway for the No to Violence programs that I mentioned. We don't have any early insights at this point, but that work is underway.
Okay, is there a time frame on that evaluation?
Just a moment. I will take that on notice. Apologies, Senator.
Okay, that's
Timing.
fine. And are you doing any work to look at the barriers that might exist for men accessing those programs, whether they be cost, getting time off work, stigma, any other factors? Are you looking at that at all?
I think the evaluation of the services funded through No to Violence will go to issues of accessibility. I might also note that in the October budget, there was funding for ANROS to deliver a range of research projects to support the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, and particularly part of that is a focus on research to better understand perpetration and perpetrators. So it's possible that some future research may look at factors that either support or inhibit men from accessing programs.
Okay, I'm not sure we've got ANROS appearing before us this time around, correct me if I'm wrong. And if not, do you know the time frame for that particular research project?
No, Senator, no decisions have been made about the research program. That's something that we will negotiate with ANROS.
Right, thank you. Now, I'm interested in what role the new Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner will play in developing the evidence base for funding decisions, both about men's behaviour change programs, but also about frontline service provision that we spoke about in the last segment. So is there a role for the new Commissioner to input into those decisions about funding to meet unmet need?
I would certainly anticipate that, Senator. So I think the Commissioner may be appearing tomorrow.
Yes, and I'll certainly ask them at that point.
And she and I had a preliminary conversation early last week where we agreed we're going to sit down and work out kind of which areas she wants to focus on particularly.
Okay.
But it would be my expectation that bodies like ANROS and Our Watch would consult the Commissioner and, and get her input and advice when they're developing research priorities.
Okay, great. Can I move now to sexual assault, trauma counselling and the waiting times for referrals? Do you have any figures on how many people have used 1-800-RESPECT each year over the past 2 years? And in particular, how many of those were from sexual assault survivors?
Senator, in 2021-22, there were 2,444,627 contacts to 1-800-RESPECT. In the year before that, 2020-21, 286,546 contacts.
Okay, and how many of those were for sexual assault as opposed to family or domestic violence? noting that there's an overlay between the two, obviously.
Don't have data specific to the type of assault, Senator.
Okay.
Do we collect that? I'm not,
Yeah,
we will check if we collect that.
thought that might have been. It sounds like it should be collected. Thanks for checking on that. How many people did 1800 Respect refer directly to a local sexual assault service?
We would have figures probably on levels of referral, perhaps?
We have
But
figures.
not on just to one section.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'll just take the referral figures then, if you've only got the global figure there.
Our referral figures are referrals from the sort of the first entry point, the triage point, that first response through to the trauma specialist counsellors that are available within the 1800 Respect service. So for the same 2 years, for 2020, 2021, a total of 93,818 calls were referred. That's contacts, so that's not necessarily individual people. And in 2021-22, the figure was 77,634.
Okay. And you mentioned a broad scope for what those figures pertain to. Thank you. And I'm interested specifically in how many direct referrals were made. So someone calls 1800 Respect and 1800 Respect person who answers the call says, you need to call this local service. So I'm interested in how many of those contacts were essentially just a throughput to the local service.
So, Senator, 1800 Respect offers trauma sexual assault counselling, so...
Yes, I know that.
So in the normal course of events, they would put the call through to their specialist trauma counsellors. So you're asking...
I'm asking when they don't do that.
When they don't
how many
do
times
that.
have they gone directly straight to a local sexual assault support service?
We'll see what we can obtain on that.
Thank you.
Senator Waters, keen to hand the call back in a moment.
I've got two more questions. Would you mind if I finished up?
Yeah,
and then I'm done. Thank you. Any outcomes or statistics maintained regarding the experience of people referred to sexual assault services? In particular, and this again goes to the unmet need question, in particular, how many people are able to be assisted, how long people have to wait to get support, how many people end up being able to speak with a trauma counsellor, and what percentage are not able to get any support. Are you tracking those sorts of figures through 1800 Respect?
So Ms Doherty, I think, just provided figures on those transferred through to a trauma specialist counsellor, which I think was in the order of 77,000.
Thank you. Yes, great.
Yeah.
Did you jot those
so
down?
you're asking for people who cannot be transferred or cannot get help elsewhere? Is that?
Yes.
So again, that would go to the same data collection issue.
Yes.
States and territories
Yes.
fund a number of services, so we would need to amalgamate a lot of different data sources to track that.
And my last question is whether or not you keep any data on how many people call 1800 Respect back to say, look, that local service was not able to help me because they're underfunded. Do you track that at all? Again, same data set issue, I imagine.
Yes, Senator, is there a particular experience you're talking about?
Oh, there's lots and lots. I couldn't give you one particular example, but it's just a constant feedback that services don't have the funding they need to help everyone
I
that
meant
seeks
from
it.
1800 Respect that they're continually referring to local services as opposed
That's
to through
certainly
to
been
their
the advice I've
trauma.
received.
Okay, thank you for that
over the
feedback.
years.
Okay, we work very closely with them to make sure that they are able to offer the support.
Yeah, that's probably older anecdotes, so I'm not sure whether that still pertains in the most recent experience. They've obviously had a checkered history. I think
Thanks,
my time is
Senator
up.
Waters.
Thank you, Chair.
It is. Senator Nampijinpa-Price, if you could take us through to 5:15. Yeah? Or would you say, can you rearrange that? It's opposition's block, so until 5:15?
One of the things I was wondering whether would be possible to get before tomorrow is there seems to have been a significant amount of reprofiling and changing of what was in the previous budget in relation to measures for the family and domestic violence Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence Plan. I was just wondering whether you would be able to give us a breakdown. The information that's contained in the various budget papers really don't give us very much information in relation to where that's moved. So I was wondering, would it be possible to get some sort of breakdown of where measures have been moved, measures that have been ceased, measures that have been upgraded, downgraded, new measures, because there only seems to be, unless I'm looking in the wrong page in my copious budget papers, there only seems to be some dot points around various headline things that you're talking about.
Senator, I'll take that on notice to see what we can come back with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was particularly interested in, I'm interested in all of it, but there's a line in your budget paper 2 around the government will improve the quality of spending on women's safety to enhance government contribution with no impacts on underlying cash for 5 years. And then under that, it actually lists funding provided for new initiatives to better support the plan. And under those initiatives, I noticed that there's $39.6 million to meet increased demand for the Escaping Violence payment. Just wondering, maybe the Minister might answer me, in what way does the extension of an existing program improve the quality of spending?
Well, I suppose it depends upon the program. If there's a capacity for officials to be able to assist, I think there was a long question in several parts.
Yeah.
The last part directed towards me. If officials can assist, that would be good. Otherwise, we'll take it on notice. I'm not sure. All I can say is that, without reference to a particular program, it depends upon the exigencies of the program.
Well, I was just referring to the Escaping Violence program, but if Ms Heffernan, you're able to provide us with a detailed breakdown, I'm quite happy to ask these questions specifically tomorrow, if you're able to do that.
Sure. On the Escaping Violence payment, it is funding to enable the provider to better meet the costs of implementation of the program, due to a range of implementation issues that have emerged over the course of the program. But we'll provide what we can tomorrow to you.
Okay, that would be fantastic. Okay, just back to just a couple of the specifics, just because I know we're going to run out of time in a minute. I'm just really curious around how the new defined time frame came into being. We're now referring to the time frame as being within a generation. I just wondered if you could give me some background about how within a generation came about.
Senator, as you know, there was exhaustive consultation and feedback on the national plan, and it was something that emerged, I guess, in the course of that feedback, that people wanted to have some sense of ambition and time frame. Minister Ishworth spoke about this at the press club last week. I don't know that I've got a lot to add on what she said, but it certainly emerged from the consultation process.
So I'm keen to understand what within a generation actually is.
Again, I can refer you to her speech, but essentially she said children born now, when they're adults, should not be facing violence, domestic violence.
So it could be any, if we're talking about a child born now, that child could be a victim of domestic violence within a minute, sadly, as we've often seen, or they, may not be a victim until they're older, and hopefully by then they won't be victims because your plan, or our plan, will have worked. So in terms of the matching of the aspirational goal of within a generation and the funding targets that sit within the plan, has there been any attempt to try and correlate the the funding initiatives and framework in terms of measures against the ability to actually achieve that, or is it just a statement out there?
We're in the process of developing the first action plan under the plan, and that will include an outcomes framework and specific targets. So I think that will be the place where it will be more straightforward, I guess, to plot funding of specific measures, what impact we are hoping they will have on reduction of violence, and how we're going to measure that. Now, I don't need to tell you that this is an incredibly complex set of issues, but there will be more detail about outcomes, timeframes, etc. in the action plan, which we're working on now.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I'm just trying to understand the purpose of within a generation, because I mean the KPMG report actually said that stakeholders agreed that it would be a protracted period of time, that it was likely not to be a generation, it would likely to be generations to improve community attitudes, and yet we've got this sort of almost defined goal around ending violence within a generation. So I'm just sort of trying to understand what underpins the decision to have gone within a generation, when clearly, the experience is that this is something that's going to sadly take a long time cultural change in order for it to be eliminated. So I just trying to understand the thought process to actually change the view that, without putting an unrealistic expectation on there, how we actually got to this term of a generation.
So I could say a couple of things. One is this was very much the unanimous view of the Women's Safety Ministers, so it was agreed by all states and territories as well as the Commonwealth. And the second thing, I think Minister Ishworth spoke about this last week, when we come to the road toll, we don't tolerate, we aim for a zero road toll. We don't tolerate the thought that we would let one life be lost. And they wanted to have the same sense of urgency around this issue. Those are the only two things I can really add without kind of speaking for the Minister.
Oh no, I wouldn't expect you to do that,
Senator
obviously.
Ruston, if this could be the last question.
For now.
For now, of course, of course. We'll be back.
Look, obviously, it would be great to get some more detail around what the funding expectation is in relation to driving towards this goal. Obviously, if you talk about the road safety toll, death toll and the like, there were certain things that were put against driving towards that ultimate goal. Clearly, the measures that are contained in this budget will only go part way that, because it's as the budget. So I'd be keen to understand what advice the department has given as to what kind of cost would be associated with driving towards that within a generation, ending violence against women and their children. So if you could, I'd like to be able to prosecute more in relation to this, because, as you know, it's something that I have a very strong interest in, but the information that is contained doesn't really allow me to really understand where the plan's going at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Thank you, Senator Ruston. We will be returning to outcome 2 tomorrow, but for the moment we'll be moving to outcome for housing and homelessness. So if we could do a shuffle if required at the table. And do you guys have questions for this one?
I've got 2 lots, but I don't know whether... Have you got anything?
Marielle, Janet's got questions. I'm just messaging her to get her in.
So I've got a few, Janet and Senator Tyrrell as well. Excellent. Welcome. I might just kick off while Senator Tyrrell's taking her seat, and then I'll move to Senator Tyrrell. So A couple of questions on the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement. Is it the case that the Productivity Commission review of the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement found deficiencies in how the agreement was functioning, and particularly in regards to a lack of Commonwealth oversight?
So Senator Matt Flavel, Deputy Secretary. So yes, I mean the Productivity Commission had a wide-ranging set of views in relation to the functioning of the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement.
Yep, but a lack of Commonwealth oversight was identified.
That was one of the observations they made, yep.
Okay. And why wasn't the agreement delivering the housing and homelessness services and outcomes that it was meant to, that were required?
Are you asking for my view or what the Productivity Commission said?
I'm not asking for your opinion, but if you can reflect on what the Productivity Commission said.
I think it was just the Productivity Commission was really outlining shortcomings in the way in which the housing agreement was actually linked to the delivery of specific outcomes.
And were there any governance arrangements in place to ensure the agreement was delivered?
Well, what I would say is that the way that the agreement is currently struck, it's really a question of the states and territories having to comply with fairly general requirements. So the requirement for them to have housing strategies as opposed to actually deliver on specific outcomes, for instance, increasing the number of social housing dwellings by a certain amount or other housing related outcomes.
Right, so they were quite broad requirements upon them.
Yes, sorry, that's the way that the agreement is currently worded and the requirements that the states are required and territories are required to meet in order to get the payments under the agreement.
Okay. And are you able to tell me how many meetings were held between the parties to the agreement, so the Commonwealth, State and Territory Ministers, over the life of that agreement?
I'm not sure specifically, but I think that when now Minister Collins met with her state and territory colleagues not long after the election, it had been around, and I'll come back if it's not, but around 5 years since the Commonwealth and State Housing Ministers had previously met together.
Right, so prior to the change of government, there'd been a period of 5 years?
Around, yeah.
Okay. What planning was guiding activities under the agreement?
Sorry, what?
What planning activity was guiding the various activities under the agreement?
I'm not sure whether I refer to it as planning. I mean, again, the agreement just simply required the states and territories to have housing strategies. It also had a requirement in there for them to spend or to match an amount nominated by the Commonwealth for services, for homelessness services, and a few other just limited requirements for them to meet in order to receive payments.
So how does that differ to the new agreement?
The new agreement? There is no new agreement.
Oh, sorry, what's proposed in a new agreement?
Well, there's no new agreement proposed at the moment. The Minister Collins has written to her state and territory colleagues and offered a 1-year extension of the current arrangements. Separately, the government has announced a huge number of housing-related measures, including the development of a national housing and homelessness plan.
Okay. I'm going to pass the call. Senator Tyrrell, are you ready to take the call? Okay.
Thank you. Hi. My question's in regards to the Housing Australia Future Fund. I hope I'm not doubling up. So I walked in while you were speaking before. We welcome the $10 billion investment in social housing in the budget under the Housing Australia Future Fund, which will build 20,000 new social housing dwellings and 10,000 new affordable housing dwellings. Have you decided on the criteria for determining where the houses will be built?
Yep. Mr. Sloan.
Troy Sloan, Group Manager, Pensions, Housing and Homelessness, Department of Social Services. So, Senator, under the budget, if you go to the budget, Treasury is responsible for the Housing Australia Future Fund. And so I think any questions around that is best addressed to them.
Aw. Would you like to try?
Senator, Senator, yeah, I think it's best directed to Treasury. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not going to be able to tell me anything about the criteria and the locations and
No,
any conversations around how it was developed? Well, that would be my mistake. I'm so sorry. think I may have fallen into a hole of despair.
That's what estimates do.
Sorry, I didn't.
It was my very first time. But it's like,
Look, if you feel that way, Treasury is a really good place to go to.
Is it?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Apologies, Senator Tyrrell. You may be able to put those questions on notice.
On notice to Treasury.
Yeah.
Thank you
And we
so
all
much.
do it, Tammy. We
Yeah.
all get mixed up, so...
Do I look like I'm upset?
It's always worth a shot. Did you have any more questions for these
no,
officials?
because he just shot me down. In
Okay. Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. I'm going to pass the call to Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for being here with us this afternoon. Does the department collect data on the national shortfall in social housing?
Not on the shortfall. I think through the reporting that we get, we are aware of what the total number of social housing dwellings is.
Right. Do you acknowledge that there is a shortfall there?
I think it's commonly accepted there's a shortfall, and that is the reason why the government's announced a substantial new investment to increase. That was in fact the numbers.
20,000 when there's a shortfall. I mean, certainly advocates reckon that probably 1 million new social and community housing is what's needed. So 20 is a bit of a drop in a bucket. So you don't have any way of determining whether the 20,000 that's been committed versus the 1 million, which is what advocates say is needed, which of those would be an appropriate measure for the shortfall?
I can't comment on the appropriateness, but what I'd observe is that the number of social housing dwellings has basically stayed flat or even slightly declined. So a 20,000 increase is actually not insignificant. I accept the point that people have different views about whether there should be more, but I still think that 20,000, given that for at least the last 5 years the number of dwellings has been flat.
But would you acknowledge, though, that the fact that the number of new social housing dwellings has been flat for the 5 years has in fact increased the shortfall? Because the demand, I mean, in most states, the demand is actually going up faster than the number of dwellings.
Yeah, again, I think that's a motivation for the measures in relation to the Housing Australia Future Fund, is to acknowledge that there's been a deficiency in the growth. If you think about population growth over that period, and that the number of social houses, dwellings rather, has stayed flat, that would point to the need for additional dwellings.
Okay, so you acknowledge there's a deficiency. Have you got any intention of measuring what that deficiency is?
I was going to say, Senator, I suppose I would say there's a few things moving here. Certainly there are projections around going into the future by including NIFIC of housing shortfalls over the next, I don't have the exact years, but several, a decade or so, of between 400 and 700,000, depending on which numbers you use and over what period. So certainly we're aware of that research.
So do you accept that? So what research is that, and do you accept that as being a legitimate ballpark that you'd be looking at?
One of those numbers is from NIFIC, and I think the other one may be HURI, National Housing and Finance Insurance Corporation, Investments Corporation, which is to be renamed Housing Australia.
Okay, so that's a government agency?
Yeah. Correct, it's a portfolio agency of the Department of Treasury.
And they do an assessment, so they've said...
They've done a projection going
of
forward.
400,000 or 700,
yeah.
can't remember.
And it's over it's not current, it's over over a time frame that I just don't have in front of me at the moment, so apologies. So from that perspective, there is forecasting of a need, as Mr Flavel said, to build more social housing.
Right, yes. Okay, so we've got a figure then of somewhere, the government agency saying it's either 400 or 700,000 over what period of time?
I haven't got that in front of me, Senator. Hopefully we have that somewhere.
Are they an agency under this department?
They're Treasury. They're a Commonwealth corporate entity.
Okay, so if I wanted to ask more questions about them, you'd send me off to Treasury like you just did to Senator Tyrrell. Okay. So in terms of... Do you use that information?
We are certainly aware of that information, and we use it in a range of work that we do, depending on what particular work we're doing.
So does the department then? Are you producing your own projections of of the nationwide need for social housing based on that information?
We certainly haven't done our own estimates of those. No, we rely on the resource,
Okay.
the research of those areas that are expert in those sorts of things.
Okay. And have they projected how that need will change over time as well? You said that 400 or 700 is for a period of time, but how that is changing?
I don't have the assumptions sitting under those estimations at the moment, but I would assume there is, given it is over a period of time, there are assumptions around changing demand in those in relation to social housing.
And how you said, when I asked, do you use it? I mean, if you have those projections of 400 to 700,000, shortfall of social housing over a period of time, how does that influence then the advice that you give to government of how much social housing would be needed and bids to be funded in a budget?
Well, I suppose I would answer it by saying that that's only one part of the equation, and certainly we look at other parts of the equation. For example, we have estimates of the pipeline of social housing that states are building, and several states have made significant investments recently in those social housing. So certainly we look at, when we're providing advice, we look at what housing has been projected in the pipeline as well as those longer term demands.
Are there other factors that you take into account?
What I'd say to that is it's depending, there would be, but it depends on the nature of the advice we're giving and what context that advice is coming in. So I would say it just depends on what the advice that we are delivering to government is.
Are there any states and territories where, given what the state or territory is spending plus what the government is planning on spending, that would come close to meeting the shortfall, in that state or territory of that, their share of the 400 to 700,000?
Well, I suppose I would answer that by saying, certainly every state currently has a waiting list. And so each state waiting list is different, and also...
Are there any states or territories where the waiting list is going down? I know from my home state of Victoria, even with the state government's big build, that the waiting list is going to be bigger, is estimated to be longer at the end of it than it is at the beginning.
New South Wales, for example, 2017, the waiting list was a little bit over 54,091, and it's currently 48,239. So that's gone down over that period.
And how many houses are New South Wales planning on building?
I don't have that in front of me, but what I can tell you is that the total number of social housing dwellings as at 30 June 2021 in New South Wales was nearly 158,000, 157,833.
That's the number of existing ones?
Yep.
But you can't tell me how many. Would you be able to take on notice and compile for me the information for each state and territory?
We can certainly do that.
And taking on board what your answer to Senator Tyrrell was, that you can't say where the 20,000 are going to be built, what the projected, numbers of increased numbers of social housing in each state and territory would be over, I don't know, what's the appropriate time period?
Each state has different time periods. So, for example, where Mr Flavel was talking about the plans that are in where states have to do housing plans as part of the NAHA, each state has an estimation of, and over different periods, over what their social housing projections are going to be. And now some of them, so currently there's a whole lot of work in progress, and that's what I've talked about. We know the current numbers of work in progress. I think it's about 15,000 across the states. But on top of that, they also have...
So what, 15,000 in total?
Yes,
across all the states?
In the pipeline. That states have committed to.
In the pipeline, plus we're looking at 20, so we might get to 35 then with a shortfall of 400 to 700,000. Wow.
Again, I think we're talking different timeframes, and that's a point I'm trying to make, Senator. And then on top of that, in their housing strategies that are part of the NAHA that Mr Flavel talked about, each state has a projection of over a time period, and they're different time periods that each one, how many social houses each one is going to build. And if you give me a second, I will be able to find them for you. So, for example, New South Wales has got between, again, because the NAHA was signed in 2018, so these timeframes start around that time. So New South Wales between 2016 and 2026 is planning to build 23,000 required new social dwelling housing. Victoria is saying it's 34,000 required between 2018 and 2038. 5,000 in Queensland between 2017 and 2027. And again, these numbers have most probably changed, Senator, as new commitments have come on, and that's important to remember. Western Australia had 534, South Australia 4,500, Tasmania, and WA was between, that was 1 year, 2019, 2020, so that's important. Again, timeframes are different. South Australia 4,500 between 2017 and 2032. Tasmania 607 between 2019 and 2023. ACT 630 per year from 2018, but we don't have an end date, that's just ongoing. And Northern Territory between 6,000 and 9,000 between 2020 and 2025.
So, obviously you've got different time periods, but
Correct.
just sort of adding those up, you're basically looking at a total over those different time periods of, I don't know, maybe it's 70, 80,000?
My maths isn't that good.
But just adding the figures up here.
It looks about right, Senator.
About 70 to 80,000, and plus the Commonwealth are now committing to 20. And some of these will have been built, and you've got a shortfall of 400 to 700,000.
And some...
So it means that you're looking at a shortfall of somewhere at the most optimistic, if the shortfall is only 400,000, you're still looking at a shortfall beyond all of these projections of something like 320,000.
So, Senator, I'd like to compare time frames before making that conclusion.
I know the official has indicated that he'll take it on notice. So just add one layer of complexity and context that might not suit Senator Rice's line of questioning, but there is the interplay of timelines. That's a problem. There is the interrelationship between the commitments that the states and territories make in this area and the additional commitment that the Commonwealth has made, which is an additional, I think from memory, $575 million in this area of additional spend in this area. So none of those numbers.
That 575 is in addition to the 20,000
Indeed.
for social and community housing, not for private
none
sector.
None of the numbers that you're talking about in terms of shortfalls stay static, and that there is.
But they're not. But my point is, they're not getting better.
There is an impact, of course, from commitments like the one that the Commonwealth has made to build an additional 1 million homes through the National Housing Accord, which is, of course, outside of the public and social housing commitment, but will indeed have an impact on the availability of affordable housing. So I just make the point that while a commitment's been made to take it on notice, it is a notoriously difficult piece of work, and what I don't want to do is have an outcome that's over-engineered that ends up being, rather than a short answer, something that's overworked and complicated.
The timeframes actually make the situation worse, because a lot of those timeframes and those numbers that Mr. Sloan quoted would have had some that are already built, and other ones that went right out to the mid 2030s.
Just make the point. It's the biggest commitment since last time Labor was in government in this area.
And I do have to make the point about the million new homes as being, there's only 20,000 of those that are social and community housing. Could I? No, look, I can come back.
Hand the call over, and I'll come back to Senator Russ. Senator Ruston.
Can I just suggest that it's very unlikely I'm going to be finishing with this outcome between now and 6 o'clock, Chair. Can I go to that 1 million new homes, and maybe, Minister, you might like to give me a bit of information around this. So the commitment that was made was 1 million new homes by 2029. I'm just wondering, are they 1 million additional new homes between now and 2029?
It's an additional 1 million homes in the 5 years from 2024, which takes you, as you pointed out, to 2029.
Okay, so that's in addition to the number of homes that would have been built in the absence of this initiative.
As I understand the nature of the commitment, that is right.
Yep. Would anybody have any idea, I mean, it's probably hardly the Social Services Department, but you are housing after all, how many new homes?
Sorry, it's not, it's a million, sorry, I just want to get this point right. The homes are additional, not additional to what otherwise might have been built. It is 1 million, 1 million new homes between 2024 and 2029.
Okay. So could you then tell us how many of those 1 million homes would otherwise have been built under normal market conditions and projections of new house builds during that period of time, and how many of those new dwellings are as a result of this policy initiative?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. So, where is the appropriation for this initiative?
The million homes, sorry?
Well, the Housing Accord program, yeah.
It's a Treasury. It's a Treasury lead. It's not ours.
Okay, so of the 10,000 that the $350 million has been put against, so am I correct in saying that $350 million is in Treasury?
Sorry, are you talking about the Housing Australia Future Fund?
Well, we seem to have a number of things that are all pointing towards this accord of this million houses. There was an announcement in the budget that there were going to be 1 million new homes built in that 5-year period, which we subsequently found out actually probably many of them were already going to be built anyway. So in terms of the announcement at the time, the government made the announcement that they would be providing $350 million towards the construction of 10,000 homes, and there was an expectation through the accord that the state and territory governments would equally provide the necessary funding and impetus for another 10,000 homes to be built. So first of all, is that $350 million in Treasury?
Senator, yes, that's correct. If you go on to page 189 of budget paper 2, it's there.
So many budget papers. So we've got 70 million appropriated in 24-25 and 70 million appropriated in 25-26. So the assumption on the basis of what you've just said, Minister, there'll be 70 million in the subsequent 5 years to make up the $350 million over the 5 years, 2024-25 to 29.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. So in the commitment that we have here for the 10,000 new dwellings, when will construction actually begin, and what is the mechanism for construction to commence on the federal government's commitment to 10,000 homes?
Yeah, I think I'd like to be helpful, Senator, but I think that's a Treasury question.
Okay. Right. Okay, so does the accord sit with you or does the accord sit with Treasury?
Treasury.
Okay, so when I actually asked you earlier about this, you said this was the place to ask for it. Really, it wasn't.
It's the place to ask questions.
I said in outcome 4 would be the place to ask questions about housing.
Okay. All right, but you still will be able to get back to me with that information in relation to the additional homes that may well be.
We'll endeavour to get you what we're committed to.
Okay.
To the extent that we can, we will.
Yep, okay. All right. Can I go then to your Help to Buy? Is that here or is that Treasury too? Great. Okay. This definitely is the housing policy area, isn't it? Okay. What about safer and more affordable housing?
Treasury.
The $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund.
Treasury. Yep.
The half is Treasury.
That's Treasury, great. The Home Guarantee Scheme would be Treasury?
It certainly.
Okay. Well, maybe they will be able to get going from here before the end of it. So, can you just maybe then talk me through what are the major changes that have been made in this budget in relation to housing and homelessness as it sits within the portfolio budget responsibility of social services?
So, Senator, from the point of view, what sits in social services is, and I think Mr Flavel may have mentioned it earlier, is around the National Housing and Homelessness Plan. So that will be led by the department, obviously working very closely with Treasury and others, as housing, is a big space that is impacted by a range of things. And then the other...
Can I just ask you, Mr Sloan,
Yep.
then, on that basis, what kind of information will that plan be seeking to get from the states and territories, particularly in relation to the $1.6 billion or the proportion thereof of the $1.6 billion that actually goes to housing as opposed to the homelessness services that are a bit of a separate thing? So, what is our expectation as a federal agency about the kind of information that the states and territories will be required to give the Commonwealth?
Yep, so I think there's two issues there, Senator, and they're different but related. And what I mean by that is, as Mr Flavel talked about earlier, there has been an extension of the NAHA offered to the states and territories to allow that, instead of finishing in 2023, June 2023, to finish in June 2024, to align it with the next set of funding arrangements with the plan. So certainly from that perspective, while the NAHA or the future funding arrangements post June 2024...
Because the NAHA was supposed to finish in 2023, wasn't it?
Correct, correct. Yep. And so to align those timings better, the offer has been made, and therefore the plan will be developed in consultations with states and territories, all the stakeholders. Part of the accord that you've referred to was local government and the construction sector, and the states all committing to be part of that development of that plan. So certainly from that perspective, the future funding arrangement between Commonwealth State will be informed by that plan. In relation to the...
Sorry, the future funding in relation to what happens post-2024, or
Correct.
the funding from for 23-24?
23 and 24 is being... Sorry, 23-24 has been offered as an extension of the NAHA.
So it's not contained in budget papers?
The funding is already in budget papers going forward. So
where would I find that in the...
you will find it in budget paper 3, which I don't have the exact page number, but someone will dig that out for me, Senator. And so that will, like I said, go to 2024. Now, the Minister has already raised at both ministerial council meetings, and the states have agreed to work with her to try and get better data, and particularly better data about impacts and results. And I think that we've been on the record saying previously that while there is a lot of data in this space, there's not a lot about the returns to investment, the impact that the $1.6 billion has. And I think that was one of the narratives, or one of the findings that the PC had found in its review, that there's a lot of data, but it's not about impact.
So is the additional year predicated on the states and territories agreeing to provide this data that they have so far been extraordinarily reluctant to provide?
No, Senator. I should go back. Certainly the offer was made there to extend it, and obviously, I think we've also said this before previously, obviously a Commonwealth State agreement is by negotiation and agreement. So what the Minister has done is offered that extension, and obviously discussions will have to be made and had, about what the exact details of that extension are made up of. But,
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So in terms of the department's understanding of the existing stock of social and affordable housing in the states and territories, do you have any real idea as to what is available and what the changes have been over the last, 5, 10, 20 years?
Yeah, certainly.
And what your expectations are into the future?
Certainly, Senator, we have, and I'll just get the information back in front of me. So we certainly have we have a long period for a significant amount of time, but in front of me I've got it from 2017 to 2021. And so for Australia, for example, in 2017, the total stock of social housing dwellings was 427,192. And at June 30, 2021, it was 431,928. So an increase over that period of 1.1%.
Okay.
Senator Ruston, just need to hand the call back to Senator Rice, and I'll return to you. Senator Rice.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that information. So we had an increase of 4,000 homes over that 4-year period.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is correct. And I think the Productivity Commission made that point as well in its report.
Yeah, and so if you, again, looking at 400,000 as being the need, that's 4,000 over 4 years, that's 1,000 a year. That's going to take us 40,000 years or something, isn't it?
Senator, one thing to note, and Minister made this point earlier, is that the timeframes matter here. I think that some of the projections that were made actually are about that need are out to like 2036. So it's actually over quite a period. So I don't want to give the impression that we're talking about near-term estimates of need. In some cases, they're projected forward and making a whole lot of assumptions about, income growth and other things out over a 10-year or more than 10-year period.
But I have heard other estimates, and certainly our Greens platform has an estimate that's based on good evidence of the need for 1 million houses over the next 10 years.
And
at 1,000 a year, it's only 400 years. My maths was wrong.
Senator, can I just also clarify on what Mr Flavell was correct about the 2036? The other thing about that NIFIC number, which is the 700,000, it is both social and affordable. And I just don't have the splits on me, what the split between social and affordable, but, that's an important distinction, I think, to make. Yes. So apologies if I had confused the
Then you get into the next bracket of questions I've got about sort of renters and the fact that in the private rental market currently there's virtually zero that is affordable because of the cost of private rental. But I will get to that. But going back to public and community and social housing, does the department have any view as to what the most cost-effective way is to increase the provision of public, community and social housing?
I think that's asking for an opinion, Senator.
Yeah. Well, I didn't phrase it as an opinion. I mean, you may have some strategy documents or something, or a plan that sort of outlines it.
I think, Senator, I'd answer that by saying I think I mentioned earlier the government is developing a housing and homelessness plan, and I'm sure all those issues will be canvassed as we go through that process.
Finally, before I move on to rental houses, does the department collect any information on the state of the existing public and community housing stock in Australia, or the estimated amount of funding that would be needed to bring that up to acceptable standards?
Senator, I would say that we have access to a range of data, including through the AIHW, and one of the things that AIHW, or the states do, and AIHW collates is the client satisfaction in social housing, how satisfied the people staying in social housing find the accommodation for a range of things from, the right fit on size, the state of them, and I think it's in the 70% of people who are satisfied with their current social housing, the condition and the use of their social housing that they currently reside in.
Okay,
Yep.
so, but that's not necessarily reflected of what so you've got 30% then potentially who are dissatisfied.
A bit under, yes, but correct.
Yeah, but so that doesn't really give you not a good data set for what the current state of public and community housing is.
We certainly don't have the data of the amount of refurbishments and so forth. Like, we have some information where, New South Wales, for example, at the moment has put a significant amount of money into refurbish a large number of social housing. So obviously where we see those commitments by states, we track them. But certainly the data on social housing and their state and the refurbishment plans are held by the states, because states own those social housing.
And you don't collate that?
I would put it slightly differently. We would always like information, and we have certainly, since I've been in this job for a few years now, we have asked for those things. We don't always get those things.
Can you take on notice, giving us what information you do have from the states about the state of public housing across the country?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. We can do that.
Looks like there might be some
I can say,
information.
Yeah. So, and I've just been reminded, and I wasn't sure if it was in or not, because again, it was a negotiation, but one of the things we have asked to add to the statement of assurance that states have to provide under the NAHA is to the number of tenable dwellings occupied unoccupied for greater than 2 months continuously. So that will give us some indication of how usable that stock is.
And so are you going to ask, and you say you ask for it but you don't necessarily get it, would information about the state of public and social and community housing be something that you would like to include in that agreement for the states to have to provide to you?
If we're talking about future agreements, I would go back and say that what I said earlier, they are in negotiation, and we will talk about we would, and as I said earlier, the minister has asked states, and both ways, data sharing both ways between the Commonwealth and states, and we're working through the frameworks to make sure any agreements, there's an agreement in place to make sure the provision of that data is, secure in a way that ensures that it's not, identifying individuals and so forth.
Yeah, and so given you haven't got that data, you would also not have any visibility of the amount of funding that would be required to bring the state of public, social and community housing up to standard.
No, Senator. We have what they spend, but we don't have what is that required, if you know what I mean.
Okay,
Excuse me, Senator Russ, apologies to interrupt. I understand there'll be an opportunity in Treasury to ask a number of questions in housing tomorrow, and Senator Ruston's agreed to be asking hers there. So what we'll do is we'll continue with your questions just into the dinner break a bit, and hopefully can wrap up this section.
Okay, all right. I'll try and be brief and have some brief answers. So my next question is moving on to renters. Obviously, we know about the significant housing stress by people who are renting, and the Anglicare figures that 0 houses across the country are affordable for people in private rental if you're on income support or on job seeker. So does the government have any plans for helping renters?
Well, yes, but you're right to point first of all, Senator Rice, to the difficulties in the rental market. The level's not 0 in terms of vacancy rates, but it's very close to 0.
Just the affordability of private rental for people on income support.
That's right. So the vacancy rate is indeed very low. I'm told that the commercial information that's out there provided by CoreLogic, for example, is that rents have increased by 10.2% for newly signed contracts, and there are plenty of stories out there of people who are facing very difficult situation going from one lease to the next. In terms of the government's view, we absolutely understand that getting the keys to a house, either a rental or through home ownership, is the key to is the key to economic security for families. We absolutely understand that affordability in rental terms is becoming a starkly difficult set of choices for families. And while house prices in some jurisdictions have fallen, the upward pressure on interest rates means that mortgage affordability is very difficult for families as well. The view of the government is that the best approach to this is a structural approach of increasing housing supply. And so the measures that I've referred to already.
So you're hoping that building the 1 million homes over the next 10 years, which compares with the last, or 1 million homes a year or whatever it is, which compares with 980 that were built over the previous time frame, is going to put downward pressures on rents?
Increasing the supply of affordable housing is the key to dealing with this issue in the government's view, yes.
And that's in terms of increasing that supply of affordable housing, that's the 1 million new homes.
That's a series of the measures that I've indicated before.
Which is basically no increase on the current rate of housing build in recent times.
Well, I don't accept that, but yeah,
I mean, the statistics, I haven't got it. What's the time frame for that 1 million new homes?
From 2024 to 2029.
Yes, that's a 5-year period, and my understanding is that in the previous 5 years there were 980,000 homes that were built by the private sector.
That hasn't been put to me before.
Certainly, I know that Max Chandler-Mather, our housing spokesperson, has got a lot of media coverage over that.
There's a series of measures there that have been outlined earlier, and the focus is on housing supply.
All right, housing supply. Okay, I won't labour the point. In terms, though, we've got 55% of income support recipients are renting privately, and as I said, the statistics show that they're paying an enormous amount of their income, half paying more than 50% of their income on rent. I want to go to Commonwealth Rent Assistance, whether there are any plans to increase that. Obviously, for us as Greens, we want to see income support levels raised, as we've already discussed today. Does the department collect any data about the adequacy of Commonwealth Rent Assistance? Or what proportion of recipients on income support are in rental stress?
Yes, we do, and we publish that in our annual report. So the stated objective is to reduce the level of rental stress by 25%. And over the last few years, Commonwealth Rent Assistance has been at or above that level of reduction in rental stress for people on income support who receive CRE.
So can you clarify that? So you're saying that the number of people that receive CRA, that there are fewer of them in rental stress now than there were 5 years ago?
No, I'm making a different point, which is that before CRA, so in the latest financial year, before CRA, the number of people in rental stress, that is more than 30% of their income on rents, was 70%, and after CRA is reduced to 42.8%, and that's basically been around the story over the last few years.
Right, but that's just through having Commonwealth Rent Assistance that you take a certain proportion of people out of rental stress.
That's right, and the stated objective is to reduce it by at least 25%, that proportion. Percentage points, yeah.
Okay. Has the department done any... So, all right, and have you modelled the level of which rent assistance would need to be raised to ensure that recipients were able to pay private rents without falling into rental stress?
I don't think we've modelled that, no.
Okay. I want to go on to a bit more information about the development of the National Housing and Homelessness Plan, which we've had some discussion about already. How will community housing and the housing sector be involved in the development of the plan?
Well, I think it's very clear they'll be pivotal to it, but we certainly need to have an agreement from the Minister about consultation plan. So we're in the process of hopefully briefing her very shortly on the proposed way forward for her to agree. But certainly community housing providers, we talk to them regularly, and we would expect that they will be an important set of stakeholders to consult and talk to.
But you haven't worked out yet exactly what that process will be?
Well, certainly, again, that will be a decision for the Minister, but we would expect there to be, public consultations, face-to-face consultations, possibly a discussion paper, all those things we need to work through with the Minister.
Okay.
It'll also involve the newly formed Indigenous Community Controlled Housing Peak.
Yes, correct. Yep.
We did, I think Senator Ruston were you covering off on the process? I don't want to go over information that you've already answered tonight, but in terms of that overall process of development of the plan, so is there anything more that you can share about the development of the plan?
Apart from, I think, we would be hoping to consult early next year.
Okay.
And, again, depending on decisions of government, that we would be looking to try and, move that through.
And how will so the plan sits within DSS?
Correct.
Yes. So how does it connect up with the establishment of the Supply and Affordability Council, which I understand sits within Treasury?
Yes.
And the responsibilities of Housing Australia?
Yep. So I think, certainly from the point of view which we talked about earlier around the Housing Australia Future Fund and Housing Australia having a significant role in that, certainly they will be, and again, using the intention of the HAF is obviously to build more of those social houses. The fact that Housing Australia, NIFIC, will be playing a significant role in that, we will obviously be talking closely with them as well as the providers themselves. So they will have an input, and certainly from the point of view of the Supply Council, the plan will absolutely have to take into account advice from the Supply Council to make sure that that flows into any agreed plan by the end of the process, Senator.
Okay. Yep. Can you give me any further detail about the Safe Places program to support the building, renovation or purchase of additional emergency accommodation?
I can, Senator. Is there anything...
Senator, are you talking about
has the program continued to be funded, or has it been cut?
Yeah. So, Senator, there's two Safe Places program, for lack of a better set, or two rounds. The first round is up and running and continues to be delivered. Currently, as of 1 November, we have 9 of the 41 projects delivering services, with the remaining expected to be rolled out and completed through to the end of 2024, and 8 more projects finished by the end of this year. So that program is continuing to go forward with our contracted or about to be contracted. They're all contracted parties, so we're working to deliver them. And then the government announced recommitted as part of the National Plan to End Violence Against Women and Children, 100 million of Safe Places, the inclusion round, which will focus on Indigenous women and children with disability, and and cold women and children. Yep.
Okay. And are you doing anything to measure the success of the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement funding in terms of reducing the incidence of homelessness?
I think, Senator, that goes back to some of the commentary around the NAHA, which we talked about, but certainly we look at specialist home services providers, the data, and look at the number of services being provided, the number of people entering back into repeat homelessness, as well as unmet demand, for lack of a better set of words. That's not quite technically the right word, but I've forgotten what they are.
Okay, and I've got one final question, and they've had concern expressed to me about a potential $56 million cut to homelessness services, that there had been a supplement for homelessness services to cover the wages of the workforce with an increase in the wages. But funding to cover the costs is in place now, but expires in June 2023. Is this supplement going to continue beyond June 2023?
So that relates to, as has come up in discussion earlier, the one-year extension of the current NAHA. Matters of sort of funding for that will be a matter for the Minister in negotiating with Commonwealth and state partners.
So you haven't got a commitment yet?
There's not a commitment in the budget yet, but those agreements, there's still a while to run before the extensions need to be signed, which is obviously...
You've got workers whose jobs are on the line, and so once more, you said they don't know whether they're going to have funding probably until about the 11th hour, once the extension would be funded, putting them under extraordinary stress.
So, Senator, as part of the previous government's decision to extend or add 2 years of that funding, additional reporting requirements were agreed to by the states in relation to that extra funding for what's known as the SACS Equal Remuneration Order. The states are required to report under more general arrangements by the 31st of October every year about essentially what they've acquitted and done under the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement. At this stage, only 3 of the states and territories have met that. So we will have to wait another month or thereabouts for all of the states and territories to provide information to the Commonwealth about the acquittal of the 2 years of funding for the SACS ERO measure, which I think will be an important input into decisions that the Minister takes in negotiations with state and territory colleagues. And
presumably you're aware and you'll be informing the Minister that the assessment is it equates to the wages of approximately 560 workers. So it would be a considerable cut to the funding of homelessness services if that supplementation wasn't continued.
For those states who are using that funding for SACS ERO, because some of the states are actually already meeting that commitment themselves, and under the agreement for that extra 2 years we're able to spend that amount on social housing rather than SACS ERO. But we look forward for those states who are using it to provide supplementation to provide the details of exactly how many workers that funding is actually being provided to.
Okay.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Pocock just had a couple of questions. I know we're in the dinner break, so if we could just clarify that they're best placed here or in Treasury.
Here if possible. Social housing.
Yeah, that's probably one for the department to clarify and the Minister. But if you kick off Senator Pocock, and we'll see.
Great. Well, let me know. Just keen to learn a few things about social housing and whether you've had any discussions with Treasury or within the department, including in the context of negotiating a new National Housing and Homelessness Agreement, about forgiving or at least refinancing the ACT or other jurisdictions' debt.
Certainly, Senator, we're aware of that issue, and certainly the ACT, we're aware that...
Have there been any discussions between Treasury and the department, or within the department?
Well, I'd say that the decision to forgive that debt is in the Treasury portfolio. Certainly, I would say we talked to Treasury about a range of things, but certainly I don't think there's been any formal discussions around that. But certainly both us and Treasury are aware of that issue.
And in terms of social housing, what is the rationale behind giving, say, the ACT money for social housing and then half of that coming back in interest repayments? Has that been a discussion of a way to deal with that?
I suppose what I would say to that is that these loans were, used and agreed to by the states at that time as loans from the Commonwealth that would need to be repaid to build social housing at that time. So I suppose the conversations that certainly that I've had is around those things of saying that they were loans entered into between governments.
It seems an inefficient way to invest in social housing. But maybe just lastly a question for the Minister. The South Australian debt was waived in 2013 under a coalition government, under a Labor government. 2019, Tassie's was waived, and both times exceptional circumstances were cited as the reason. Canberra has the highest rents in the country. Do you think that is also exceptional circumstances?
Well, we're going to keep working cooperatively with the states and territories. The housing accord, is the result of cooperation between the states and territories. The first meeting in 5 years between the housing minister and the states and territories. So there is very significant momentum here in terms of housing reform. All of the evidence in front of us demonstrates that that new housing, absent the housing accord, new housing construction faced very significant pressures, labour supply pressures, all sorts of other pressures that required a cooperative response. So the million homes commitment between 24-29 will make a very significant difference to housing construction that was going to fall off a cliff. In terms of the relations between the Commonwealth and the states and previous agreements that have been made, all I can say to you is that Victoria has paid off theirs in full. I think the Commonwealth has received written requests from not just the ACT, but also New South Wales, Queensland, Western Australia, South Australia, the Northern Territory. I'm advised that South Australia's debt was adjusted, not written off, but I'll come back to you if that's not right. We are facing fiscal circumstances where there is almost $1 trillion in debt from the last government with very little to show for it, escalating interest repayments, we are going to focus in that light on what can be achieved in cooperation with the states and territories on the housing accord. So I don't have any reason for. I think that ministers have responded publicly to questions in relation to that. I don't anticipate that there's going to be a change in approach to that because we're on a track of trying to put our shoulder behind the wheel, work with the states and territories to build new homes, but also on the other side there are significant fiscal pressures that riding off what I think is just under $100 million worth of debt, puts a significant additional pressure on the Commonwealth.
Abolish the stage 2 tax cuts.
Senator
Yeah,
Pocock,
I
was
guess-
that your last question?
Well, I guess just to note that households are also under financial stress and making
absolutely
those decisions. And while the announcements are welcome, looking at the modelling, the AC will probably get 540 social houses as part of the new announcements. Our wait list is 3,100. So for me, the social housing debt is a meaningful way for the AC to invest more in social housing. It just, I know I'm new here, but it makes no sense for you to give the AC money and then for the AC to hand half of that back for a debt that we inherited pre-self-government.
Yeah,
is
is
that strange to you or not?
Nothing in Commonwealth state relations surprises me anymore, and I'm still relatively new here. But
you are the government now, though.
But our focus is on working with the states and territories on the housing accord. It is going to make a real difference. I appreciate the point that you make in terms of the allocation between the states and territories of commitments in terms of social housing. The million homes is an important additional commitment, and we are going to have to get on with the job of working with the states and territories and the stakeholders cooperatively to deliver low cost and affordable housing stock. That's the challenge.
All right, I think Senator Ruston just had one question and then we are breaking for dinner.
Yeah, I was just keen for you to explain to me page 51 of budget paper 3, which is the NAHA. Is this a normal way for you to provide a funding outline when the program expires in 22-23, and yet we've got the funding profile for future negotiations before those negotiations have even occurred? And what's the rationale behind 22-23 actually being a lower total amount for the NAHA than 22-23?
So, Senator, I would say my understanding this, this is a Treasury document, a Treasury
But
presentation.
you sign off on
But
these. This is your...
The way I understand it is this is effectively the standard way of where there's an agreement that is, while it's finishing, there is still, I suppose, an expectation that some sort of funding will continue. And then the way I understand the difference between 22 and 23 and 23 and 24 is, as Mr Flavel said, the SACS-ERO money is not in the budget.
But it says here estimates include funding in response to the Fair Work ERO. So, and apart from the fact that SACS-ERO is not $15 million.
No. At the end of 2022-23. So that footnote talks, and maybe it's not written.
Yeah, but I mean,
so it expires.
So in 2022-23, SACS-ERO is included in the funding because
Yes.
that was agreed that we would extend it to the end of the NAHA. And so if it's not included in 23-24, that would suggest that that particular component was $15 million, which we know it's not.
No, because there's growth put in, indexation in the NAHA. So it would have been high. So it would have been, I think, the last
But
estimate.
it was 146 million.
Over 2 years.
So
it's
70
about
odd.
100. It was about 60. It was about.
There was only a $30 million difference between 24 and 25. So if you take that, it doesn't add up.
Is this perhaps something we can pursue in?
Yeah, but I mean, happy for you to come back with it.
Yeah,
Great.
we'll take that on notice.
Thank you very much. Look, that concludes our questions on outcome for Secretary, so we won't be requiring
No requirement tomorrow.
those officials to return. We are now going to suspend for the dinner break. We'll return at 7 o'clock. Resume. We are now commencing our examination of the health and aged care portfolio, beginning with whole of portfolio and corporate matters. I reiterate for the committee and officers the earlier statement that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I also briefly draw the attention of witnesses of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday 29 November 2022 and it has fixed Friday the 16th of December 2022 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, Finance and the Public Service, representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, the Honourable Mark Butler MP. Minister, do you have an opening statement for the committee?
I don't. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. I welcome the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care, Dr Brendan Murphy, and officers from your department. Secretary, do you wish to make an opening statement? No, Chair. Excellent. I now call officers from the department in relation to the whole of portfolio and corporate matters. I will be inviting questions and we will commence with Senator Rice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you and welcome. Good to see you here this evening. So I wanted to start with the health, the intersection of gambling and health. Given that we've got Australia at the forefront of gambling losses, well in excess of any other country in the world, we've got recent inquiries and scandals about casinos, which I was asking questions about elsewhere today. I want to know about how or whether the government accepts that some gambling-related harm constitutes a public health issue in Australia.
Thank you, Senator. I mean, slightly left field question
Yeah,
for our
we'll
portfolio,
start with that.
but
That's right.
I mean, I don't think we in the health system would in any way disagree with the contention that gambling for a number of people, particularly people who has an addictive tendency, and some people who are addicted to gambling, and it can have significant public health damage to people in excess. But I don't have We don't have any particular expertise in the department on this issue. We obviously have expertise in mental health, we have expertise in preventive health and public health, but we have not got a particular expertise in the relation of gambling. But I don't think any of us, I'm sure Professor Kelly would agree, that I don't think we would disagree with the contention that gambling, certainly to excess, can be harmful. I don't know whether Professor Kelly, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Secretary. Professor Paul Kelly, Chief Medical Officer. I don't think I have anything else to add. Certainly I would agree with you, Senator, that it is an issue, and particularly the secondary effects that can cause, and that gambling can cause in mental health and physical health as well. I'm not involved with any, to your specific question, I'm not involved with any particular matters in the department in relation to that issue at this stage.
So, I mean, Professor Murphy, you described it as a left field issue and that you don't have specific expertise. So is there anyone in the department that is, you know, focused or would have done an analysis of gambling as a public health issue?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm sure that people in our mental health division would have some awareness of the issue, because it can become certainly a mental health issue, and there may be some knowledge in that space, but I'm not aware whether that we've done any specific analysis of the impact of the health impacts of gambling. I've got Ms Rishni with me, who leads the group that looks after mental health, but she might want to come in, but I don't think there's anything else we can add. We're certainly happy to take on notice any work we've done on the effects of gambling and report that back to you.
So, I mean, I'm interested in the parallels between that lack of work compared with other public health response for harmful products like tobacco, alcohol, junk food products. So in terms of those specific public health issues, sort of, do you have a team in the department?
We do, we certainly do. Yes,
for
we
each
have
of
teams
those?
working on all of those, yeah.
Yes, but not for gambling?
Not for gambling. I mean, it's certainly the regulation of gambling has been particularly a state and territory issue, and it's not necessarily been in the remit of the Commonwealth Health Department, but I accept that, you know, if we had lots more resources in our public health and population health area, we could do work in that space, but it hasn't been a priority of recent for us.
And Minister, does the government have any plans to address gambling harm through a public health lens?
I think this matter falls under the portfolio of the Minister for Social Services. That's where policy responsibility forms, and she leads the work in this area.
But I'm specifically looking at it as a public health issue in terms of a lot of those other issues also will have, you know, a cross-portfolio, and this is a cross-portfolio issue, but there are public health implications of gambling.
And I'm sure the Department of Health would be happy to assist the Department of Social Services in any policy formulation or work they're doing in this regard.
Thank you. All right. I now want to move on to chronic disease management in people living in residential aged care, and particularly the chronic disease management Medicare items, so to manage the healthcare of people with chronic or terminal medical conditions. And I'm told that it's one of the main mechanisms for funding allied healthcare providers, including in aged care settings. Where a GP has contributed to a care plan prepared for the resident by the residential aged care facility and referred them to allied health services. So where I want to go to is the temporary change during COVID that started on the 10th of December 2020 and ended in June, that enabled allied health providers to claim a call-out or flagfall fee to cover their costs to travel to a registered aged care facility to provide a face-to-face service. And that new items supported access up to 5 additional services per calendar year for selected physical therapy services. So did the department do any tracking of any increased access to allied health services during that temporary period, and increased uptake during that period of allied health services?
So, Senator, this is normally an outcome to... We don't have the specific detailed junior staff who can provide that detailed modelling. It's not a whole of portfolio matter. Ms Shakespeare's just informed me that the officer involved will be here for at the end of cross portfolio when we go into the other outcomes. So we can come back to that later if you like, Senator.
All right. I mean, I suppose the general stuff is what input the department as a whole provided on the decision to end, that we had that extension in place during COVID and then it was ended. And whether that was based on any assessment of the benefits. But I can ask at outcome 2 if you'd prefer me to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that's all I've got for cross-portfolio.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, did you have questions for cross-portfolio?
I believe.
Or your colleague, Senator Ruston?
But I have questions.
Do you want? I might move to Senator Waters, and just while you get ready, or Senator Waters.
Great, thank you, Chair. Look, after your guidance as to where I should ask about these issues, I've got some questions about abortion access and references in the Women's Budget Statement to that. I've got some questions on birthing on country, on perinatal mental health, on rape kits for non-citizens, and then also for midwives. So if I can seek your advice on where to ask all of those.
Most of those are in outcome 1, which would be after we've complete whole portfolio and ageing and aged care. Yep. We have the Deputy Secretary responsible for those areas here, but you might be better off to wait till we get to outcome 1 to deal with those. And the questions on midwives in terms of if they're workforce questions would be in outcome 2.
Okay, great. Thanks for your guidance. I'll wait for those times then.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Okay, can you just give me 2 minutes?
Yeah. Please go ahead, Senator Waters.
I've got some questions in relation to the MBS review of participating midwives and the government response to that. So I'm not sure if that's a question for MBS per se or really for government. Should I wait for 10:15 this evening to...
Well, I think that the question could be initially addressed to those officers involved in the MBS, but whether a government response is required, that may be, depends what the nature of those questions are, I think.
All right, I think it's just where's the action. But, can't wait for that one. And surrogacy is the final topic I've got tonight. Would that be outcome 2 also?
Surrogacy probably would fit into outcome 1. Yeah, because unless it was to do with MBS or PBS issues, it would probably.
It is about MBS coverage, so.
Well, MBS, well, then it would be outcome 2.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Ruston.
Right. So we just cross portfolio at the moment.
Yep.
I'm just wondering whether the department made a submission to the budget audit, spending audit that is undertaken by the Department of Finance.
Senators Charles Swan, Chief Operating Officer. So the coordination of the budget process falls into my group. Yes, as part of the October budget process, we did make a contribution to that audit.
Okay. So could you explain what the process was in order to go through that particular process as opposed to the normal budgetary process that you would go through for a budget?
It was there were a number of streams to the process. We were asked to, and I don't have the dates in terms but broadly speaking, there was a request to look at all of our programs and provide, particularly in the context of our Bill 1 programs, the profile, the funding profile, and then make commentary on what was committed, not committed, and reasons for that one way or the other. Separate to that, there was a process where ministers were asked to come forward with ideas and write to the Prime Minister in relation to bringing items forward for consideration, and then those probably the third process attached to it was looking at the 22. Because that first template was looking at all our programs, but the third line of investigation was around the measures in the 22-23 March budget and consideration on whether they continue or be reframed or reversed.
So were you given a set of criteria in terms of how you were requested to analyse particular programs?
There was fairly clear guidance in relation to the template on the information that was required. So in that sense, absolutely, yeah.
Yep. So were there programs and projects that funding was cut from the department as part of this audit process?
So in terms of the process itself, it was really an information gathering piece, and that information was analysed by the Department of Finance. In relation to the decisions that were made in the October process, there wasn't many decisions taken in that context, but my understanding is that the broader work that was done would be considered in subsequent fiscal updates.
Okay,
So there's on page 126, there's a measure there, government spending audit, health and aged care
paper, the
efficiencies.
portfolio one or
Sorry?
BP1, BP1, 2, 3?
Oh,
budget
sorry,
portfolio?
in the measures document, BP2, 126. So, yeah, there wasn't many coming from health. Not as many as the Minister for Finance.
Clearly, you're in the...
expecting that there may be
You're
more coming from it.
You may be in the naughty bin with the Finance Minister.
There's more work to do.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of the these measures, so what did you say, 126?
Yeah.
Spending audit, so yeah, that's pretty small in the context of the quantum that was supposed to be identified around.
Well, there wasn't a quantum there wasn't an application of a particular amount. It was an exercise in have a look at what you're spending. Are there opportunities to reprioritise? Are there opportunities to return some money to the budget? And obviously there was the NPP process of bringing forward things, as Mr. Wan said. So, but it wasn't attributed a figure to any portfolio.
Yeah. So in reading this, can I assume that the overwhelming lion's share of the funding that was identified through this process actually went to the nurse immunisers program?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't know whether Dr Murphy or Professor Kelly, sorry I keep calling you Dr, Professor Murphy, so is it your contention then that we have trained all of our nurses to the extent that we no longer need this program?
No, this was a specific measure to train nurse immunisers in residential aged care settings, and we did. It's the second such program we did. The experience with the first program was that some of those nurse immunisers didn't stay. They became quite attractive to get nurse immunisers when they're fully trained, often, and it wasn't necessarily a rewarding career for some trained as a nurse immuniser when they might only be doing 3 or 4 injection and immunisations a week in an aged care facility. So we and Mr. Lai can comment on that, we, in consultation with the sector, we felt that was a measure that probably wasn't as important as many of the other measures we prosecuted in the budget for aged care. So I don't know whether Mr. Lai, do you want to...
Michael Lai, Deputy Secretary, Ageing and Aged Care Group. That's right. We were very concerned that the intention of the proposal would actually be counterproductive, that we would have very low take-up. The course is an expensive course. It takes a long period of time. It's quite involved. And so we thought we'd have very low take-up from nurses. And then secondly, that, as Dr Murphy's indicating, that those nurses would then leave the aged care industry because with that qualification they'd be highly sought after in the acute health space to do vaccination work, and that we'd actually make it harder for ourselves to get nurses into the aged care system. So we thought that that kind of resource could be better spent on workforce initiatives.
So where does that leave aged care in relation to immunisation? I mean, what are they now falling back onto in terms of the process?
Used, Senator, every registered nurse in aged care is able to give vaccines, give immunisations. the particular advantage of a nurse immuniser is that they can work independently without medical supervision, so they can go and run a vaccination clinic on their own. Now, in the aged care setting now, we are returning progressively to the normal model of immunisation where the visiting general practitioner prescribes the vaccines, and the vaccines can then be given by the nurses in the facility. So that's quite within their scope of practice. The nurse immuniser is an advantage in that you could do that if you had a large program of vaccination where you didn't have a medical officer, but immunisations in aged care are now essentially small in number. Each time there's probably only a handful of residents would fall due for another vaccine in any month, and they're on an ad hoc basis. Way back, early in the pandemic, when we were immunising 60 people, and we had 60 people due again in 3 or 4 months, there was value in having an independently practising nurse immuniser. But and particularly now with the increased numbers of registered nurses going into aged care, we feel that there'll be sufficient nursing staff in partnership with the GPs, and also pharmacists can now go into aged care. We have provided funding for them to go in to provide immunisation as well.
So what you're saying is that because of the changing circumstances of the environment you find yourselves in, the way we're doing the change is a much more efficient and effective way to be doing it. So, okay. So it was a program that was just necessarily probably coming to an end. Okay. Just more generally, just to get a bit of an idea around the budget process, were there any funds within the Department of Health that were requested to be moved as part of the budget process? So,
like movement of funds?
Yeah.
So reprofile?
Yes.
Yes, there was quite large movements of funds, mainly in the vaccine space, but I think we've got the expert on all of this, Mr. McCormack.
So, Paul McCormack, First Assistant Secretary, Financial Management Division. So yes, in the context of the leading into the October budget, in the normal cycle in July, August, there's usually around looking at movement of funds, predominantly in the ordinary annual administered space. In this particular context, we moved over $1 billion across all of the programs and the outcomes, and that was associated with a range of different factors, delivery being slower than originally anticipated, the requirements from, for example, aged care for some of the sectoral support and the workforce supports running slower than originally anticipated, and so the funding required in this financial year rather than the previous year. In addition to that, quite substantial movement of inventory or capital funding associated with the purchase of both PPE and other items for the stockpile, and with the purchase of vaccines and treatments.
Would it be possible to get like a high-level breakdown of that $1 billion by Thursday?
Yeah.
So that we could have a look at, and in that the explanation of why
I can give a
it was
summary
needed
of
to
that
be
by Thursday.
moved. Yeah, that would be great.
Senator Weston, would you like to share the call around? I'll come back to you.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Very kind. Thank you. Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're just warming up.
Thanks. Yeah. Thanks for your time. I've got a few questions to do with the health workforce in the ACT.
The health workforce is
GPs.
Not on it. We're doing cross-portfolio at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, we presumably will have more of those officials with us when we get into outcome 1, which has got health workforce in it after this first hour.
Sure.
If we could try and answer your question, if there's a senior,
Sure,
senior officer.
Can I go to bulk billing? Is that you? Whole of portfolio?
But bulk billing, again, that's in outcome 2. But if it's a simple question, we might be able to address it, but we're prepared for whole of portfolio corporate matters at the moment, and it would be preferable to wait till the full team of officials is either here or online at the end of whole of portfolio.
Urgent care clinics?
Again, that is also in outcome one, which again would be after aged care. But we don't want to be obstructive. If you want
let's run to how things are meant to run. I'll come back.
Senator Pocock,
That's my bad.
We are coming to outcome 1 and 2 later this evening, and then we're coming again on Thursday. So
yeah, cool. I'll come back.
Come back. Okay.
Thank
Did you have any
Sorry about
corporate
that, Chair.
matters? No, it's all right.
No.
We're all just
three other
making our way
things,
through. I'll pass the call to Senator Waters then, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Look, folks, I might try my luck with your, I'm sure, wonderful level of expertise to save some scheduling clashes. So thanks for giving it a shot. The Strengthening Medicare Task Force, which doesn't include an endorsed midwife, what's being done to ensure midwifery perspectives are around the table when considering whether to adopt the recommendations of an earlier MBS review of participating midwives?
I think Ms Rishnew, who is very expertise on lots of things, will have a go.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Hi, Senator Tanya Rishnew, Deputy Secretary, Primary and Community Care. Apologies for my croakiness. The Strengthening Medicare Task Force has a number of members. It has 15 members. It includes the Australian Nurse and Midwifery Federation. It also has the Chief Nurse and Midwifery Officer as an observer at each of those. So Alison McMillan is online, but she is providing expertise as well around midwifery.
Okay, thank you. Look, and I have written to the Minister about this, so I've got a little bit of background, and I certainly don't mean to disparage the expertise of anyone who is presently on the task force, but concerns have been raised with me that there are no endorsed midwives per se, where that is their chief area of expertise on that task force. So is there any consideration of adding an endorsed midwife? I'm not sure if that's better for the Minister or for you. I'll take both.
So, Senator, the membership of the task force obviously includes a range of expertise and a range of representation. So Annie Butler from the Australian Nurse and Midwifery Federation is on the task force itself. Alison McMillan, as I said, as the Chief Nurse and Midwifery Officer, is online, and the task force relies on expertise from a range of groups informing the task force consideration. I don't know whether Ms McMillan would like to
Just while she's waiting, I think, Senator, it's important to note that Strengthening Medicare Task Force, Minister Butler is pretty clear. Its major focus is focused on primary care, particularly general practice. There isn't a specific focus on looking at the real issues in midwifery, and that there are separate programs of work that the department, and as Professor McMillan can talk to about how we're looking at midwifery. We do accept that there are clearly issues with midwives, there are workforce issues, and Professor McMillan can talk to that, but the Strengthening Medicare Task Force is not looking at specialist medicine like cardiologist, neurologist, or imaging and pathology. It's particularly looking at the business model of primary care, largely general practice, but not exclusively general practice, allied health and nurse, the full range of multidisciplinary care, but it is essentially a primary care focus, whereas midwifery is more of a referred secondary sort of care. So it's not really within the remit of that task force. Sometimes the name of the task force perhaps confuses people a bit, because there is a view that it's looking at every bit of Medicare. But okay. Professor McMillan, would you like to sort of talk a little bit about?
I'd welcome
certainly. So Alison McMillan, the Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer. Good evening. Both the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation and the Australian Practice Nurses Association are on the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. Both of those organisations have used a network of nursing and midwifery organisations on a regular basis to consult broadly across both professions So that does encompass the Australian College of Midwives, and certainly they have endeavoured to seek the views of many parts of the professions, including eligible midwives. The issues associated often with eligible midwives are associated with the Medicare benefits schedule, and those are being worked through another process. The midwives, whilst not directly represented, their voice is brought to the table through those two nursing and midwifery organisations.
Okay, thanks very much, Professor McMillan. I've got a question. When you say it's being worked through another process, can you just enlighten me what that process is, please?
So yes, Senator, we have an established mechanism by which all of the peak nursing and midwifery bodies come together on a regular basis. It's convened by myself through my office with 19 of the nursing and midwifery peak bodies. And we've used that on a regular basis to talk about key policy issues relevant to program areas, to consult with the two professions, but also used it very successfully to share advice and information in a two-way exchange around the response to the pandemic. So it is my office's way of reaching as many of the peak body nursing and midwifery organisations, and also in a means and way for them to collaborate together on common issues and challenges that we might face.
Thank you. What should I refer to that process as? Does it have a title?
Yeah, it's called the Nursing and Midwifery Strategic Reference Group.
Okay, thank you. And who does that strategic reference group provide advice to?
Well, through me in my office, it provides advice to the department. But also we use it on a regular basis to seek views and advice from the sector to my office and subsequently to the department on issues relevant to the professions.
Thank you. Look, I'll probably put some more questions in on notice about that particular strategic reference group. But can I ask now about the MBS review of participating midwives, which I'm told had multi-party support, but has not yet been, the recommendations pertaining to midwifery haven't yet been given effect to, including things like increasing antenatal consultations to 60 minutes, adding a new item for complex antenatal attendance leading to hospital admission, and increasing postnatal consultations to 60 minutes plus a birth debrief. When will those recommendations be given effect?
So, Senator, that is in outcome 2. I'm not sure whether Ms Shakespeare knows whether the officials are online yet for that. Ms Shakespeare, perhaps you can... Shakespeare's got the overall control of it, but that's quite a detailed question and we might need to wait for the other officials to come.
Penny Shakespeare, Deputy Secretary, Health Resourcing Group. There are still a number of MBS task force reports and recommendations that the department is working through with external stakeholder groups in order to provide advice to government so that the government can respond to the task force recommendations, and that's one area where we're continuing to do more work with the sector.
Okay, thank you. So do you have a timeframe on when that advice will be provided?
Officers online may have some from Medical Benefits Division. Otherwise, we can take that on notice, and when the officers are here for outcome 2 later in the evening, we can provide that information.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll just give you my final question just for completeness. Does the government, I'm not sure if the Minister can take this one, does the government intend to extend the MBS coverage for intrapartum item numbers to include home birth?
Not that I'm aware of, but if there are any further advice I can provide, I will update the committee.
All
Not
right,
that I'm
thank
aware
you.
of, though.
Thank you. Well, I'm grateful for you taking those questions on notice and for the folk online too. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Ruston.
What's the current APS level in health at the moment?
In terms of staffing?
Staff numbers.
Senator. So the current ASL at present is 5,239. So in terms of the resourcing identified in the October budget, so in the White Book, the PBS, it was identified as 4,800 189.
Okay, so are we going forwards forecasting increase or decrease in the levels?
Compared to the March budget, it's an increase of about 350. Compared to what our actuals were back at the March budget, it's running at about the same. It's actually a slight increase. So, well, I don't actually have it for March per se, but in 30th of June it was 4,910.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand what the impact on the agency will be of any cessation of using of consultants.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, have you analysed what the potential impact of the restriction of using of consultants by the agency going forward is likely to be, either on increased need for ASL or impact on the delivery of departmental outcomes?
I jumped in to say there isn't a restriction on, there has not been a restriction placed on departments.
Okay, so the department is not, there will be no reduction in the number of consultants that will be able to be accessed by the department?
So, and I was just going to say what Mr Gallagher was going to say. There's no restriction per se. When we look at our workforce, we look at all the categories because it's quite dependent on the work that needs to be done. So, you know, we look at APS, both ongoing and non-ongoing. We look at contractors and labour hire, and we look at consultants. And depending on the nature of the work, whether it's specialised, whether we've got it in-house, whether it's short-term, long-term, low-level activity or requiring specialist expertise. So we still look at all those categories and moving forward we will continue to do that. Probably more particularly the lifting of the ASL cap has allowed I guess an ability to shift external workforce into the APS structure where that makes sense. Particularly, so external workforce, depending on its nature, can be quite expensive. It has the advantages of being flexible as well in terms of whether we, end the engagement arrangement. But it does allow us to look at that external workforce and opportunistically take advantage of that shifting into the APS where it makes sense.
Can I just add, we're also doing the audit of employment across that finance leading, assisted with the APSC, just on the use of external labour, because there isn't centrally held information about external labour, consultants, contractors, labour hire. So that piece of work is being done and will be completed early next year to report, and that will give us the first assessment of, you know, where there are opportunities to shift labour hire into secure jobs, where there's the large consultancy spend, things like that.
Yeah, so have you got an amount that the department spent on consultants in the last financial year?
Yes, I do. Senator? Have you got it there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Senator, in our 21-22 annual report on page 141, so total expenditure of 49.3 million against 312 new consultancy contracts that we entered into in 21-22.
And would that be a normal amount, or was that influenced by COVID?
It's influenced marginally by COVID, and the reason I say marginally is, yes, it is slightly higher, but consultancy, the number of contracts that we enter into hovers around the 270 to the 320 sort of mark over a number of years, and some of these contracts go over more than one financial year. So, yeah, it's, I would say, consistent.
So have you been given a savings dividend or a cut that you are expected to meet in the agency in relation to consultants?
Yeah.
Well, not specifically in relation to consultants. There is in the budget papers and in our portfolio budget statement a contribution to whole of government save that arises out of external labour and expenditure on advertising, travel and legal advice. For the portfolio this financial year it's 38 million. For the department it's 21.5.
Could you provide a breakdown of that into those categories?
Well, it's not in those categories in terms of any particular amounts. That's the total amount, and those are the categories. So the breakdown is in the budget papers.
It gets taken out of our appropriation coming in, and then we clearly focus on those areas when we're looking, because they're the simplest areas to go to in terms of meeting that new appropriation.
So will that mean that you're likely to be recruiting more people within the APS to make up for any shortfall that you will identify to be able to provide back as part of that dividend?
Well, it's certainly open to us to do that, and like I said previously, where it makes sense, we certainly will do that. But the way the SAFE gets attributed is in our context, there's a contribution from all the divisions, and then it's up to division heads and deputies to work through on how to give effect to that reduced level of funding. At the same time, I should say, we also, as typical for every fiscal update, there's new measures coming in and we get additional funding. So there's swings and roundabouts, and I think the net position in terms of we got about 75 million additional in funding.
Yeah, the net increase in departmental appropriation coming out of the October budget is 75 million this financial year.
I was just trying to sort of get some sort of assertion around how much has been of the, I think it was $3 billion or something you were looking for in terms of savings.
Applied the first year of just over 600 million, I think.
Sorry, I was talking about the health agency, not
Oh,
overall.
right, but just in a global sense, and it's the same for the health because it was attributed to 1 year. Then the audit of employment will inform future decisions.
Okay. Just back to just some more general stuff on the agency. Was anything, any responsibilities, mogged in or mogged out of the Department of Health and Aged Care as part of the change of government?
No, not on this occasion.
No, we had a name change to the department, Senator, but other than that...
And so how much did that cost?
Very little. It was a recommendation of the Aged Care Royal Commission that we change our name to the Department of Health and Aged Care, and it's something that we'd been planning for a while, and it seemed an appropriate time to do it, and government supported it, but we've implemented it fairly, with it mostly within our existing resources, trying not to sort of go to a big reprint. And
one of the benefits of the last couple of years is that we've embraced digital, and what that means when there is name changes is it certainly reduces the costs.
Okay. Have there been any changes to the procurement panel since the election?
The procurement panel?
Which
procurement? Do you have a procurement panel in terms of what you procure?
Oh, there's many different panels, some whole of government, some that we establish. So
I'm talking about just Department of Health. Do you not have a process of procurement that you follow?
We do. We procure on an ongoing basis, and we publish an annual procurement plan annually, funnily enough. We've just recently updated that. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure what the publication date is. We just cleared it about 2 weeks ago, so it may not yet be on AusTender. There were minor changes. In terms of panel arrangements, we don't have any changes in any health-administered panels. There were a couple that expired a few years ago. There is a new whole-of-government panel on recruitment that is coming into effect this month. But that's a whole of government arrangement which we will use in due course.
Yep. So what's the current advertising budget of the Department of Health and Aged Care?
We'd have to. Do we have Ms. Balmano online? It goes. She looks after our communications area. So
Well, all I was actually seeking to find out is what your current budget is. Have there been any advertising programs that are on foot that have been cut as opposed to finished? Have there been any new campaigns brought on since the election? And if you just want to bring that on Thursday, that would be fine.
For sure.
Yeah, and the same thing in relation to market.
Got that information now, if you would like me to, Senator.
Sure.
So Rachel Balmano, First Assistant Secretary for People, Communication and Parliamentary Division. In terms of campaigns that were operating previously and were discontinued, the Accessing Healthcare campaign ceased when Caretaker started and was not recommenced. That, however, would have finished last financial year anyway. Our other campaigns were in relation to sort of immunisation in COVID spaces. They were given bipartisan support to continue during the Caretaker period and ran their natural course. The immunisation ones have finished for this year. They tend to be seasonal, and obviously communications around COVID and COVID vaccination continue.
Okay. Could you get me a bit more detail for Thursday in relation to the COVID campaigns, particularly in light of some statements today around a new wave of COVID and what the intentions are in relation to communication around that?
I can cover that now. I've got that information.
Yep.
So through a range of government decisions of the previous government and the current government, we do have funding this financial year for COVID communications. So we have been in market continuously since February 2020. So the COVID effort continues. At the moment, we've got advertising running particularly around oral antiviral treatments and promoting awareness of those. But we obviously have also done preparatory work and have previous materials that have been used in relation to masks or other COVID-safe behaviours, and we are conscious that depending on the epidemiology and what's required, that we would have different options to put to government about what products should be deployed.
Yep.
Okay. There is funding available, and the work in terms of preparing for various scenarios continues.
Sorry, Senator Ruston. Senator Waters, have you finished your line of questioning for whole of portfolio? I believe so. Okay, just you can continue.
Oh, okay, thank you. Just some quick ones. Has there been any incidences of fraud or misuse of public funds within the agency that's been identified since the election?
No, not since. I'll just pull up the stats. So we have had some internal allocations, allegations, I should say, and there have been, to date, to 30th of September, 228 allegations across a range of areas. In terms of actual findings of fraud, let's see, there's a number of matters in progress, either as a result of those new allegations or previous allegations being assessed and undertaken, and that's continuing. There have been, in terms of prosecutions concluded, now this is not internal, but prosecutions concluded there's been 3 so far this year. and there's 26 matters before the court. In terms of internal, though, they'd all be externally based allegations to do with programs.
Mostly MBS, PBS
Yeah.
fraud. So we're not talking about a lot of allegations of our staff.
Well, I am delighted to hear there aren't 228 of those.
Yeah, no, that's across the whole,
There's been
all our programs.
two internal allegations.
2 internal?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to sort of provide any description or what was involved in them without identifying, obviously, the matter on foot?
I could well do.
I mean, I'm happy if you want to take it on notice and provide...
I might be able to come back to you
Yeah.
shortly on that one.
Yeah, and just be keen to know, like, you know, what the incident looked like, and what sort of, you know, monetary or financial value was associated with the alleged fraud, what steps were taken to address the matter, and obviously if there was a finding of guilt, be interested to know whether that person or people are still employed by the agency.
We'll get back to you on
Yeah,
it.
sure. Understand you need to be careful there. Has any of your employees or staff or contractors either been fired or had their contracts terminated since the election?
In terms of, as part of normal arrangements of employing and ceasing projects and the like, yes, there would be...
Terminated, maybe I should describe, I'm not talking about a natural conclusion of a contract, I'm talking about a proactive action to cease...
Because of misconduct.
Ms Balmano might be able to address that, I think.
Well, not even necessarily misconduct, it just might be a decision of the department to terminate something early and what the consequences of that might have been.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice. It would not be large numbers, but I'd have to take on notice in terms of exact numbers and timing.
Yep, sure, that'd be great. Have there been any reports, formal or otherwise, in relation to bullying, harassment of staff within the agency in the last 6 months?
Just generally, amongst the organisation, there would be allegations of bullying.
Ms Balmano?
Yes.
I can take this one. So we have 23 cases on hand in the organisation around bullying and harassment. For comparison, last financial year there were 47 cases over the course of the year. So it is something that we very much encourage. We have a no tolerance policy and very much encourage and have been actively encourage people to raise issues and to report where they perceive that there's bullying and harassment, and we look at each of those cases individually.
Just as a matter of interest, I'd be keen to understand the kind of steps that you take under a situation where you find that there's a warranted complaint of bullying and harassment, and what your procedures are.
We'd be very happy to take that on notice, Senator. I should point out that in the annual employee census, we've shown a progressive decline in staff perceiving that they have been the subject of bullying and harassment. We've had one of our lowest records this year, so it's been we're quite pleased with. You know, there is always an element of staff who feel that they're bullied, and we find in our employee census that that's a very positive trend, and we can put that in the response on notice too.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, there's also been an increase preparedness to report bullying. So the fact that there's a reduction in the census in terms of reported bullying, people are feeling free to actually report on it. So that, I mean, those two stats together are very positive.
Yep, great. Have there been any complaints in relation to bullying against any ministerial staff?
There's been no allegations.
Yep. Okay. And any security instances reported in the last 6 months in terms of security breaches within the agency?
Oh, within the agency, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Now, probably for you, Minister, and you may not be able to answer it, given it's not your portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Just wondering whether the Minister or the Minister's office has had any contact with trade union representatives since the election, and if so, which unions and on what matters?
So in trade unions, are you talking about the ANMF and people like that? The AMA? Do you include the AMA in the union description?
Well, I'm more than happy for any organised...
In which case I would say yes, there would have... Well, I'm happy to take it on notice and get advice from the Minister's office, but I can absolutely assure you that the Minister would have met certainly with the relevant health unions.
Keen to understand if there were unions other than the obvious health unions that you expect that the Minister may or may not have met with during that time. And the same thing to the department. I mean, obviously, I would imagine you'd meet with the CPSU on a regular basis, and I wouldn't... But, you know, has there been meetings between trade unions representatives?
Well, certainly, again, as part of our regular business, we do engage and have always engaged with the health unions, including the ANMF, AMA, Health Services Union, particularly on workforce matters. You know, the aged care group engages actively. So we have always done that. And we were talking earlier about the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. It has ANMF and other union representatives on it. So it's part of our normal business of health system that we would engage with the health unions and the CPSU.
Yep. Okay. And just how many of your staff from your agency are currently on secondment into any of the Minister's offices that sit within the health and aged care portfolios?
I can provide you some information on that. So this is not in terms of DLOs.
No.
So in terms of departmental staff on MOPS, we have in Minister Butler's office we have 2. In Minister Wells's office we have none. In Assistant Minister Kearney's office we have 1. In Assistant Minister McBride's office, we have 1. In Assistant Minister McCarthy's office, we don't have any.
Okay, thanks.
To add to Mr. Wan's answer, they're the staff who are on MOPS. We also have 2 departmental staff in temporary advisor roles in Minister Wells' office. So they're short-term backfill.
Okay, so they're not on a permanent secondment, they're just there temporarily until those positions are filled?
Yes.
Yep, okay.
Yes.
Cheers.
Ruston, we've got a few more minutes, just flagging that we're almost at 8 o'clock.
So you're back on Thursday, so it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, so we'll finish up with whole of portfolio and corporate matters today, but the department is back for other items.
What's that looking at?
Can't we get this finished? Like, surely we're gonna end up getting stuck on Thursday if we don't keep going.
Yeah, we've had a block of about 25 minutes. I'm just saying we can keep going, but if we can
look,
condense.
can you take these on notice, and in the meantime I'll have a look and see what else I can put on notice. Just be keen to understand what overseas travel have been undertaken by any of the 5 portfolio ministers, the dates and locations of travel and who travelled with them.
Minister McCarthy went to Bali representing the Health Minister for the G20 Health Ministers meeting in the last sitting week for 2 days.
And Minister Wells went to New Zealand, I think, for a World Cup event in sport.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
So
Minister McBride went to Italy instead of turning up to the RDAA conference, so perhaps you take that on notice and you can provide me a full list, and also of the use of the special purpose aircraft for any travel, and who attended with the ministers if they did use the special purpose aircraft. And just finally, if it would be possible to just provide any significant changes in the organisational chart since last year's annual report compared with the previous year. And I will look through those, the rest of the millions that I have, and put them on notice if I can.
I know that. Thank you kindly, Senator Ruston. We will now finish with whole portfolio and corporate matters, and we'll be moving to outcome 3, ageing and aged care. So if we need to have a shuffle at the table, can we start shuffling? And in a moment, Senator Tyrrell, I'll be handing the call to you.
Chair, just very quickly,
Yes.
I've got some more information on those matters around contractors and investigations and the like. So on foot, there is investigations of one unauthorised system access and one code of conduct because a person didn't declare a criminal conviction. Both of those are still ongoing. We also, a contractor was convicted and sentenced in relation to timesheet fraud.
From a very long time ago.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're the two matters.
Okay, lovely. Senator Tyrrell, we'll go to you. Just heads up, we're aiming for 10-minute blocks, but please continue.
Amen to that, and hopefully it won't be Treasury. But that's okay.
It's happened to almost everyone.
I know. Thank you. I've got some questions in relation to aged care providers are an invaluable resource, as you all know, within their local and wider communities. Does the government believe that inadequate funding and financial resourcing could place aged care providers at risk of carrying out their work?
Senator, if you don't mind, could you repeat that? I didn't hear that.
That's all right. I should have waited till you sat down. Apologies,
sorry.
Mr. Lai. Aged care providers are an invaluable resource in their local and wider communities. Does the government believe that inadequate funding and financial resourcing could place aged care providers at risk of carrying out their work?
Right, Senator. So I might start and then I'll hand over to Ms Trapp. Obviously, we're acutely aware of providers being viable, and obviously the Royal Commission looked extensively at the viability of the aged care sector and made a large number of recommendations. So your government's put a large amount of money into the sector to make sure that those providers do have sufficient resources to carry on their work. And so I think, from memory, the total scale of the uplift in funding is something like 13% to the base funding of our providers. And importantly, the government's passed legislation which will mean that the Independent Hospital and Aged Care Pricing Authority will now look at costs as they increase in the sector and make a recommendation to government about uplift of funding, as opposed to a fixed cost increase, which has been an issue for our providers. I think separate to that, though, we recognise that we have real issues beyond our capital cities in what we would call thin markets, so areas where rural and remote, and in some cases in closer to the cities where you might have an absence of services for First Nations people. So we have a large number of programs that are aimed at intervening early with providers who might be in some kind of trouble. Ms Strapp can probably give you a bit of an indication of what we're doing, and then we're still seeing, on balance, an expansion in the number of aged care beds relative to decline. So we have a small number of providers who cease operating each year, and then a small number who come online. But in terms of beds for people, that number's increasing. So, Ms Strapp, I don't know if you want to add to
Sure.
that.
Eliza Strapp, First Assistant Secretary for the Market and Workforce Division. So as Mr Lai said, we do acknowledge that the last 5 years have been particularly tough for the aged care sector, but a lot of the changes that have been implemented, particularly from 1 October this year with the introduction of AN-ACC, are aimed at significantly increasing the viability of the sector. So as well as that, the $10 per bed per day per resident supplement was introduced last year. It's $5.4 billion through AN-ACC that commenced on the 1st of October. And there's and this includes, I think particularly it's good to note, this includes particular uplift for providers in regional, rural and remote, acknowledging that they've got additional costs. the average per resident funding is expected to increase from around $193 per day under previous arrangements under the aged care funding instrument to around $225 per day under ANAC. And as Mr Lai mentioned, residential care funding will increase by 13% to $16.9 billion this financial year. And this means that average government funding per resident will be over $85,000 in 22-23. So we are monitoring closely. Last week was the first time that we received from providers a quarterly financial report, which means we're getting more up-to-date data from providers about how they're tracking, and we're monitoring their financial performance closely. And as Mr Lai said, when we identify that they might be a risk of viability, we have a range of supports, particularly for regional, rural and remote providers, to ensure that they can address any viability concerns, and we can ensure there's continuity of care for residents.
Beautiful, thank you. So the mechanisms that are in place to give them extra funds, is that separate to the indexation rate for 22-23? Because that's of 1.7?
So the increase to the base is separate.
Mm-hmm.
So there's been a large uplift, and it's addressed a range of different things Ms Strapp talked about, including things like supporting providers to provide extra care to people in residential aged care. And so the recent legislation that passed Parliament will make it possible for what was previously the Hospitals Pricing Authority, who look at the costs in the hospital system and make recommendations around the uplift in funding, to do that for aged care into the future. So they will do that costing study in the coming months and recommend an amount, where previously we had a wage cost index, which was a fixed formula indexation method in aged care. So
is that different for profits versus not-for-profit?
No.
So it's the same across the board? Okay, cool. So with that, do you still think that the sector is underfunded enormously, or will the mechanisms they have in play improve?
I think that we feel that with that uplift, and particularly with the new way in which funding will be indexed, together with the government's announcement to pass on funding for the wage increase to workers through the Fair Work Commission decision, that those things combined will put the sector on a solid foundation going forward. I think it's fair to say that they haven't been in that situation, and a lot of the public reporting that we see on a regular basis probably is a bit backward-looking in that sense of where we've come from in terms of financial viability. Okay. I think realistically too, COVID has had an impact, particularly in residential aged care, where we've seen the number of people in residential aged care declining.
Yep, for obvious reasons. Some costs for operation have gone up 20%, while the subsidies are only going up 1.7%. This means a cut in real terms when you look at the rate of inflation. What services do aged care providers need to cut to make the ends meet, do you think?
Well, again, Senator, I'd say that a lot of the things that a lot of the costs that providers have seen over the last little while aren't encapsulated in that indexation percentage that you mentioned. So, for example, during the whole of the COVID pandemic, where a provider has had the costs of loss of workforce, the cost of PPE, rapid antigen testing, and other extraordinary costs, those have been met by government grant. So they've been able to claim for those expenses, and government has met that. We're making ongoing provisions in terms of the supply of personal protective equipment and rapid antigen tests. That's one example. I think the Fair Work Commission decision is another example where the government's taken the decision to make sure that the costs that will flow through to providers for the increase in workers' wages will be met. And so I think that, and then as Ms Strapp ran through all those other uplifts in funding, I think they're an extraordinary increase to the base of the system. So I think that a focus on the 1.7% indexation formula, which is the old formula which is being replaced, I think probably doesn't really kind of capture what's happening in the industry at the moment.
Okay. What's the new interest rate?
Well, as I said, instead of a wage cost index formula which is applied in the sector for a long time, there'll be a process where costing studies are done and to look at the real cost increases within the sector and a recommendation made to government about increasing funding by that amount.
So how are they going to report those mechanisms to you? Is there like a quarterly or some kind of criteria that they need to meet to get the extra funding?
Excuse me. Nick Hartland, First Assistant Secretary, Home and Residential Division. The IPA will do a review of the indexation needed for July, so it will still be an annual review, and their recommendation will be provided to the Minister, and the government will then determine the indexation rate. It will apply to all providers equally. So ANAC works off a national price, and that price will be uplifted, and every provider will get the benefit of that.
So in theory, they'd be running at a loss for the year and then they reclaim it in arrears?
No. The indexation will affect the future rates that they're paid.
Okay. Thank you for my lack of knowledge.
Senator Tyrrell, we're coming towards the end of your block.
Is that
Continue,
cool?
but just
Is
to let
that
you know.
one more, I promise, and then I'll run away into my hole of despair. Yeah.
Beautiful, continue.
With the recommendations of the Aged Care Royal Commission, do you think that people are going to be able to comply with those recommendations with the plans that you've got in play for funding, etc., and support within the nursing homes, or aged care industry, I should say?
So, Senator, you're referring to the provision of care minutes and 24/7 nursing?
Yes, well, the sector's been funded from October to increase the care minutes to 200 minutes of total care minutes and including 40 minutes of registered nurse time. They will need to source staff, but they have the funding in order to get to that target, and we are monitoring how they're going with it, and Ms Strapp has a number of programs to assist them sourcing the workforce. So, you know, we're confident that they'll be able to meet those targets.
What I'm hearing, though, from a lot of industries is that they're competing against each other. The nursing industry, the community services industry, the childcare industry, all the caring industries are fighting for the same people from every state and territory in Australia. So how are they in reality going to be able to meet these targets? I know that there are exemption processes in place, but we haven't really seen the detail around that yet either. I'm just concerned that these elderly people aren't going to be cared for effectively through no fault of their own, and the carers that are in the aged care facilities at the moment. Is there any way that we're really going to meet these targets realistically?
So, Senator, if it's helpful, Dr Hartland can run through the detail of the exemption process. I think the general answer to your question is you're right, it's a very tight labour market, and some of the workers in our industry are competing, are in the on wage rates there where it might be easy to work at Bunnings. That's often said to the department. But the Fair Work Commission decision, interim decision, which is going to uplift wages by 15%, will make a real difference. We know from the previous studies by the National Skills Commission that a 10% uplift in wages in our sector will halve the kind of gap that we face in the care economy going forward. So the interim decision is really welcome in terms of that 15%. The government's commitment to pass that on to providers will give them confidence that they will be able to attract and importantly retain workforce who might be lost to other industries at the current time.
Is there incentives for the industry to actually tap into the TAFE system that we've also got in play with the current?
So I think in a general sense, I mean, you're right to highlight the issues in the care economy. They're acute, we're aware of them. They're not problems you're going to fix overnight. We've got to build the workforce for the future and manage some of the challenges now. I know Minister Wells has been all over this in terms of trying to pull together a response in sort of, short-term and a longer-term way, recognising, that just because there's a problem doesn't mean you don't deal with it. You've got to start dealing with it somewhere. So, she's held an aged care workforce roundtable. They fed into the Jobs Summit. The Jobs Summit, in addition to the care economy, it had other areas of the, where it's tight in the labour market. But the migration program and lifting that is part of the solution. The fee-free TAFE as well, and investments being put into there and even pulled forward, so 180,000 I think from next year. And looking at how the visa system and work restrictions on international students works to help meet some of those short-term pressures. I think the Fair Work Commission will make a difference for aged care. It causes issues elsewhere in the care economy. But I think the other thing I'd put on the table is we've got to get bargaining working in the care sector. Like at the moment, like you can't go to the Fair Work Commission. The Fair Work Commission is obviously there. It's an important case that's been handed down, but in the normal course of events, it would be really great if we could have this part of the labour market functioning in a bargaining sense, and it hasn't been doing that. So the pay rises haven't been coming, the job security hasn't been coming, so it's insecure, often casual, part-time, poorly paid, feminised. We've got to start addressing those structural problems as well. It's not an easy solution, but I think we've got to come at it a number of different ways, and I know Minister Wells and Minister Butler are doing that.
Senator Tyrrell, I'll pass the call around if that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Urquhart.
Thanks very much. And this actually segues nicely from questions that Senator Tyrrell was asking. I know there are certainly some significant challenges when it comes to recruiting and retaining aged care workers. We know that. Can you tell us how long has the modelling shown that there have been shortages in the aged care workforce?
In terms of how long, I might ask my colleague, Ms Gleeson, we have been tracking the workforce shortages at least since the Royal Commission recommendations, and I'm not sure.
But I think, before Ms Gleeson gives her answer there, COVID's obviously really exacerbated the workforce shortages in our sector.
Yeah. So, I suppose really they're not new, are they? They've existed for a number of years.
They're long-term.
They're long-term,
pressures.
yeah. Okay. We know that part of the workforce gap's made up of the commitment to meet the average of 200 minutes of care per resident per day. When did the federal government adopt this policy? Was it before May 2022?
The 200 minutes? Yes. So, Senator, in terms of the uplift in workforce required to meet the various recommendations of the Royal Commission, obviously the contributors are 200 minutes, the 24/7 nursing policy, and then the next step to 215 minutes on average. The largest workforce impost comes from the commitment made to 200 minutes. That's the biggest step that the sector has to make. The 24/7 nursing, although there's a lot of anxiety in some quarters in the sector about this, it's a relatively small jump in terms of workforce.
So would it be then fair to say that the workforce demand in, say, October next year would have been largely similar regardless of who won the 2022 election?
I think that to the extent that our directions in terms of working to this blueprint of the Royal Commission recommendations that have been set, which have been supported by both sides of politics. That's really the railroad tracks that we're working between, and that's really what determines then the challenge for us in terms of workforce. I think we do have, I think the Minister's outlined some of the initiatives that are in scope, and I think probably the one issue that's changed is the Fair Work Commission one. I think the previous government said they were committed to the Fair Work Commission. The current government said, as said, they would fund it and puts funding aside for it. So, but that's probably the only difference between the two.
The Fair Work, the Fair Work Commission. We know that the federal government committed to that decision that was brought down last week for the 15%, or the interim decision of 15% increase. Has the pay case reduced the predicted workforce gap in aged care?
Yes.
Yes, we think it will.
Yes.
And so the Fair Work Commission has to take into account the impact of their decision on the economy and employers. That's part of the understanding. Is it plausible to say that the government's commitment to fund the Fair Work Commission's decision in this case would have contributed to Fair Work's decision to increase pay?
I'm not sure that we can answer that
No.
question.
I think you'd have to ask the Fair Work Commission what... the Commonwealth provided a submission. I think in their interim decision, the Fair Work Commission has pointed to the Commonwealth submission as informing their decision, as well as the submissions from...
But they took into account both sides, didn't they? They took
Yes.
into account the
Yes.
economy and they took into
Yes.
account the decision of employers.
Yes.
So,
They have to.
yeah, exactly. That's their role. So, the pay increase is reasonably significant. I mean, I know that I've had lots of aged care workers talk to me about leaving the workforce before, and now, they're committed to stay, which is fantastic. So if the federal government hadn't committed to fund that, what kind of pressure would that sort of a pay rise have had on aged care providers?
It's probably hard to speculate on that, other than I think there's a recognition from the government and provision made in this budget ahead of time, just in a sort of responsible, prudent budgeting sense, that we knew the case would be handed down, weren't sure when, weren't sure what it would find, that there, in this area, that there is a need for government supplementation. That I think, just going to Senator Tyrrell's questions, that it would have been, to have an increase of this magnitude would have put some providers under, either they couldn't meet it or people would get charged more in the for-profit sector.
Backing, I guess, of the government to basically cover the costs, then there would have been a number of aged care homes, and particularly smaller ones in rural and regional. The viability of them would be questionable, would it not?
Certainly the government taking a position and supporting a significant wage increase and then making provision for it, I think, is in recognition of some of the limitations within the sector, and, to be fair, the responsibility of the public to be caring for older Australians and contributing to that in a way that's affordable.
Okay. I had a couple of others, but I think basically they've been pretty much answered. So, from Senator Tyrrell's question, so in terms of time, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Senator Urquhart. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Chair. Okay, on to aged care. So look, I'll start with the question that I was attempting to ask during the whole of government, the whole of department, sorry, about the use of the chronic disease management Medicare items and the changes that happened during COVID, which allowed allied health providers to claim a call-out or flag-fall fee to cover their costs to travel to a registered aged care facility, and new items supporting access to up to 5 additional services per calendar year. And so I'm interested to know what analysis you've got of, did this increase uptake of allied health services and what the benefits of doing that were.
Cindy?
We might have to get the MBS team in to help with that question, Senator, because although it's aged care, it's an MBS item. I'll just see whether Ms.
I can give a brief note, but it is my colleagues. Helen Grinberg's First Assistant Secretary of the Service Delivery Division. So this was a measure that was brought in response to the pandemic. There is an evaluation that has been undertaken. There was very low uptake, is my understanding of that particular item, hence the decision to cease that. There was also investments made through primary health networks to deliver group-based allied health. That was far more successful. But our colleagues in the primary care division are best placed to give more detail around that particular measure.
Okay, so
we can get those officials in. I'll just check that we've got them.
Shall I move on to something else
Yeah.
to begin with? All right, I'll move on to the change in funding to the ANAC. And the question, I've just got an overarching question at the moment. So the ANAC has just come in. Do you have are you able to say whether any resident in residential aged care, both either permanently or on respite stage, will be worse off in terms of the individual level of subsidy under ANAC funding?
So no resident will be in a facility that gets less funding, and aged care is essentially a congregate care model. There are some residents that will probably move classifications from their ACFI scores to ANAC, but there's certainly not going to be any resident that will be in a facility that gets less funding.
Right, but individuals could indeed have less.
The funding's not attributable to individuals, so it's not a question that really arises in the ANAC model.
Okay. So in terms of the payments that individuals have to pay, for that same level of funding, there won't be any.
There is a means test yeah. So the expenditure from the facility is not tied directly to the individual funding, but there will be some people that have a changed means test care. That's right. Yes.
Yes. So they would end up having to pay more.
Yes, they will.
Some people would. And have you done any analysis of how many people would be in that situation?
Yes, we do have that. I don't have it with me. And these are people where their ANAC funding is higher than their ACFI funding.
Right, but how about the people that where their ANAC funding is less than their ACFI funding?
They would have to pay less. They would likely have to pay a smaller means tested care fee.
Well, can you then take on notice just the analysis that you've done of the number of people who will be essentially, in my simple term, people who will end up having to pay more for their care than they would have under the ACFI funding?
Yes, we might have Mr Benson online with us who may have that figures, but if not, we've certainly had a look at it and we know the figures.
Mr Benson, would you come on?
Yes, James Benson, Assistant Secretary, Funding Operation Analysis Branch. I don't have those numbers with me, but it's about 3%, I think, of residents may be paying more, and these are largely residents who haven't submitted a means test. So the payments they make are not limited other than by the cost of their care. So they're quite wealthy people who are already paying the full cost of their ACFI, and because their ANAC funding is higher, they go on to pay the full amount of that ANAC funding.
And if they did submit a means test, they did submit those details, it arguably they may have to pay less, although we suspect because they're a wealthy group.
Okay, so they're already paying the maximum, and then because the ANAC funding is higher, yes, well then they're still paying the maximum, so they're having to pay more.
The other thing about this group, and it's, as often you find in aged care, it's more complex than it kind of seems. they will hit their caps if their means tested care fee goes up. So that protection in the legislation that they can't pay more than a certain amount per annum or more than a certain amount over their lifetime, they will likely get to that cap quicker. And so in a lifetime sense, they're not disadvantaged, they're just getting to the caps quicker.
Okay. Right, I can understand that cohort. And so, and they are the only people that would end up paying more?
Well, there are some people that have submitted a means tested where they can end up paying a bit more, but the majority of the group is the group that Mr Benson identified.
Okay, so that 3%, Mr Benson, that's everybody in total, or the people who haven't submitted a means test?
The 3% is everybody, yes, but the vast majority of that 3% are the non-means tested residents.
Okay.
Happy to come back, Senator, with the details.
Yes. Yeah. And how will a resident or their family know? I mean, a big shift is the increase in care minutes, which is being provided. How will they actually know whether they're getting more care minutes, given that care minutes weren't being measured prior to the AN-ACC?
We will be collecting data, Senator. We'll just get the expert.
So we will know, the providers will report to us about their delivery of care minutes, so we'll know whether they met their targets, and we will be publishing provider reports, and we will also have facility for people to alert us if they don't believe that the care of that the provider is delivering is adequate. We might.
But there's no, I mean, essentially because care minutes weren't being measured beforehand, they may have been receiving more.
Senator, we do have some sense about what the current level of care minutes are in the sector.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, we will.
Yes.
No. So we have been, the last financial year we've collected the care minutes. So we do have a baseline of where pre-AN-ACC providers are at. So they've just submitted their annual financial statement to us, and that includes the care minutes, and we collected that previously last financial year as well. So we are tracking what's their baseline, and then looking at what are they, how are they tracking for the last financial year, and then they've just submitted their first quarterly financial report, which includes care minutes in it, so we'll be able to track care minutes on a quarterly basis.
Right. Were there some facilities that were providing more than the new level of care minutes prior to AN-ACC?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
Yeah.
And is there an expectation that they will be maintaining those, or would those facilities actually be able to reduce their level of care minutes down to the new level?
Well, it'll be quite individual. So for some of those facilities that are providing more than, the 200 average, their average might go up. So they might be required to provide on average, say, 215 minutes of care for their residents. It is true that some of them might reduce. We would be surprised if they did, in those circumstances, reduce their care minutes, because they would have obviously taken a view that that's the appropriate model of care that they should be providing. And some of that will flow through the star rating system too.
Right.
We should have
Yeah.
mentioned that will be a publicly digestible form of understanding for residents and their families how a provider is doing in relation to their care minutes.
So would that track whether their care minutes had reduced? The star, is that incorporated in the
it'll track
star
how they do
rating?
against similar.
So
We will
there's-
have data on whether
So there's a couple of things. So it will flow into the star ratings, which Ms Laffin can talk about. But we'll also be producing a report on a facility that will include their average care minutes. And we're working on the structure of that report. It'll be for consumers so that they can easily access and look at what is the performance of the provider that I might be choosing to reside in, and that will include information about average staff time, average,
But I suppose
registered
that-
nurse time.
Will it include information about the trends?
I think because it'll be a regular, so it will you'll be able to compare reports, and then they'll also be able to compare them with other like facilities. So if there's a provider that's a similar size and provides similar services, where is my baseline and what's the comparison with this facility to another facility? So yes, you'll be able to look at each report and look at where they've tracked last report to the next report.
And Senator Amy Latham, First Assistant Secretary of the Quality and Assurance Division, as Mr Hartland was saying, the care minutes is part of the star rating system, and it's a subcategory that's reported on its own as well as folded into the overall category. And over time, historical performance will be reflected under that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Senator Rice, I'm going to be swapping the call between you and Senator Ruston. Are you coming to the end of this block, or do you want to...
Perhaps if we come back to my initial questions.
Sure.
And then, yep.
Sorry, Senator Tanya Richmond, Deputy Secretary, Primary and Community Care Group. So I believe your question was in relation to the allied health items in RACFs for COVID-specific treatments. So there were a couple of measures, and I think Ms Grunberg's had alluded to. There was 11.7 million allocated for MBS items for an additional 5 chronic disease management items, but for specific therapies, particularly physiotherapy, occupational therapy and physiology, really focused on mobility during the most intense periods of lockdown for residential aged care facilities. There was also 15.8 million provided to 11 PHNs to commission 6 months of physical therapy in RACFs as well, which was commissioned to be provided in 119 residential aged care facilities. And that really was a grant that was looking at how do you basically delivering group therapy in those RACFs, but also educating the providers on how to better use the MBS items as well. Those elements finished, in response to kind of the particular lockdowns on the 30th of June 2022, and they're currently being evaluated. So I don't have the specific numbers on how many MBS claims were made, but we're expecting that evaluation by the end of the year.
Okay. And will that be public, that evaluation?
That'll be a matter for government.
Okay, well, I'd like to, request on notice having that evaluation. So what information did given that evaluation isn't concluded until the end of the year, what information did the government use to decide to end those programs?
So they were initially targeted really around lockdowns in residential aged care facilities. So initially they were put in place really to meet those needs, and they were always designed to be terminating measures.
Really? And I mean, was there any, as part of the evaluation, is there analysis done of the benefits of increasing access to allied health services to residents?
The evaluation is specifically looking at, and you'll understand, Senator, there were a couple of different modes, both the access to the MBS items and group therapy sessions. It will look at the effectiveness of mobility and particularly keeping residents out of hospitals and keeping them mobile. Okay. So, yes, I expect it will include those elements as well.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Rice. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you. So, to the Fair Work Commission determination this week, Minister, you said that provision had been made in the budget for the wage case. Could you point to me where it's
in the contingency?
Okay.
Reserve. So we didn't advertise how much we'd made.
No.
We'd provided, but other than we have made a provision, we're working through the decision. Obviously, there's some more direction to be provided by the Fair Work Commission, including timing and implementation. There's 2 further stages. So we'll, when that becomes clear, we can finalise those costs.
Yeah. So to that end, I mean, obviously, one would imagine that the department's done a reasonable amount of work around the likely implications of various determinations by the Fair Work Commission, and we now know that we've seen that our hardworking aged care workforce is going to get a 15% pay increase, and I think many Australians would be applauding that, and certainly I am. So, what is the department's estimation in terms of the annual cost of a 15% pay increase for direct care workers in the aged care sector?
Senator, we don't have a cost yet. We're looking at the interim decision. Obviously, it's interim. We've got to go through a process, including with the Fair Work Commission, around implementation. And obviously, as the Minister said, there's a third stage to that as well. So we don't have a estimate of costs at the moment.
So despite the fact that we've got impact economics out there with a number, we've got Stuart Brown, who I think we all respect as a very good quantity analyst in relation to aged care, is out there with an estimated number. The department has no estimation. They've provided no advice to the Finance Minister in terms of...
That's not the evidence, is it?
No,
we don't have a final cost on how we, basically because there's still some matters to be determined through the direction from the Fair Work Commission in the next little while. I can say, and I said in finance estimates last night, that, when making the provision, obviously that was informed by various costings and the decision that was handed down, although we didn't know about it when we made provision, was not a huge surprise to us in the sense of being in that ballpark.
Yeah, okay. Look, I quite understand that. I'm just still somewhat perplexed that the department is saying they haven't done the work and even got a ballpark figure that they would be suggesting.
Well, what's the use of a ballpark figure? It's in the billions. We know that. We've done costings on various wage increases. They informed the decision that, based on work that Health had done and assisted by Finance, provision was made based on that, and now we await the final direction from the Fair Work Commission, and then those costs will be finalised and they'll come out of the contingency reserve, and it'll be very clear through the budget how much that costs.
Yeah, look, I certainly understand that. But Mr Lai, you made a comment earlier on in responding to a question, I think, from Senator Tyrrell, that costs flowing through to providers will be met, I think is the quote that I wrote down that you said. So on the basis that the costs of this determination being flowing through to providers being met, is it your understanding that the full costs that are associated with payroll as they relate to the determination, whatever that might be, will be funded by the government, or is there an expectation that there will be costs that will have to be met by the providers? Because your comment would clearly read to me as if you believe that the full costs...
The government's commitment is to fund the outcome of the Fair Work Commission case. That's really what I was alluding to, Senator, and we're doing the work to look at that now. We're looking at the interim decision, and we'll look at the next stages of the decision and calculate the costs of that.
So to that point, so the outcome of the Fair Work Commission, I'd be interested to understand what you mean by that in terms of, you've said on the one hand that the cost will, that flows through to providers will be met. So does that mean that a decision has been made that all payroll on costs, as an example, will be met? So superannuation, workers' compensation, payroll tax, etc., that are associated with a decision, whatever that might be, will be included in the fully funded, government-funded decision?
Well, Senator, we've got to do the work of costing it first, so well ahead of ourselves.
No, I don't think I'm asking you that.
I'm running off two things. One is the government commitment to meet the costs.
Well, maybe, Minister, you can answer it, because Mr Light said that cost flowing through to providers will be met.
There will be a process we go through, led by relevant ministers, to finalise the costs associated with funding the Fair Work Commission in due course. The outcome was handed down, on Friday? Provision was made. I'm interested to say that you support the decision, even though there was absolutely no provision made by your government when you were in power, even though the Fair Work Commission was well underway. So it's nice that you support it, didn't fund it. We have made provision, responsible, prudent provision for it. We will work through all of the details associated with that, and then the Cabinet will be informed and, and finalise the decisions. That's appropriate. It's how good, responsible, methodical government works, and that's the government that we are.
Okay. And respect what you've just said, Minister, but I think there are a lot of aged care providers out there who have welcomed the decision that will enable them to be able to pay their hard-working care workers more.
And they're very happy they've got a government that's been prepared to put money aside to do it.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to establish, and I'm failing to get an answer, is whether the confidence that these aged care facilities have that, as your Prime Minister said, the decision will be fully funded, whether the decision actually will be fully funded, because we know that associated payroll on costs are a very significant component of the costs. And so I'm just trying to determine...
I would take your concern seriously if you had made any provision to fund this, like even 1 cent going into a provision to fund the aged care case. So you're concerned about whether there's additional costs over and above the wage outcome,
Well,
a little bit cynical about it, but
Senator, I'm not the government. You are the government.
No, but you were the government.
Senator,
now you're all
if you don't want to answer the question,
Senators, we might stick to questions and answers.
Anyway, we have put aside responsible, reasonable amount based on what we knew what we thought was a responsible provision at budget time. We've now got the decision handed down. We'll go through the process. We're awaiting some final directions from the Fair Work Commission. We will work with providers. We will work with aged care workers to ensure that this matter is funded. That the wage outcome is funded. It's actually a really good news story, because we have situation where some very low paid workers in a sector that's been neglected are getting a reasonable pay rise, and the government is making a sensible and prudent provision to fund it, Okay,
well, thank you. And clearly you don't want to answer my question as to whether... No, Senator, to the greatest amount of respect, you have not answered my question as to whether aged care providers need to be putting away and provisioning for the fact that they are going to have a substantial amount of money put away in order to meet additional on-costs that are associated with this wage outcome, despite the fact that your Prime Minister said that he would fully fund the decision. All I'm asking for you... Could I finish? All I'm asking you is, will you fully fund the decision and that the cost flowing through to providers will be fully met, as Mr Lai has said, or are you still hedging your bets as to whether you...
The government is funding the Fair Work Commission wage claim. We have made provision for it. We are working with all in the sector about how that gets finally determined, including waiting for further direction from the Fair Work Commission. I don't know how more proactive the government could be in this space.
Just answer my question.
Billions of dollars put aside in a budget for a wage case that's just handed down, and we are now going through the implementation phase of that.
Okay. Well, Senator, in the absence of you being prepared to say that the government is intending to fund the payroll on costs...
I've said we will fund the wage claim. That was the commitment we gave. We've made provision for it. We will work through the detail of that with the sector as they understand we will, with a government that's prepared to be a genuine partner in aged care like we are.
Okay, well, in the absence of you saying the words, I can
saying
only
that. I
assume...
keep answering
Senators,
to the point
if we
that
could
I
stick to
can.
question and answer, perhaps we can rephrase the question.
Well, I've tried to rephrase the question and I've got the same answer every time, and that is that the Minister is refusing to answer the question.
Might be good.
But
Let's move
anyway,
to another question.
I will make the decisions about which questions I ask.
Just
Senator.
trying to assist the movement of the committee, Senator.
Well,
you have the call. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. In any of the activity the department's undertaken in relation to the changes in the pay regime for aged care workers, was any consideration given more broadly, particularly around the other areas of portfolio responsibility where care workers are required? So does the department have a view from any work that it's done that this pay rise is likely to have any detrimental impacts on other parts of the care workforce? Because, of course, as you rightly pointed out, Mr Lai, we live in a supply-constrained workforce environment at the moment. And how does the department proposing to sort of manage this so that we don't end up with actually causing a problem somewhere else? Notwithstanding the fact that this pay rise is welcome, but what are the implications that are likely to occur into other areas? I mean, you made the comment about Bunnings. So how many of the people that are likely to be attracted to the sector do you believe are likely to come from outside of the existing care workforce, and how many of them do you believe are likely to be attracted from other areas in the care sector?
The principal work that we did, Senator, was to look at the care economy. So, in our world, that's the NDIS and veterans care, particularly. To a lesser extent childcare, but that wasn't excluded from our kind of assessment, and Ms Strapp might have the exact detail, but we think the impact will be minimal on those sectors.
Yeah, that's right. Even with the 15% wage rise, there's still a gap between the aged care workforce and the disability workforce. So we don't believe, and I believe the Commonwealth included in their submission to the Fair Work Commission in terms of impacts on other care sectors. We don't believe it'll have a substantial impact on drawing workers over from disability. But we are working really closely with NDIA, with the Department of Social Services, with Vets Affairs, with early childhood around the whole care workforce and how we can ensure that, you're right, we're not stealing workers from each sector, and that we're looking at programs and policies that can be shared across the care economy and I guess boost or bring new workers in across those sectors. And also make it easier for workers if they want to. We know that many workers work across the disability and the aged care sector.
And Senator, one of the opportunities with the wage outcome is we know we've got an attrition rate out of aged care around about 13% in our latest survey work. We know we've got 16% of our workers who'd like to work permanent full-time. And so, our judgment is that the wage outcome will help us to influence the behaviour of some of the workers that we have in the sector who would otherwise lose or have a capacity to work, to do more work in our industry.
So what are your estimations at the moment in terms of shortfall in the care workforce within aged care as we sit here today?
So, just to go back to those things, it's really, really difficult to give you a precise figure about shortfalls because...
But surely there must be vacancy numbers.
Well, we don't record things that way. We have a different way of kind of estimating that. But I think obviously the wage rate has an impact, and so the Fair Work Commission.
I'm talking about now before the determination.
Correct.
So as we sit here today, you must have had an understanding of the shortfall in the care workforce, and I'd just be keen to understand, given the quite a scope of different types of people that work in the care sector, from registered nurses right down to people who, cleaners and the people who prepare the food, etc., and all the care workforce that sits in between there, surely you must have some sort of snapshot as to what the current shortfall in terms of staff shortages are in the sector.
Yeah, the focus of our concern, to cut to the chase, is really RNs, and it's not right now. It's as we approach that, those benchmarks of the 200 minutes and then the 24/7 nursing and then 215. So, that's the issue we're tracking. So the wage rate is important in that calculation in terms of the gap. As I said, so is the rate of attrition, so is the amount of work people are prepared to do. So estimating that gap is actually a difficult exercise. So we can give some ranges around that, around what we think it is. And then there's a difference between a kind of what's the gross shortage and then what do we think the accumulated work we're doing in terms of immigration and the other programs that we've got in flight, the free TAFE places and the like, what impact they're going to have. We've got to range those programs. And so that gives us a net gap figure, I suppose, or a range that we think. And that as we approach those changes in the system, and so our kind of best sense of that, Ms. Strapp can probably give you a sense about what the contribution of some of our efforts are in the workforce space, but our sense is 4,000 to 6,000 RNs is the gap we're trying to close over the next year.
Sure. So I suppose what I'm trying to understand is for you to get to the point where you can make those determinations on the range of measures that you're proposing to put in place in terms of resolving the workforce challenges. What was the problem you were solving for? That you must have had a point at which we were solving for it, whether it was inherited or otherwise, in order for you to be able to make a determination as to what these measures are likely to be able to achieve, that they're improving on what.
So as I said, there's a gross gap which is above 10,000, and then there's a net gap which is a range.
You're just talking about RNs here at the moment, aren't you?
Well, that's where we have a gap. That's where we have an issue.
Yeah. So you don't. So what you're saying in terms of the Certificate 3, Certificate 4 care workers, there's not a problem in terms of workforce shortage in that area?
We've got a higher level of confidence there, and I think that, again, not to keep harping back to the wages case, but obviously the wages issue is really important for that PCW workforce and the lower skilled workers in aged care.
Look, I'm not disputing that. I'm just trying to get an understanding of the baseline on which you're working from.
Yeah.
I quite understand.
Senator, yeah. I'm trying to say to you that I think the issue that we face, the challenge we face is with RNs.
Yeah. So,
Senator Ruston, I'd like to hand the call back to Senator Rice soon. Are you able to sort of come to the end of this block?
Not soon. So if you want to go, if my 10 minutes is up, I'm happy to.
Yep, it's been over 15, so I've been waiting for a pause, so I might pass to Senator Rice.
I won't
and then
pause
we'll come
in
back
future.
To you. Senator Rice, you have the call.
Thank
Off you go.
I'll start off more about continuing about funding. And now that we've got legislation that's enabling fee capping, what actions are going to be taken to prevent other fees being increased, in particular brokerage fees under the existing home care program and the new supported home program?
So, thank you, Senator. So, look, the first step is obviously to implement the cap. There will probably be some circumstances where it's realistic for a provider to change other charge-out rates. So the issue that's often raised with us is a provider that has a high, say, package care management fee, but has deliberately had a lower charge-out rate for things like domestic assistance or some other line. So if they get, and the cap is still to be announced by the government, so we're waiting for that to become public. There's a couple of steps to go through with that. When that's announced, obviously we expect the providers to meet the reduce their fees if they're above the relevant caps. There may be some circumstances in which they have to adjust their direct service, but we will watch that closely and see if there's a need for any additional action. If they do change their direct service fees, then it's very important to note that any increase in the price for care services must be reasonable and justified. That's what the legislation kind of sets out, and it has to be agreed with care recipients. There's also a bit of competitive pressure in the system, so providers would need to look to make sure that they were still remain competitive with that.
Not in rural or regional areas. In fact, yeah, in terms of competitive pressure, I mean, often you don't have a choice of providers.
No, that's right. I mean, there are obviously thin markets in aged care, and we can look at fee levels by remoteness as well to monitor what trends in the system, and the same legislation that gave the government capacity to address package management and care management fees would allow it to take other action if there was a need.
What would the process be if will you be tracking individually? So each provider, you'll be tracking whether their other fees go up?
Yes, we can tell where providers change their fees. So we will look at that and make some judgments. And of course, we get...
So when you say you'll make some judgments, so in each case, so if their fees in some of their areas have gone up, you will have a process in place so that will be flagged?
Yeah, well, there would have to be some analysis of what a reasonable parameter was. So, if you saw a fee going up by 1% more than inflation, then you might not be concerned. It would only be if there was a fee rise that was well in advance of economy-wide cost escalation that you'd take action. So we would need to make some judgments about when we would raise that. Well, the issue would be whether we need to do more policy to look at additional kind of regulation in the area.
So are you planning on doing more policy and setting those,
Well, we're planning
setting those factors in place, getting those factors, established?
Well, we're certainly planning on closely monitoring what happens in the sector as a result of the decision to cap care management, package management, and we provide advice to the Minister regularly on these issues.
Right, but you haven't as yet got the details of exactly what you would step through, so what the parameters would be and then what action you'd be taking.
I think we have a pretty good understanding of the parameters. I mean, it's a statistical analysis of whether fee rises are anomalous and also there's a feedback loop from consumers. So it's not that we don't know the parameters, but we don't know what the actual behaviour will be. And so it's a matter of seeing what happens in the sector and then moving to address it if there's a concern.
And then how would you address it if you did notice that, okay, the brokerage fee had gone up by, an abnormal and unusual amount?
Well, the legislation gives the Minister the power to set other fee caps. So the same legislation that allows the Minister to cap care management and package management fees would enable the Minister to introduce caps for other service lines.
But would that be done on an individual provider basis? Or
No,
would that...
it would be done on the same basis as the...
So across the board?
Yeah.
So you'd actually need to feel that you had a pattern of this going on to feel that it was worthwhile to do that?
Yes.
So in the meantime, what measures would you be able to take if you did identify that a provider had lifted their brokerage fee by, an unreasonable amount? Other than flagging it and saying, this looks anomalous, this doesn't look good.
Martin's doing a lot of work with the industry around encouraging them to take the right behavioural response to this, and we will be watching very closely. If we see behaviours in the sector where people are deliberately trying to inflate fees elsewhere unreasonably, then we've made it very clear to them that the next course of action would be working with the government around stopping that.
Yeah. So there's two other things I think to say here, Senator, in addition to what Mr Lai said. So firstly, providers can't just increase their fees. They need the agreement of the consumer to do that. If they increase their fees without that agreement, that would be illegal. Our program assurance area runs regular audits of providers to see what type of charging behaviour occurs in the sector, and so that's a safeguard too that we have in our armoury to look at what, and that can identify individual providers and give them advice on how they ought to set their
But
fee paying
again,
arrangements.
and obviously we'll see how this pans out, but again, particularly in the areas where you've got the so-called thin markets and you've got a provider saying, well, we're not going to be able to, we're going to increase this fee, you've got nowhere else to go. The consumer hasn't got much of a choice but to say yes to it.
If they have an agreement, they don't have to accept it.
No, but it's a choice if you say yes to it or you don't get the care.
No, that's not the case, Senator. They would be caught by security of tenure provisions. The provider can't just ditch a consumer.
But Senator, we are doing some parallel work here with the Department of Social Services, the NDIA and Veterans Affairs around thin markets. And one of the things we're looking at is the ability to pool the resources of the different care systems, and where we have a thin market and people don't have a choice, or there might be a provider who's struggling because they don't have an ability to attract a workforce in a particular setting, that in pooling the available funds and potentially, commissioning or auctioning services, that we try and get value for money and a better service for individuals in those locations. So we're just embarking on that work with those other agencies now.
Okay. All right, I want to move on because I want to get through two more things in this bracket if I can. One is information about the amount of money that's currently being spent on food. I mean, given the supplement that is meant to be making sure that all facilities are spending, at least $10 a day per resident on food. I understand the last report on that found that there was still 1 in 3 aged care homes that were still spending less than $10 a day on food. So what is happening?
So, Senator, the next report, which covers the full year impact, will be released soon.
Right. So you can't tell me anything more beyond the last report now?
We're waiting for government approval to publish that.
Okay. And in this next report, is there going to be, or have there been any change to the reporting requirement so that it's clear how much is actually being spent on food? Because I understand that there's a concern that some providers are including staffing and preparation and other costs within their food costs.
Certainly there have been changes to the reporting requirements. There's more mandatory reporting fields. Mr Meldon can take you through those additional factors.
Sure. So recently, Mr Joshua Meldon here, Assistant Secretary for the Quality Assurance Division. So we have strengthened the reporting requirements, for food and nutrition. So mandatory reporting is now required across 6 particular categories. So it includes the food preparation model, so whether things are cooked fresh, cooked chill, or cooked freeze. Also the catering model, so whether it's internal, contract, on-site or off-site. Additionally, we look at total food expenditure, so split down by the whether it's fresh or processed. We also are looking at hours for cooks, chefs, food service and food management staff. Additionally, we're looking at resident expenses, so things like oral health living expenses and oral nutrition supplements, and additionally allied health, so expenditure on things like dietitians and speech pathologists.
Okay. And what consequences are being considered? Say if we get the new report and it's still showing a substantial number of facilities aren't spending the required amount, what are the consequences going to be?
So the data provides one piece of contextual information. So looking at expenditure is only one indicator. What we need to do is compare it against certain outcome measures. So for example, the things we look at it against include quality indicators, so unplanned weight loss, pressure injuries, falls. It's also considered against regulatory activity taken by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. And also the consumer experience interview results, which are asking the question, do you like the food here?
Yep.
So it's taking all that into account. And so we do have to be cautious looking at just expenditure, because whilst it's indicative, there is a lot of diversity out there in industry in the delivery of food models. And so some providers, through economies of scale, can actually provide really delicious and nutritious meals for a reasonably competitive price.
Okay.
Having said that, those services that spend less than $10 per day will be referred to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission.
So that will be an automatic referral to the...
Yes.
Aged Care? Okay. All right, and is there anything else in terms of work that you're doing to improve the dire state of malnutrition in aged care facilities?
Yeah, so in the recent budget, the government's provided $5 million to the Maggie Beer Foundation for engagement amongst the aged care sector.
How are you going to make sure that that actually flows through to the, the actual food that is delivered in aged care settings?
Yeah, so we have recently released draft quality standards for consultation. Those standards have a new and separate standard on food and nutrition. So that will be tracked once they become standards, that will be tracked by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, monitored and assessed as part of that process. And as Mr Meldon said, we'll regularly be talking to aged care consumers and asking them specifically whether they like the food in the home.
My mum just spent 3 weeks in respite care, which overall she was happy with except for the food. And I asked her, because having understood that you were asking that question, how would you have rated the food? And she said 3 out of 10. So, yeah, it's such a huge issue. Okay, thank you. Have I got time to...
Senator Ruston did want to finish her block, so sort of got another minute.
Okay, very quickly, which is about funding to Palliative Care Australia, and who are extremely concerned that their funding is being cut. At the same time as we've got, the Royal Commission saying that high quality palliative care is essential, and I'm sure the government agrees with that. What's going on to cutting the funding of the peak body for palliative care?
That's in the next outcome, Senator. I could get Commissioner to see if she can come in, but it's actually not in the aged care outcome.
All right. Look, don't worry, given the
Are you happy
timing.
to come back to it in the next outcome? I'll come to you for that. Senator Ruston, if you could take us to 9:15 and then we'll break.
Sure. I'm just interested to understand what you're provisioning going forward. So we've provisioned in the budget an amount of money to cover the 24/7 requirement for nurses in aged care facilities next year. I think it was $450 million. So what is the proposal in terms of the ongoing provision of that funding for those nurses, or is there expectation that after this initial block of $450 million that the particular homes will absorb that into their normal cost of business, or is it expected to be picked up by the changes in the AN-ACC funding? I mean, what's the ongoing measure in relation to the 24/7 nurses?
So there's a provision for a supplement for residential aged care providers under 60 beds. That is to compensate them for the additional cost. That supplement is ongoing, but with the introduction of the 215 measures, the need for that additional funding will slightly reduce, but there's an ongoing commitment to make sure that there's a supplement for small providers.
So that will...
And that's the 473 million.
So that will be an ongoing measure in subsequent budgets.
But it may reduce in number, it may reduce in size as the 215 and 44 measure rolls through the system.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of the provision of the support in relation to the Fair Work decision wage case that the government is going to fund, is that intended to be something that gets rolled up into AN-ACC as a funding model, or is it? I mean, how is that envisaged that will flow through to the aged care homes, whatever the number ends up being? Is it that the Commonwealth is going to be paying the salaries of aged care workers, or is it going to be? Is there an existing mechanism through which it's going to be provided, or is it going to be put forward like sort of a equal remuneration tribunal type decision? I mean, how is it proposed that it flows through to the actual care facilities?
Senator, that's one of the how we will implement the Fair Work Commission decision is one of the decisions that the government has to make, where we'll be consulting or engaging with the other parties, so Peaks, unions, consumer groups, starting from next week, talking about what are the options for implementing the pay rise. And based on those discussions, we'll provide advice to government on what options there are to pay. So no decision's been made on how we'll implement it at this point.
Sure. So in terms of the determination, whatever final determination might be from the Fair Work Commission, what is the impact on aged care providers that, say, provide home care packages? Is it envisaged that that I'm assuming that this will also apply to those aged care workers? Yes. And how is that being provisioned, and what's the likely impact in the home care package market and the costs of home care packages, of the flow on of the 15% in that area?
So we're looking at all three. So there are different funding mechanisms for residential aged care, for Commonwealth Home Support, which is grant funded, and for home care packages. So that will be a consideration of how we implement it for those three streams of programs, but noting that the government's agreed to fund the outcome of the case. How we implement it is a decision, but we will be talking to, engaging with stakeholders and how it might be implemented, with a key consideration of how ensuring that it gets into the pockets of workers, and that happens quickly as well, as there, obviously is an expectation. The Fair Work Commission hasn't actually made the determination yet, so we go back to the Fair Work Commission on the 22nd of November, and as Senator Gallagher said, there are several stages, so we do have to wait for the determination by the Fair Work Commission, and part of that will also be the timing of any decision as well, which we don't know what the timing will be.
Well, I quite understand that, so I wasn't asking you to be definitive on timing. I was just sort of understanding that the consideration had been given, because obviously it's a different mechanism when it comes to aged care, providers for home care packages and the like. And so am I to assume from that the decision of government in relation to funding it is would apply to all aged care workers, no matter how the mechanism by which they provided the service to older Australians?
So the decision of the Fair Work Commission covers workers covers direct care workers under the SHADS award, under the Aged Care award, and under the Nurses award. So that would cover whether they work in home care or residential aged care. That decision covers them.
Yeah, so Minister, I'm assuming from that then that the government's intending to cover the cost of the determination across the whole of the aged care sector. This is not just a residential application?
Yes, I will take, if there's further I can add to that, that's my understanding, but we've got to work through all the details, obviously, as previously discussed.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ms Strapp, you also made the comment around direct workers. Do we have any understanding from the interim decision as to whether the Fair Work Commission is intending to have this apply to indirect workers, so the cleaners, the cooks, the like?
So they have not made a decision on indirect workers, but they have foreshadowed that a decision on indirect workers is to come. They've made the determination on direct care workers, given the evidence provided to the Commission on the change over the last few decades in the work that direct care workers make was sufficient for them to determine that a pay rise was needed. And so what they have foreshadowed is that they need to look at more evidence around indirect workers, and that will come in the following stages. So there is, I think Senator Gallagher pointed out, there are 3 stages.
Sure.
And they'll be considering that in stage 3.
Senator Russell, we're due to go for a tea break now. Are you happy to finish there and come back to it on Thursday?
Just one question, then I can get this. Just wondering, the numbers of people that are likely to be impacted in terms of direct workers as opposed to indirect workers. Do you have numbers on those?
So we estimate that the total workforce is 370,000, and of that, 275 are direct care workers.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. We will now be concluding with Ageing and Aged Care Outcome 3 just for tonight. So we will see you again later in the week, and we'll be moving to Outcome 1 after the break. We'll just take to 9:32 to keep everyone on their toes. We now suspend. People need the 15 minutes.
Through Outcome 1.
As foreshadowed, we will be moving to Outcome 1, Health Policy, Access and Support. We will be focusing on the National Blood Authority in the first instance. And Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Hello.
How you going? Okay, great. Look, my first question, I have asked this before, is has the Blood Authority looked at blood samples back to the last quarter of 2019 to determine if there were any COVID antibodies found in the blood back then? And the reason why I asked that question is that there was a study done in Italy in regards to cancer that found COVID antibodies, both IgM and IgG, in blood from as early as September the 3rd, 2019. And in the September-October period, they found 23 cases out of 162, 14.2% of patients. And, sorry, that was the October period. In the September period, October period, they found 27 out of 166, so 16.3 people sampled in that particular trial actually had COVID antibodies as far back as September in Italy. So have we got the same situation here? Is it worth looking in terms of pandemic preparation to find out whether or not there was any COVID in the community in the last quarter of 2019?
Thanks, Senator. John Carl, Chief Executive of the National Blood Authority. Just as a point of clarification, perhaps, the National Blood Authority doesn't do any testing.
Yep.
One of the things it does is manage the collections that are undertaken by the Australian Red Cross Lifeblood.
Sure.
So Lifeblood determines through the appropriate regulatory processes that are imposed by the Therapeutic Goods Administration, the testing that's required to ensure that Australia's blood supply remains safe.
Okay, then well, let me come back to you, Professor Kelly. Professor Murphy, should we look at the blood from the last quarter of 2019 to see if there was any COVID antibodies in any of the stored samples?
Lifeblood, has anyone answered, Paul?
Thanks for your question, Senator. So we are looking at antibodies to COVID-19, the virus that causes COVID-19 in blood as part of our serosurveillance studies. There were some done early in 2020 and found after that first wave that came to Australia at that time, very low rates of infection, as you would expect with the small numbers of cases we saw at that time. There have been 3 other surveys through this year which have demonstrated very high rates of antibodies right throughout all age groups and in all states. So we're using those tests to really monitor the spread of the virus throughout the community in Australia, but also to reassure us about hybrid immunity and the element that previous infection shows to that.
Okay, so in regards to early 2020, how early did you pick up those antibodies?
I believe
really
it was in
break
March, but I'll take that on notice. It might have been in May actually. Now I think about it, it was after that first wave that happened February, March. So
Sure.
It was in May.
Well, we know that. Well, you expect to see antibodies then. I guess I'm curious as to were there antibodies before it started to run in the media.
As far as I'm aware, we've not done that testing in Australia, and I would put to you, I'm not sure that would be of a great use of funding to do that.
Well, it's not hard. I mean, it's not hard to do some antibody testing. It's just would be
It's
good
not
to know
hard,
if it was in
but
the community.
it does cost money, and so I wonder what would be the benefit of doing that?
Well, I mean, these patients were asymptomatic. So the question, we spent $8 billion on vaccines, of which, we didn't use anywhere near even half of what we bought. as I said, it would give us a better understanding of how people react to antibodies, COVID antibodies. Yeah.
Yeah. No, as far as I'm aware, there's none of that testing has been done or is planned at this stage.
Okay. Next question is, and I'll stand to be corrected on this, is that basically you could donate blood up 3 days after a COVID vaccine. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So are you aware that studies in the TGA non-clinical report showed that the lipids stayed in the body for up to 9 days, spike proteins have been shown to stay in the body for up to 60 days afterwards? Wouldn't you have a much longer cooling off period after the actual receiving the COVID vaccine, given that technically the body's been trained to produce spike proteins, so wouldn't you want the spike proteins out of the blood before you started donating it?
I don't think there's any evidence that they're in the blood, Senator.
That's right.
I don't think that's been proven, but I don't know whether we've... Unfortunately, Professor Skerritt is in Ireland at the moment. I don't know whether he was going to try and join us.
He was there earlier.
Was he? I think he's chairing a meeting.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm just... So
But
when you say...
I think that these things are all looked at very carefully in terms of the regulatory environment around blood donation, but I'm not aware of any evidence that vaccine material is found in blood.
Well, in fact, there are published studies that say it's not. So there was a study published a bit earlier this year that indicated that transfusion transmission of SARS-CoV-2 has not been reported.
Transmission?
Anywhere. Yeah, so you might find neutralising antibodies in some of the products.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that there's any risk of transfusion-transmitted infections, either from vaccinations or from people that have contracted COVID.
So this study shows that lipids were still increasing in various body organs after 48 hours, and then the study was stopped. So given that lipids were increasing after 48 hours, and we know that there are ionic lipids, unlike what Professor Skerritt said, have you tested for lipids in the blood?
Well, a prerequisite for donating blood is that you've got to be healthy and well, and there's assessment processes that are done at the donor centre to ensure or to assess whether a person is healthy and well.
Yep.
And in addition to that, so the 3 days that you mentioned is based on the expectation that post-vaccination there's usually, if a person is unwell, that usually lasts for about 2 days. So it's the current deferral is set at 3 days post-vaccination.
There's plenty of people who've got the vaccine and have been well after the vaccine. It's not like it makes everyone sick.
So you've got to be healthy and well.
Yep.
And to donate blood, and there's no evidence of any transfusion-transmitted infections.
So is there an absence of evidence or evidence of
from
absence?
COVID.
So is there an absence of evidence or evidence of absence? When you say there's no evidence, is that because there's been no studies done?
There have been studies done. And
so can you
there has globally,
send that through to me?
I can send you a link, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Because I've got studies that show the spike protein remained in the body for up to 60 days. So I'm just a bit confused as to, different studies saying different things here. I would have thought you'd spend longer than 3 days as a matter of precaution.
Being in the body and being in the blood is different.
Sure.
Senator, yep.
Okay, no worries. I'll take that up. And can people elect to donate blood in advance to store for later use? Their own blood?
Yeah, there are programs that for elective surgery where people can donate their blood and have it stored. Those programs have been running for some years. I don't know whether Professor Kelly is across any of the details on them, but...
No, I don't have any detail, but that's right. It is possible to do that, Senator.
Some people who
is that just for elective surgery, is it?
Yeah, it's for elective surgery, where it's predicted that they might need some blood, and people particularly became prevalent during the HIV outbreak, that people felt that they wanted to have their own blood, and so that they could have some blood taken prior to surgery and have it properly processed and given back to them during surgery. That provision is available.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. I don't believe we have any other senators for the National Blood Authority. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much. We will move to the National Mental Health Commission. I believe Senator Brockman or Ruston has questions.
Probably not the Mental Health Commission. Mine's probably more the department, to be honest. Unless you want to deal with it at the same time. It is in mental health.
Why don't we come back while we get organised? I think that was requested by you.
I don't know if that's the Mental Health Commission. Although it's always lovely to see
We'll
the
move.
Mental
I
Health
know,
Commissioner.
Senator.
Look, actually,
Senator Rennick has some questions for the Gene Technology Regulator, I believe, so we can move to those
Yeah,
and then come back to the Commission.
I'm quite happy to do some questions.
Okay, thank
with the
you.
Commissioner.
Senator Rennick, if we could have officials from the Office of the Gene Technology Regulator to the table. Beautiful. Great. Welcome, Regulator. All right, Senator Rennick, you have the call.
Hi, how are you going? Look, so we've spoken before, and I'll ask this question again, and I'm happy to have the two professors answer as well. Is the Office of Gene Technology actually going to perform any genotoxicity studies on the vaccine, given that no genotoxicity studies were done before the vaccine was rolled out?
Okay, thank you for your question, Senator. Raj Bhula, Gene Technology Regulator. Genotoxicity studies in terms of the impact of the vaccine would be part of the data package that's submitted to the TGA. That's not information that we require because the OGTR does not look at patient safety as part of its remit under the Gene Technology Act, so that's a TGA question.
Okay, then I'll ask the professors this. There was no genotoxicity study done before the rollout of the vaccine. The vaccine's been rolled out now for almost up to 18 months, 20 months. Has any genotoxicity study been done or performed on the vaccine, given that there are a number of modifications to the spike protein that weren't in the initial virus?
Just see if Ms Duffy from the TGA is online, whether the TGA officials can provide any information about that, but they obviously are across all of the material that's submitted as part of the vaccine evaluation. Is Ms Duffy? Oh, you're here. Yeah, great. You're here. I would, if you don't take one moment.
Hi, how are you going?
Good, thanks. Tracy Duffy, First Assistant Secretary, Medical Devices Product Quality Division. I'm sorry, Senator, I don't have that information, but I'm happy to take it on notice and we'll bring it back on Thursday if that's
Okay, that's fine, because initially, when you looked at the, whatever it was, the assessment, it said there was no genotoxicity studies done at all, plus carcinogenic, plus longevity. So I'm just curious if you've done any since.
We'll go back and be able to provide that information on Thursday.
But then I'll finish off with this question then. I have a question for the whole Department of Health as a whole. Why did you, given that this was new technology, allow this vaccine to be rolled out without getting genotoxicity studies done, given that the actual vaccine virus contained methyl pseudouridine that replaced uridine? You had 3 stop codons, not 1. You had a proline insertion at 986 and 987, and you added 70 adene nucleotides to the poly A tail, which was going to increase its duration of lifespan. So surely all of those things, I mean, a normal vaccine, you attenuate the vaccine. You don't, put Superman cape on it and strengthen it by increasing its longevity.
Senator, we have great confidence in our regulatory system, in our TGA, in our Advisory Committee on Vaccines, and the portfolio of information that they reviewed from the vaccine sponsors were sufficient to convince them that these vaccines were safe to roll out, and the department, obviously the delegate, who's my delegate in a sense, I have great confidence in the competence and training of those people, advised by the various experts that they have, and their view was that there was accumulation of data submitted before the vaccines were provisionally approved, and now we have multiple billions of doses administered without any evidence of the sort of things that I think you are suggesting might be possible. So we were very confident.
Well, I'm not suggesting anything. I'm happy to suggest that there's been almost 140,000 reported adverse events at a rate I accept there's 20 million people have got the vaccine, but that is at a rate that is more than all the vaccine reported injuries from vaccines since 1971 put together. So we've all had multiple vaccine shots over the years. So to say that there's no evidence, I completely dispute that. Plus, as for having confidence, I mean, we've had over 10 million cases of COVID in the first 9 months since the borders were opened in late December, right? You yourself, Professor Kelly, said there was evidence of it stopping the transmission. I've got the report here from the FDA that said Pfizer said there was no evidence of ever stopping transmission. They never tested for it. That came out in the European Parliament 3 weeks ago. So I don't see how you can say you've got confidence when, you know, you got it wrong on transmission, which is an easy benchmark to measure this stuff by.
Well, Senator, I don't think we did get it wrong on transmission. I accept that evidence that Pfizer gave, but the clinical epidemiology, and Professor Kelly can attest to this, before Omicron, there was clear evidence that vaccination was impacting on transmission. In fact, the vaccination was what controlled the Delta wave in New South Wales. We absolutely accept that with Omicron, the vaccines are not as effective in controlling transmission, but all of the evidence we have suggests that they are highly effective in preventing severe disease and saving lives. So we might have had millions of cases, but we would have had a very large number of deaths if we hadn't had a highly vaccinated population.
It's funny you say that, because I've got the 6-month data here from the New England Journal from the Pfizer trial, and it actually shows that adverse events from the actual vaccine group were much, much higher than the actual placebo group. So yet again, you say you've got evidence, and I've been tracking the New South Wales health data again, and there's no evidence there. People have had multiple boosters are the ones going to hospitals.
That's not true.
That is not
No, it's there. You can go and look at the New South Wales health data you like.
It's not true, Senator, and you're cherry-picking various bits of data there.
Well, that's all I've got to work with is the New South Wales health data, because the other state departments don't release anything.
Well, I dispute that is the way, that is certainly how you are interpreting that data is not how I would interpret it with my expert eye.
Well, okay, I haven't got those particular New South Wales health numbers in front of me, but the vaccinated 1, 2, 3, 4 groups all have higher numbers of hospital transmission and ICU admission.
We know absolutely, without hesitation, that fully vaccinated people, just 2 doses is enough to give at least a 30 times less chance of being hospitalised in Australia. That's Australian data.
So based on what? Because the non-clinical report said...
Based on the truth and facts.
Okay, so be more specific than that. Actually quote the data source, please.
Yeah, so that's the data source from the national data that we have in the Commonwealth, which is provided to us by the states and territories.
Okay, can you provide that to me, because I haven't seen the other state data outside
very
New
happy
South Wales.
to provide that to you on notice, Senator.
Okay, because you accept you got it wrong with transmission, because you told my colleague Senator Alexander last time.
No, I do not accept that I got it wrong on transmission. The original papers, which I've read in full, not in extract, as you seem to have done, demonstrates very clearly that there is an effect on infection from the original trials of Pfizer and AstraZeneca and Moderna and the others. What Professor Murphy has said is that with the change to the virus and the higher transmissibility issues that we've dealt with in Omicron over the last year, that has changed the ballpark.
So you've got studies that show that you've reduced the immunoglobulin A. You've got an immunoglobulin A response in the mucosal system, because that's not in the non-clinical report. It shows an immunoglobulin G response in the blood, not in the mucosal system.
I'm talking about the clinical outcomes and the epidemiological outcomes of the phase 3 trials from the companies themselves.
The phase 3 trials that I've got from the 6-month data shows adverse events are higher.
I'm not talking about 6 months. At 6 months, what we have found is that it has waned, that particular immunity. Probably
well, the non-clinical shows it wanes up to 35 days.
Probably for the reasons that you've mentioned, because they're not very strong on mucosal immunity. So that is correct.
But that was immunoglobulin G. There's no studies on immunoglobulin A. There's been no studies on immunoglobulin A response in the mucosal system. And the reason for that is that you're not going to get an immunoglobulin A response in the mucosal system if you do an intramuscular...
Could I just ask you to phrase it as a question, please?
Okay. have you got any studies that show immunoglobulin A response in the mucosal system from the vaccine?
The current vaccines that are on the market are not designed to deal with that system. They are dealing with other parts of immunity, and they do that very successfully, as Professor Murphy has said, in terms of protection against severe infection and death. They are
I'm talking about transmission now. The question originally was in regards to
We're
what you said
jumping around a
previously.
fair bit, yeah.
Okay, I'm asking the question, do you have any studies to back up your prior claims and ATAGI's prior claims that it would reduce transmission, okay? And to do that, you've got to show an immunoglobulin A response in the mucosal system. Have you got any studies?
No.
Senator, with respect, what you need to show is that there is no transmission or there is an influence on transmission. What the actual mechanism for that is a completely different laboratory-based study protocol.
And is there any of those studies done on immunoglobulin A in the mucosal system?
Look, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Not
Sorry,
that you're aware
Professor
of.
Kelly, did you want to finish your
I'm
answer
still
to
not
that question? You're welcome.
Well, you don't
to
understand,
answer.
Senator Gallagher. Let's not go there.
Excuse me, Senator Rennick. I was
in the
just giving
interest of
Professor
peace
Kelly
and
the
harmony,
call.
we'll let that one
Professor
go.
Kelly, had you finished your answer?
I think I'll leave it there, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Is that, Senator Rennick, does that
Thanks very
conclude your
much.
questions for those
Thank you,
witnesses?
Senator Rennick. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Senator.
Can we release the gene
Thank
technology
you.
regulator?
Yes,
And-
thank you. You are released. Thank you for your appearance late in the evening. We're just going to deal with the National Mental Health Commission
But you will
now.
take that on notice
Pass to
about the
Senator
gene technology?
Brockman. Just Ruston. Yeah. Such lovely choice. Senator Pocock and Senator Tyrrell will be returning to the rest of the outcomes. That's beautiful. Oh, it's genuine. Senator Ruston, dazzle us.
Thank you.
Australians are nice.
I'm not sure whether these may well be better directed to the mental health section of the department. If they are, then I'm quite happy to leave them till an appropriate time. But I'm just interesting. Is it Professor Morgan? Dr. Morgan?
No, it's not. No, just Ms. Morgan.
Ms. Morgan. Just interested in terms of your observations over the last 3 years around sort of the residual impact of mental health on the Australian community, and whether we're seeing a substantial residual in terms of the supports and needs of Australians having come through the pandemic, and what your broader advice is more generally as to what we should be doing to make sure that we focus on Australians' mental health, not their mental ill health.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. So I can certainly answer that in a general sense, but of course with my colleagues from the department if there are specific ones. And probably the most appropriate lens to answer that through is the Commission is close to concluding our biannual outreach program of visiting local communities around Australia. So we've had the opportunity over the last 3 months to visit just over 30 communities around Australia to specifically inquire as to the mental health and well-being of Australians in their communities. What we would say is that the issues that were being addressed through COVID in terms of increased psychological distress, increased anxiety, increased depression, increased suicidal ideation, leaving to one side suicidal ideation, and for that I may turn to my colleague, Dr. Gardner from the National Suicide Prevention Office. Whilst those rates are not increasing, and there is some evidence that they may be diminishing, there's certainly the long-term impacts of COVID are still being experienced. Some of the issues, and we are in the process at the moment of doing a detailed analysis of the information that we have gathered from each of those visits, and that will take some time to do a full qualitative analysis of. But what we certainly can comment on is the impact of disconnection. There is a lot of commentary in communities about the need to refocus in on social connection, the impact of loneliness. We certainly have heard of the issues of school refusal with young people we have heard of and had many people express the challenges they have of what we would call the social determinants, so coming to issues of housing security, issues of increased violence in the community, those issues which we were identifying at the time as we went through COVID. So certainly those are issues that still need to be addressed, and the Commission is taking a view that that really is where we do need to swing the focus to look at what we have talked previously about, which is to say that in addressing, as you have said, mental health and well-being, it's critical we look outside just the mental health system itself to those other impacts, which we would regard a whole-of-government approach.
Yeah. So when you made a decision as part of this outreach program, how did you determine which communities that you would seek to get the feedback from?
We were concerned to ensure that we had a diverse range of communities. The work that we have been doing has consistently supported that people wish to be seen when it comes to a mental health perspective, not as a medicalised problem to be diagnosed, but as somebody who exists within a community setting and very much to be understood in terms of all that have impacted on them. They are looking for and function very much within communities. So that drove us to do an analysis, if you like, a bit of a mini logic model as to how can we identify an appropriate cross-section of communities in Australia. So we looked at it through the lens of not only metro, regional, remote, rural, but also in terms of culturally and linguistically diverse communities, in terms of where there might be a disproportionate representation of a priority population group. And we of course did a geographic spread around Australia, and we've also augmented those visits with 7 webinars where we've looked at it through the priority population lens.
Yeah.
So as I say, we've done an enormous amount of information gathering. We've backed it through to some specific lines of inquiry that we're looking into, and we're currently in the process of coding all of the notes and the information that we receive so we can do that deeper analysis.
So when it comes to, say, for instance, at the moment, you know, we've obviously seen some quite significant flood events. We know that it's very likely that we're going to see more of them over the coming weeks and months with the forecast the way they are and the flows the way they are. Does the department or the government engage with you as the Commission in relation to being proactive around the kind of supports that may need to be put on the ground in these communities, so that you're actually getting ahead of the potential trauma impact that we know that exists in a disaster situation? Is there sort of some, I suppose, template that is used as in terms of a best practice response or a best practice preparedness in terms of the mental health before or during or after a natural disaster?
One of the pieces of work that the Commission contributed to was the formation of a natural disasters mental health framework, which is now sitting across with, I might need some help with remembering the name of the actual agency that's looking after it, because I think it's changed a little bit, but for implementation it has been signed up to by all of the jurisdictions. So there is a broad framework which does identify at the appropriate levels for mental health, and I think, as you've indicated, it's really something to be thought about preemptively, as well as during the course of and immediately following. And then it's very much about how we embed those services into the local communities. People are very much at the moment looking for how they can find those points of connection and resources within their communities, and each community is different to that extent.
Senator, is it useful, so Tanya Rishny from the department, we obviously worked very closely with the National Mental Health Commission and seek advice both formally and informally whenever issues arise. I think we have learnt a lot together with the National Mental Health Commission around how do we put in supports in terms of supports for services, immediate distress counselling in the face of disasters, but also some of those community resilience grants, particularly in the light of bushfires, in the light of floods and in the light of COVID. So we work very collaboratively together and make sure that we're actually providing and learning from what has gone before.
And I think that certainly the others that we've heard, and we visited a number of communities that had been specifically or had been impacted by natural disasters, Lismore, Dubbo and others, and overwhelmingly the communities responded to say in the short to mid-term they really need those things such as housing security, such as how can we stabilise our lives. Longer term is when they really do look for those supports which may require more specific mental health services. But as I say, each and every community, and particularly those that have been impacted by natural disasters, talked about the importance of investing in that reconnection and that social connection, that ability to be able to rely upon themselves and for those kind of supports.
So in the lead up to the recent budget, were you asked specifically to provide advice to government about how to change the measurements in terms of outcomes for government programs around wellbeing?
The Commission has for some time and in communication with the Department and with the Minister's Office indicated not only our interest but our focus now on looking at how can we most appropriately measure mental health and well-being of the Australian community, and how can we move from a system which currently focuses in, I think, quite strongly on measuring activity levels and clinical outcomes towards outcomes which are more reflective of those which relate to well-being, and that has been the nature of the conversations and discussions that we have been having with the department and with the ministers.
So did you see anything in the budget that would have reflected a change in the way the budget approached wellbeing?
In approaching the concept of well-being as distinct from mental ill health, one does look across to things such as the social determinants. So when you look in that space, you would look at those things which would have an impact on mental health and wellbeing, and as I've mentioned, things such as housing, things such as escalating rates of violence, things such as economic security, all of those things will have an impact. There's also a need to really look to the concepts of wellbeing frameworks and looking at how we can actually work across into that space. So to the extent that there is reference in any government response around those things which would impact on social determinants, they ultimately do impact on wellbeing.
Yeah, I just thought I'm just really trying to understand what was different in this budget that was supposed to be a wellbeing budget, and you clearly are one of the experts in the field, and just how you would like to see the approach to understanding the benefits of wellbeing built into how programs are delivered. So that was the basis of my question. But I mean, I think you've given me a pretty detailed answer.
There's a paper, budget paper 1, which is a statement for paper 4, I think, on the beginning of a discussion about measuring what matters. And, we will work across government and, with all agencies about developing that up, because that is part of what we are wanting the budget to do, not just to measure success in, financial terms or whatever, but to look more broadly across programs, and including building up our evaluation capacity across government. So you're evaluating programs for their success or otherwise.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just looking in this budget, but obviously it's a longer
there.
term.
It's there if you haven't
in
seen
a statement, as opposed to. I was just trying to look at actually
Well, there's the
particular
measures
things.
itself. So, you know, I think the women's budget statement's part of it, the economic equality, gender equality focus.
But what's different in those is my point. I mean, I get what you're saying, that there are
Because we're
these-
investing in sort of social capital and supports.
But budgets
in
in the
measures.
past have always invested in social capital. I'm just trying to... You were talking about a change in the way that they were measured and presented,
Yeah,
as
it's
opposed
in
to...
there.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything, but
Well,
I'll
I
look
can
again.
I can take you there right now because
Okay,
I was
which
reading
one?
about it in
What budget paper is it?
budget paper 1.
Yep.
Statement 4. And I think the Treasurer had been very clear
Measure
about...
what matters.
Measuring what matters, frameworks to measure, looking at what happens internationally, looking at some of the things that we could do here in Australia, and very much explaining that it's the beginning of the discussion and to refine it over time, which I think in the first 6 months to actually have that in your first budget document is pretty important.
Yeah, it's a...
Hasn't
It's a
satisfied...
statement of intent as opposed to
Well,
perhaps a statement of
Senator
measure.
Ruston, can I just
You were in
clarify,
government for 9
Are
years.
you finished with your questions for the National Mental
Well, I
Health
was just going to
Commissioner?
check. I've got some questions around things like Headspace and Head to Health.
More the department, really. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Ms Morgan. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms Morgan.
Could I just ask a follow-up? Just in terms of, and I'm not being parochial here, but in terms of your visits, did you cross the Nullarbor? Did you manage to get to Western Australia?
We certainly did.
Okay.
We certainly did.
There
We
is a
went-
tyranny of distance, so it's always good to hear that. And I'm happy for you to take this on notice. Is there any qualitative difference between your findings in Western Australia, say, versus Victoria, who had very different experiences over the last few years? That's probably a long answer, so I'm happy to take that one on notice.
So look, and I will take it on notice. What I will say, so in Western Australia, we went to Perth, we went to Geraldton, to Newman, to Broome. We had hoped to get to Kununurra, but had some travel challenges in doing that. And as I say, the process we have used, we engaged in each community in roundtables with stakeholders and in a community conversation that was open to general public. And we presented the Vision 2030 experience of the system that has been put forward as being one that was influenced by over 3,000 voices about what the experience of the system should be, which resonated well. In the context then, we then led into a conversation about what were the presenting issues. And whilst there were those that I've just mentioned, which were at a top level, thematic across all of them, and I should mention the other one was the impact of trauma is very well recognised. Certainly we have picked up differences between communities, so we'll take it on notice, but the answer is going to be buried in the voluminous notes that we have taken, where we have currently engaged in, we've formulated a coding framework, and those notes are currently being assessed back against that coding framework through a research lens, and we will come back with it. In terms of the impact of length of lockdown, early indications is I think that will be something that will come forward, particularly around issues of school refusal and disconnection. But I wouldn't want to be any more specific than that.
Very interested to see the outcomes in that regard, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Morgan. You're welcome to leave
Thank
us. Senators, just before we move to the remainder of outcome 1, we only have a few more minutes scheduled in this block, but we've got a number of senators with questions. I've got a few questions Senators Pocock and Tyrrell do. Are you happy if I give everyone a block of 5 minutes each and then we move to the next program and we'll just go a little bit over in this? Are you comfortable with that?
Yes,
okay.
I do.
Chair, just before we move on, if I could just correct one of my answers to Senator Rennick earlier about the serosurveillance.
Please do.
So just for the record, the first serosurveillance study was done in New South Wales in April of 2020, and the first national one was done in June of 2020. So that was the first time we measured antibodies in the blood, to answer Senator Rennick's question.
Thank you, Professor Kelly. If we've got agreement to do it that way, is it? Yeah. Okay. I might kick off with just a couple of questions on urgent care clinics and then I'll come to you, Senator Pocock. Just want to take you to budget paper number 2, page 145, where this measure is. There's $135 million over 3 years committed to deliver urgent care clinics. I believe that reflects the election commitment. Is that going to be sufficient to deliver all of the 50 urgent care clinics committed during the election?
So there's a couple of things going on with the urgent care clinics. One is delivering on the commitment that we made around funding, and then there's an additional $100 million, which is going to basically support working with the states. I think it's New South Wales and Victoria.
All states.
All states, okay. In looking at how we can use this model to basically support, the work that states, territories and the Commonwealth does in primary care and hospital interface, basically. So I think it's in a sense it's grown from the election commitment because there is quite a lot of interest in this new model of care and getting this new model of care working for all of those that provide services in across the health system, basically. So there's more work to be done, but this, I think the feedback that the Minister's been getting is a lot of interest, states wanting to work with the Commonwealth, us wanting to work with states because it makes a lot of sense, and refining the model so that it works as best as it can.
Thank you, Minister. There were just those 2 line items, so one from Treasury and Health, so that helps clarify for me. So thank you very much. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. On the urgent care clinics, I was just wanting to clarify. I'm struggling to see if the locations were confirmed.
I'll check that. Yeah, there's...
Senator. So, thanks for that question, Senator. The locations, there were some original locations that had been flagged during the election, particularly around EDs and taking pressure off particular EDs, but the Prime Minister has made a commitment to consult with the states and territories on the best locations for those. So we're currently working with states and territories across the board to look at where is the greatest pressure, where is the greatest need, where do we link in with existing GP clinics to provide some of that urgent care, and where, as the Minister has indicated, where we can invest that $100 million to work on innovative care pathways with states and territories directly.
Okay.
So yet to be finalised.
But will every state and territory at least get one?
Yes.
Okay. So the ACT will?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
I think the issue with the ACT too, and I've had some early discussions with colleagues, is making sure they work alongside the walk-in centres, which were the solution I put in place when I was Minister for Health, dealing with the GP shortage and the pressure in the emergency department. So that model's been working very successfully here. So, making sure it aligns with that.
Thank you. Can I move to GPs?
Are you bulk billing or still in program? If it's
bulk billing, that's the next out.
Yeah.
No, GPs. Numbers.
Numbers? That's the next out. No, that's this outcome. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure we can help, honestly. Senator Pocock.
I've got it down as outcome 1, but...
a number of committees.
It's outcome 1.
Yeah, okay. This is outcome 1?
Go for it.
If it's numbers,
thank you.
But we'll do whatever we can to assist, because I know you're working across a number of committees.
Thank you, Minister. It's my understanding that the ACT has 422 full-time equivalent GPs, servicing population, I think the last census, 453,000. Obviously a lot of concern about, 1, the ratio, but 2, talking to people, it seems like a lot of those GPs are also heading towards retirement. Is this a concern? Is this something that the department is aware of and working on?
Yes, it is, Senator. We have underway at the moment a GP supply and demand modelling exercise, because it's important to look not just at the supply of GPs but also the demand. So the ACT has, per head of population, the second lowest number of GPs Northern Territory has less doctors per head of population, but we do also need to look at what the demand is, and that looks at age profile, chronic disease profile, things like that. But the department's undertaking that piece of work under the National Medical Workforce Strategy at the moment, because we do need to have better information so that we can look at where we've got most severe shortages and address those through our programs.
Thank you. That's helpful. And with nurse practitioners, are there plans to better utilise them in primary care?
Yes, Senator. We're towards completion of the nurse practitioner 10-year plan, which is looking at how we can make better use of nurse practitioners. They're quite a small workforce in Australia, but we'd like to grow that workforce, and I can probably ask the Chief Nurse and Midwifery Officer to add some more to that if you'd like some more
Is there
information.
a date for the release, or an estimated date for the release of the plan?
So I think that's still pending government decision, but Alison, I'm not sure if you have any more information on when that's likely to be.
Yeah, Senator, we're finalising the advice from the Nurse Practitioner 10-Year Plan Steering Committee. Once that's finalised, then that information will go to government pending then a decision on the next actions from there, including then, of course, the second round of consultation. And we are now looking at this plan in the context of a number of new initiatives, including the Strengthening Medicare Task Force as an example of that, and the changing context of that, Senator. But the work continues. But we need, this impacts a broad population of the nursing profession, and we need to make sure that everyone has had an opportunity to contribute to the consultation, and we're just completing that at this point in time.
It might be worth noting that obviously the role of nurses in primary care is much, much broader than nurse practitioners, I think, and I think the Strengthening Medicare Task Force is doing a huge amount of work on significantly enhancing the role of primary care nurses, making that as a specialty that may not necessarily need the full and complex nurse practitioner endorsement, but I think Minister Butler's really focused on a strong multidisciplinary care model in primary care.
And I should just add, Senator, that in the context of urgent care clinics as well, certainly our conversations with the ACT are looking at how do you augment the nurse walk-in centres, but how do you also use nurse practitioners to their full top scope of practice.
Will there be government funding attached to the plan to better pay nurse practitioners?
Then that would be decision
for government.
Yeah. Okay.
But I think that it's likely that there might be recommendations around the current levels of funding for nurse practitioners, but we've still to see the final report.
Thank you. Chair, how am I going for time?
Technically at time, but what have you got? Because I think we're happy to be a bit flexible.
And you're asking all my questions, so
sorry.
giddy up, man.
Well, look, with the agreement of the committee, we can just keep moving through. You've been waiting a long time, so.
I was wanting to ask about the National Preventative Health Strategy.
That's me, Senator.
Great. Has the new government committed to implementing this strategy?
It has. So the government made a commitment to implement and accept the National Preventive Health Strategy when it came to government.
And who's overseeing that?
So there's a range. So the strategy was endorsed and released earlier this year, I think, and Ms Street might be able to help me with that. But it was the result of an expert committee with a range of members that actually developed and designed it. There's particular initiatives under that strategy that have started to commence and embed that. Ms Street, anything else to add?
I think Cecilia Street, First Assistant Secretary of Population Health Division. So the preventive health strategy was released in December of last year. So, the oversight is by the department and government, but using stakeholders. So nothing further to add. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you.
Thanks for correcting me. December and, earlier this year all melded together.
And there's an evaluation framework to sort of track how...
And there's clear targets within that strategy, and there's clear actions and targets within that. So there's clear implementation. A number of the initial actions are really setting up the first kind of foundation pieces of that.
And then the target to have 5% of total health expenditure aimed at preventative health by 2030. How are we tracking? Where are we at the moment in this last budget?
So I'll need to take that on notice, Senator, and I should also add it includes a whole range of things like COVID prevention, vaccines, a whole range of things. But if I can take that on notice, and I'll get you the figure on Thursday.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to hand over there. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator Tyrrell.
Well, he's asked all the questions that I was going to ask, so, and I
I'm
promised
sorry.
that I would hold over till Thursday
I'm
for the rest, so I'm happy.
Senator Pocock, did you want me, I'll pass the call over to Senator Ruston now. Did you want me to come back to you on this? Are you happy to move on to program 2?
I've got a few for 2, but
you're finished with 1 for
thank you.
tonight? Okay. Senator Ruston on program 1.
So can I just go back to the urgent care clinics? So is it still the intention that there'd be 50?
Yes.
Okay. And the additional $100 million that are due over the next 2 years, is that associated with those urgent care clinics, or is it a sort of an adjunct to that alleviation of the emergency bottleneck in terms of primary care access?
It's a response to the interest from the states and territories into working with us on the urgent care program.
So the additional $100 million will be channelled to those 50 urgent care clinics, or is it something in addition to that?
Well, it's extra money on the table to work with the states and territories. Early days, our commitment is around 50 urgent care clinics, but I think because we are just talking with the states and territories, it may be that there's a flexible way of the models of care. They may be different depending on what needs the states and territories have as we work through some of that. Like, for example, I don't think there's any other state that has nurse-led walk-in centres like we do here in the ACT, where there's 5 of them now, maybe a few more. So, how the urgent care model fits within that might be different. It may be different in the Northern Territory. So I think because there's a willingness to work with us on the delivery of this program across states and territories, it makes enormous sense to have some flexibility in how we do that. But yes, there's 50, there's $235 million in this budget to support this new way of meeting some of the needs of the community in accessing healthcare.
Yeah.
The states obviously want less pressure on the EDs. There's enormous pressure in primary care. There's people that want to access care, at all times of the day, 7 days a week. And so it's how do we best utilise this resourcing to provide that type of care.
Okay. I'm just sort of trying to understand how the money's actually being broken down and where it's going to be targeted. So we've got the $135 million, which was originally announced in the election campaign for the supporting of 50 existing clinics to do this urgent care extension of as an activity. And then you've got the 2 lots of $50 million that you were saying is not really clearly defined at the moment. It's just been put there because of
it's to work across national cabinet, essentially, the governments of Australia, about how to optimise the urgent care model. There is a lot of interest in it, and so we're trying to channel that, and we're also recognising that the states are saying our hospitals are under a lot of pressure. We're recognising that primary care is under a lot of pressure, and this funding will go to looking at the best way with the funding available to meet some of those pressures.
So just to be clear, the 135.6 million or whatever it is that was originally allocated to the 50 clinics remains allocated specifically for that purpose, and the flexibility exists in the $100 million about how you can leverage it.
That, yeah.
Sorry?
It augments the original commitment. Yeah, it's over and above the original commitment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand that the 135 is still clearly allocated for the purposes that it was announced for during the election.
Yep.
That you're not changing or trying to
No, I think the program, because of the level of interest, the program looks like it will be bigger than what we promised.
So in terms of the number of locations that are confirmed to date, how many of the 50 clinic locations have been confirmed?
So, Senator, I flagged earlier there were a number of locations that were announced during the election around ED pressure, but the government has made a clear commitment to work with states and territories to make sure that they're targeting the right locations. The final locations are yet to be determined, but we're working closely with states and territories.
So an announcement during the election campaign that a urgent care clinic was going to be in Boothby electorate in South Australia, is that no longer necessarily being committed to because of a reanalysis? Is that what you've just said to me?
We will deliver on the commitments we've made in the
Okay, so that was my question, was...
But we are also working with states and territories. We've put extra money in. We want to make sure that this has the most, the greatest level of success possible. We don't want to duplicate. We want to add into the pressures that are being experienced across hospitals and in primary care, but we have made a number of commitments, but there needs to be some flexibility as we work through with the states and territories, particularly about the additional 100 million.
Okay, can we just park the 100 million? I've taken on board what you've said about that, and I'm just talking about the 135 million commitment that was made during the election campaign. And I'll go back to my original question. There were commitments that were made and that have been publicly made. Could you advise how many locations have a commitment for an urgent care clinic, and could you provide me a list of those locations?
I think if we can do that on notice, happy to provide that.
Okay, and in the process of doing that, I recall very clearly that the minister made the comment that that the determination around what would form the basis of where the clinics were going to be would be, a fully transparent process that would be based on very clear guidelines. Are those guidelines available as to what would mean a clinic, that a clinic should be determined as being needed in a particular area?
So, Senator, there were clear commitments in terms of they'll be existing GP clinics or community health centres, provide free services, be available for extended business hours, provide treatments that don't require hospital admission, but will take pressure off emergency departments, be accessible to Medicare card holders, and be diverse and respond to the needs of the local community. We've also worked through those design principles with states and territories to make sure that they're targeted, and I'll need to take on notice providing the detail of that.
I'm just interested to understand, in the original design of the urgent care clinics, not the new version, that were the state and territory ambulance services consulted prior to the announcement of the policy, and particularly any of the announcements around the locations of these clinics?
Well, I think that's probably very difficult for the department to answer. This was a policy developed in opposition, and I will correct the record if I have to, but I don't believe the ambulance service would have been consulted in the formulation of that policy. I don't see why they would have.
I'm sort of interested to understand, so for instance, and I'll quote the now Prime Minister, part of the problem with our hospital system and emergency departments, talk to any of the people in the sector, is people in nursing homes who gets transferred by ambulance to an emergency department of a hospital because they have a health issue and there's no nurse on site, they can't get care. I'm sort of keen to understand, if the nursing home rings an ambulance, is there an expectation in these locations that the ambulance officer would make the decision as to whether the person should go to the urgent care clinic or whether they should go to the ED?
Ambulances don't tend to drive to primary care.
Okay,
so
I'm
in
just
my experience.
So why would the Prime Minister say that, if that's the case?
Well, I think the point he's raising there, and I might have been with him on occasion where he's made that point, is talking about, well, my recollection, and I don't have the full transcript with me, it's talking about making sure we have registered nurses in aged care to help deal with people, residents who are deteriorating or have a health condition, so that they don't deteriorate to the point that they are called, an ambulance is called. This is a well-known and understood issue in aged care. I spent some time working in aged care within the last 5 years, and it's one of the major problems is if you don't have access to healthcare in the residential aged care. Say urinary tract infection is one that's very common. Don't get access to antibiotics or can't see somebody deteriorate to the point that they become seriously unwell, they are then taken to the hospital. It's not ideal for the resident of the aged care facility, obviously, and particularly if they can be treated earlier in the place they live and not deteriorate to the point that an ambulance needs to be called. But that's well understood, which is partly why we want nurses in aged care. But I don't think it was in relation to the care provided at urgent care clinics, which is quite different to that and would be looking to meet a different need in the community, which is, urgent out-of-hours care that doesn't need an emergency department attendance, but does need attending to, which was a similar issue with when we set up the walk-in centres here.
He was referring to urgent care clinics when he made the statement. I'll provide you with a full copy of the statement. One of the other things that was mentioned at the time was that there was going to be an extensive advertising campaign so this policy can be widely communicated. Do you have an amount in that $135.6 million that's going to that advertising campaign?
Not that I am aware of. I don't believe so.
Okay. The Minister at the time, the Shadow Minister, said that there would be no out-of-pocket expense to attend these clinics and the cost would be completely bulk billed. Is that correct and remains correct?
That's the idea, that's the supplementation, because at the moment the advice from the consultations in formulating that policy was it was impossible to stay open for extended hours or on the weekend and be able to run the business, that they needed supplementation, which is the point behind the government's extra funding.
So these clinics, I would imagine, currently would not necessarily bulk bill everything anyway. So I'm just sort of keen to understand what the model is in terms of if somebody presents at an urgent care clinic and as a normal business as usual at 10 o'clock in the morning, they're not necessarily bulk billed. But what determines whether they're bulk billed or they're not bulk billed when they turn up to these urgent care clinics? Or is the expectation if a practice wishes to become an urgent care clinic, then they would have to commit to bulk billing?
Yeah, it would be the terms of the contract with, presumably.
Okay. All right. Just going to, there was an announcement just before, I think the day before the election, in relation to an urgent care clinic in Canberra. Is that clinic still proposed to proceed?
Mm-hmm. We touched on that before with Senator Pocock.
Sorry?
We touched on that before.
Yeah. So one of the things that was, that you actually said, Minister, at the time, was that it would be up and running within the first year. Is that still the intention, that the urgent care clinic in Canberra will be running in the next 6 months?
That's the intention, again, and you can see that in the profiling of the funding. But I also acknowledge there's some work to do to refine the model, but that is the intention, yes.
But you did make a commitment that it would be running within the first year. I'm just interested in terms of the departmental sort of activity around making sure that the clinics that were promised were going to be running, and it wasn't just the Canberra clinic; they were all promised to be, that were announced to be running within the first 12 months. Do you believe that is still able to occur?
So, Senator, we are working with states and territories with a dedicated team to deliver on that commitment.
So you still think that's going to happen?
The commencement and the rollout will happen this year, this financial year.
Okay,
So you can't get better than that.
No, no,
Like,
so-
it's
so you-
funded in the first budget, it's rolling along a time frame,
Okay.
but
So you've just
we
made a
are
commitment.
working with states and territories on implementing this, as we have said
So you
repeatedly.
just to be clear, you've just made the commitment that the urgent care clinics that have been announced will be up and running in the 12-month period that you...
That is what we are working towards. That is the way the funding is profiled, and we will work with the states and territories on achieving that.
Just sort of further to the issue we were discussing earlier around workforce shortages and the challenges of a supply-constrained market, is it your understanding that there will... what sort of additional need will there be in the urgent care clinics in terms of additional staff? And have you got any concerns about your ability to be able to access, for instance, registered nurses, which I noticed Mr. Lai said was really one of the pinch points, and we know that we've got a GP crisis before us at the moment in terms of access to GPs. So I'm just wondering what the workforce modelling has been on the ability to be able to meet the demand that you've just committed to provide these 50 urgent care clinics by the end of this financial year. Have you got any concerns about your ability to meet the workforce demands that will clearly be associated with delivery?
So, Senator, that's exactly why we're working with states and territories as well, to look at innovative models of how you meet the needs. It's also building on existing GP clinics, which is exactly why it's a GP-led model of augmenting existing clinics.
So can you then perhaps give me a bit of an indication around how many more consultations or presentations are likely to occur as a result of this additional $135 million funding to urgent care clinics, and how many, are we...
$135 million.
For the 50?
Well, we're supplementing that
But I mean,
with the $100 million.
That's not even... my point was more around how many more presentations are likely to... So are you suggesting to me in your response that it's going to be existing people in these clinics that are just going to do more consultations, or is there an additional workforce requirement needed?
So it'll vary, and this is exactly why we're working through the model with states and territories, because it'll depend on what the ED pressure is, where you've got that transfer, and working with the hospital and the GP clinic to make sure that the people who can get care through an urgent care clinic, what the hospitals will call Cat 4 and 5, so broken bones, stitching, those kind of things, are directed to the right place at the right time. It will build on existing workforce, but we need to actually work through that whole model, and we're doing so with the states and territories on that very basis.
Senator Ruston, can I just check in with you? I know your colleague has some questions as well.
No, I'm happy for Anne to keep going, but I would like 5 minutes before the end, or 2 minutes before the end.
I'm sure we can find a little bit for you.
Sure. Okay.
Well, I've just got a couple more on this one, and then I can go to
Sounds good.
Slade. So I am just really keen to understand, where the additional workforce is going to come from, if there is an additional workforce. Is what you've just said to me that there's likely to be a transfer of medical professionals that are currently working in ED or in hospital environments to the urgent care clinics? I mean, where do you imagine that these are going to come from in your discussions with the states and territories?
So it'll depend on various models in various states and territories, Senator. So in some cases it may be that medical staff will work between the hospital and the urgent care clinic. In some cases it will be existing staff within the primary care setting that are actually dedicated to the urgent care clinic. In some cases it might be staff that are usually used for after-hours care and things like that that actually sit within the urgent care clinics. But I can't give you a definitive answer. We're still working through the model.
Yeah. I suppose I'm just...
Senator, it will be quite an attractive model for both GPs and primary care nurses, that they find these sort of model very rewarding, particularly when you've got on-site pathology and imaging and you get a quick turnaround and an efficient model. So I think I'd be quite confident. There's only 50 of them, and given the sort of the many hundreds of thousands of nurses and many tens of thousands of GPs, I think we should find these to be a reasonably attractive model.
I suppose
from the New Zealand model as well.
Yeah. My concern, and where I was heading to with that one, is that one of the things that I remain tremendously concerned about a number of things that are before us is that there's been very little consideration given to the impact on rural, regional, and remote workforce. And it always seems to be that remote goes first, and then it comes into rural, then it comes into regional, then it comes into peri-urban, then it comes into metro. And if we are, proposing to expand these clinics, and many of them are in more urbanised areas as opposed to remote locations, by the very nature of what they are, that it's just a concern. It's just one more place where scarce medical workforce is trying to be attracted, and what consideration has been given to the potential impact on the draw from rural, regional, and remote Australia in this as another.
So I think, Senator,
policy.
rural workforce issues are obviously a great concern to us. Ms Shakespeare can talk about all the other things we're doing to try and address the rural primary care workforce, which is a really big concern for the department and for government. There's a whole range of strategies to try and get GPs to stay in the bush, move to the bush, train in the bush, and similarly with nurses. But we could talk at length about that, but it's a slightly separate issue.
End of the week, I can assure you.
Well, we may as well knock 15 minutes of it off now. So.
Okay. Well, look, I'm happy to defer to Senator Brockman for a
I will
minute.
be really quick. I'll just ask one follow-up question here, Professor Murphy, on this particular topic. We've heard a lot. The phrase "new model of care" has been thrown around a lot. I'm hearing existing GP clinics, bulk billing, which has been around for most of my life, 40 odd years, longer opening hours. What's the new model of care?
Well, I think Ms Rishi can address that, but I can start by saying it's likely to be more multidisciplinary, to have a stronger involvement of primary care nurses, allied health. There's going to be access to, if not on site, but nearby, available medical imaging and pathology. So quite often an after-hours GP will send someone to ED because they need tests, and this model of care will be prefaced on the capacity for someone who needs a simple test just to rule out, a blocked abdomen or something, to go off and get an ultrasound. So that's going to be part of the model, or to have a pathology test and get an answer. So
They'll have to have all these things? Or?
They have to have it, not necessarily on site, but they will have to have access, part of the model of care is that they'll have to be able to provide appropriate primary care level investigations to enable a more complete assessment of someone than many GPs can do. I don't know whether...
And they'll need to have a close working relationship and a partnership with the emergency department and the hospital, because it is actually about taking pressure off ED. So part of it is also making sure that the right care pathways exist between the hospital and the urgent care clinic to make sure that patients that can be safely treated at an urgent care clinic are.
I mean, I've been stitched up at a GP a few times when I was younger.
Maybe not at 10 o'clock on a Friday night.
No, not at 10 o'clock on a Friday night, I admit that. But, I've had family members who have had broken bones set at GP clinics. I'm just not seeing a new model of care.
Well, that maybe there's a bit of back to the future, Senator, in that, because I think you'll find most GPs at present most of them don't do setting bones, and many of them don't do suturing. So I think there is a little bit of returning to some of the more multidisciplinary models of old, but I think the new model of care is really, that multidisciplinary side of it is really important. You can see a lot more people, and particularly if you've got salary support through additional money from Medicare, to be able to have a lot of the assessment done by nurses or allied health. If you've come in with a sprain, a physio might be able to see you on their own. And so the model of care is different. A little bit of it is going back to what you're talking about from the past, but primary care now does not do a lot of that sort of urgent assessment. Very often if you go to a GP now and say, I've just cut my cut my arm, they'll say go to the ED, and that because they're not really set up in many cases to do that stuff at present.
And emergency departments have had to create new models of care basically to deal with categories 4 and 5, you know, like having fast track and different ways of, you know, seeing people who would fall into a category that might otherwise be treated by urgent care.
Someone with a 4-year-old who only gets sick on Sundays or hurts himself on Sundays.
Happy to move on.
Thank you, Senator.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant move on to Senator Ruston. Continue.
I just, if there's more questions in this area, I'm happy to pass back over to somebody else. But I was going to move on to mental health briefly.
Is that in outcome 2 or 1?
Well, I'm assuming it's 1.2.
It is. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yes.
Everyone okay
You're not
with that?
assuming. Yes.
It should be pretty straightforward. Minister, what's the government's approach to Headspace funding and new Headspace
Support
centres?
Headspace, there's some additional funding in the budget for some additional Headspace.
You'd be aware that there were a number of Headspaces that were election commitments that were cut by the incoming government. Our election commitments.
Not commitments.
No.
Our commitments to Headspace that we made are being funded through the
But I
budget.
think we would both agree that we would share the view that Headspace is a very positive thing. I'm just wondering what the government's approach is to those centres, particularly those centres that were our promises that were cut.
We didn't fund your election promises.
But what is your approach to those proposals?
Well, I don't know where you promised them, but I think there's a couple in here.
Yeah, so Minister, so there's funding of 23.5 million for additional headspaces, 3 new headspace centres, Edmondson Park in New South Wales, Armstrong Creek in Victoria and South Melbourne in Victoria, and 2 satellite services in Kiama and Bribie Island in Queensland. It also supports Headspace Newcastle Youth Suicide Self-Harm Waitlist Management Strategy and the Quick Response Suicide and Self-Harm Program for an additional year. So that's on top of the 150 Headspace centres that are already committed.
So there was a Headspace centre that was proposed in a small country town in WA called Manjimup. Happens to be the town I was born in, but I've never lived there.
Born but never lived. Interesting.
Country. Farm.
Oh, so you went there to be born?
Yes.
And then back out. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting side.
I'm glad we clarified that. That's
Yep.
Now you've thrown me right up. Obviously, community of need there. Local community is very on board. The local member, Rick Wilson, obviously a strong proponent. He's been arguing for this centre. There were some concerns about workforce, but the local Blackwood Youth Action Group has done an assessment and has written to the Minister saying there is sufficient workforce to actually back a centre up. So I would ask you in a genuine belief that these things are very good for local, particularly regional communities, that if the government could have another look at that one, very much appreciated.
I'm sure the Minister will do that.
Thank you.
definitely ready to go to Senator Ruston. Great. Senator Ruston, take us home.
Thank you. Just finally, back on the urgent care clinics. I mean, is there any sort of assessment or determination around the likely additional costs to Medicare over and above the $235 million? Has there been a quantification of additional costs there? Because of course we're talking about a cost centre that sits within an MBS item as opposed to a state-based hospital funding item.
Yeah, so that work forms part of the, essentially the finalising costings, etc., for the discussions that are underway. I mean, you've got to finalise the model of care, understand exactly how they're going to work, and that work will run alongside that as expected. So
the models of care that you were talking around, that you're talking about in relation to the $100 million that you've set aside for, sort of basically leveraging on the urgent care clinics, that doesn't include, that the Medicare sort of assessment doesn't sit within that. there's been no calculation as to the likely increase in cost to Medicare funding of this initiative?
Well, once some of the more details are locked down, I think all of those costings will be able to be finalised. The government is very keen on this, on the urgent care centres. We're very keen to make sure they work, that they align with state and territory priorities, that we deliver on the commitments we've made to the community, and we intend to fund them appropriately.
So in terms of the actual election commitment itself, which wasn't costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office.
Which wasn't?
It wasn't.
It was, I think, what is it? It was informed by
I believe
work.
you may well have tweeted that.
I did. It was informed by work that the Parliamentary Budget Office had done for us.
So did the Parliamentary Budget Office indicate to you that there was likely to be an increase in the cost to Medicare of the transfer of the service provision that would otherwise have been undertaken in a hospital, or was it not informed in that regard, only informed in the other?
Well, I'm not going to go into the discussions we had with the PBO, and I expect when you're having yours costed by the PBO, you will take a similar view.
Well, we
on
probably
that.
would have had ours costed by the PBO, unlike your Prime Minister,
Well, no,
who said that it was costed by the PBO, but you had to come and actually tell the truth.
That one was informed by, as appropriate, and I'm sure you'll go through this when you do it. The final costs for the urgent care clinics will be finalised through the work that's underway. I think there is a level of work to be done, particularly with now that we have the states and territories pretty keen to work with us to finalise how those centres work, essentially. But we are committed to them and we will fund them. We think there's a huge opportunity here, particularly if we can get the federated health system working together to alleviate some of the pressure. If these 50 are successful, then there's opportunities ahead, really. If this model of care works, as it has to some degree here, we've still got a busy emergency department in Canberra, or two busy emergency departments, but the service offered by the walk-in centre, which is essentially the same except it's nurse-led, is very, very much supported by the community and reasonably cost-effective.
So is there any consideration as part of the discussions that you're obviously currently having on this model? Because if it is the tremendous success that you're talking about it potentially being, yes, in terms of the care that's delivered to the community, what consideration has been given with the discussion with the states and territories? Because this is a massive cost shift back to the Commonwealth. And if it's an efficient use, it's
not really a cost shift because we're on the tab, for hospital activity.
45% of it.
So, we have an interest in making the health system work as efficiently and as effectively as it can. There is a mutual interest in that.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I wouldn't see it as a cost shift. I would see it as a way of collaborating and working together in the interest of all governments, but also importantly in the interest of the community where there is this need that exists, without a doubt.
Yeah, so I suppose I'm just asking the question, is it the Commonwealth's view that as long as it's an efficient use of an outcome, then the Commonwealth's happy to pick up the tab for something that had previously been the domain or jurisdiction of the states?
Well, under the National Health Reform Agreement, there is an opportunity to pilot and to trial innovative ways of doing things under the terms of that agreement. Now, not a lot seems to have been done, probably for good reasons with COVID. That part of the Health Reform Agreement hasn't been as utilised as it probably was intended when that was signed. But, it falls within that existing agreement, essentially, doing something like this. So the Commonwealth will always, we're not going to sign a blank cheque, if that's what you're saying, but we are keen to see if this works, if it makes a difference for people, but also if it can you know, alleviate some pressure in hospitals so hospitals can get on and do the things that hospitals are meant to do, and if it supports new ways of doing things in the primary care sector. Because again, as Professor Murphy said, when you do start new ways of doing things, there usually is a level of interest in the health workforce because they're creative people that like to have a crack at these sorts of things, and you know, they'll be attracted to models like this. So,
look, I'm not being critical of the innovative approach. I mean, we clearly have got a crisis at the moment at a number of levels within our health system, exacerbated by COVID, but nonetheless, you know, the making of many, many years of perhaps we should have been more challenging in reform. But I'm just interested to understand around where the numbers sit, and, you know, notwithstanding all the best intentions of trying to resolve these situations, I'm just keen to understand what the government's appetite is for actually picking up the funding that would otherwise have been a matter for the states and territories. Now, you've said this is only a pilot. Can I assume from that then, if this becomes a model of care that is more broadly rolled out, and it's not just 50 urgent care clinics, it's the kind of thing that's available in every location around Australia where, you know, wants one or there's demand for one, you know, that there may well be a change in the funding agreements between the states and territories and the Commonwealth to understand that.
Well, there's a lot of what ifs there. You know, there is a lot of what ifs. I think the commitment is to adequately resource the 50 in a sense of being the first cab off the rank and a pilot in that sense, to work with the states and territories where we can to align with their priorities, to make the necessarily funding available to give that a good shot. And then I would imagine at some point there would be an evaluation, an assessment of how they were operating, whether they were operating before further decisions would be taken.
Yeah. Okay. So when are we likely to have some more definitive detail around the $50 million that's been allocated in the 22-23 budget around these models of care?
Soon, as soon as we can work through that with the states and territories.
Okay, I won't move to anything else.
Okay, lovely. That concludes today's hearing. But we will, of course, be seeing you again on Thursday. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister as well as officers from the Department of Health and Aged Care and agencies who have given evidence to the committee today. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions or notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by Friday, 18 November 2022. The committee stands adjourned. See you on Thursday.